What's up, chat? Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody doing today on this fine, beautiful morning? Yesterday, I didn't have the camera on until late in the afternoon, so let me go ahead and fix this. Again, I don't know why she's doing this to me. It's all good. It's all good. What up? How you guys doing this morning? Wiz, good morning, bro. How you doing, man? 10 years, still just trying to hold on steady, ain't she? She's trying to hold on steady. I still think you're going to come into a little bit of trouble up here. Um, especially if we have some more of these banking things. So if you guys haven't seen this morning, you have, I think it was, who was it? I forget who downgraded New York Community Bank's debt. All right, so NYC, I thought about putting on a position. And what I didn't do was go look at their to see what their credit default swaps were trading at, if I could even find that information. But I'm sure we could have done some research to have been able to find out. Hey, you know, because you could have seen Credit Suisse, right? We got in that trade. We traded that. I can't remember if I was streaming then or not, but we got in Credit Suisse maybe like a month, like 3 weeks before, things really got crazy and there were talks with the Saudis and stuff. And I guess, some of this debt's coming from SVB. And yesterday, Jamie Dimon says they would like to buy it. So what I'm curious to know is if there is any more trouble, if things start to happen because of their asset price, like their stock price, right? Which messes with their valuation towards what they have on hand as far as debt and all this other stuff. Or if we start looking elsewhere to see if we can't start to get some shorts on, because even though this is rising right now, you could still get a buyout or something happen to where the government could be worried. I don't know if the government's going to intervene. I don't know. I got to do a little bit more work on this, and that's one of the things I'm going to do today. Because if there is a buyout, it's already gotten smoked. Like, it can always go lower, is what I'm trying to say. This thing could go lower. So, I'm with you, buddy. I'm going to do the same. I'm still just coming on here, getting some ideas and whatnot. So, we had a few earnings this morning. We'll cover them. We'll cover the indexes. We were talking about 495 on the SPY and 490, I think it was. I don't think it was a 5 point. We haven't been getting 5 points worth. So let me see here. Yeah, 492. All right, so we are breaking up and out of here. What we'll look for is a break back down to 494. Yeah, we need to pull back to 494. I'm not sure what just happened and why this market just started all of a sudden just trying to climb higher. This is a nice hold here, but I don't know. I don't have much faith in this. I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, yesterday was a low volume consolidation. Listen, I don't have like a specific reason to be bearish, so I'm not going to be bearish, right? This market wants to climb higher. I'm not afraid to get long. So I don't want you guys to confuse what I'm saying with like being weary about this upside. Okay? I'm not weary of it. Okay? It's like, I do understand though, we do have a few catalysts coming up in the future. February is a month that is, it is by statistical standards, it's a weak month. So to be prepared and to look out for a possible pullback, you always got to remember the market's going to turn back around one of these days. It's going to look back to make sure and cover its ground and look back to make sure that, hey, let's just go make sure that we still got those buyers back there for 460, 450, 480. All right, the market just always will turn the ship around. It'll go back to its checkpoint and then climb back higher. So, I don't know why we're climbing up here. It seems like 495 is the area that's causing a little bit of trouble. So this is 7:45. What do we have here? 7:30, 7:15. So we got some nice volume this morning. I can say that. We do have some nice volume today. I will say that. All right, we got some nice volume. Let's go right into some of these earnings. All right, you had Baba that's doing another. They're spending more on a buyback. All right, Baba's headed to the downside. Let's go through this. All right, Let's talk about what is going on. So, U.S. stock futures remain nearly mixed ahead of the market open on Wednesday, as early indicators suggest a lack of direction. While most earning reports have been positive, and that is true. We've been covering them. Cues from Tuesday's trading. U.S. index performance on Tuesday. The NASDAQ was up 0.7%. 0.2, a quarter of a percent for the S&Ps. 0.3%. So just over, just under a half of a percent on the Dow. The IWM, 0.85, just under a percent. So there's your cues there. All right, that the IWM yesterday did close above the 50-day, and that's something I want to look at and talk about, is because that's probably another trade idea for me. I was waiting for it to just tell me what it wanted to do. Are we going to reject that 50-day, or are we going to pull back? All right. For the day, we have some Fed. I don't even care about the Fed. I'm going to be honest. We already know what's up. We need to start seeing initial jobless claims continue to tick up. The labor market's got to soften, and we need to continue to have this inflation data pulling back. All right. And if you start getting the inflation data to start going negative, that's, a sign of deflation, and they don't want that. So if it just stays where it's at, goes a little bit lower, then we can get these rate hikes we're talking about. But I think it's really going to depend on the labor market. They feel like they've won the war of inflation. How do they tighten up the labor market or loosen it to make sure that inflation does not come back? All right, Alibaba. Let's see here. Chipotle. Yeah, Chipotle and Ford, guys. Well, really Ford, guys. You guys remember last night? Ford just killed earnings. Ford was just double EPS, almost double. They're raising the dividend. I don't know if they're adding 18 cents along with the 15 cents. You'll have to check, so don't quote me, but I guess they're either raising the dividend to 18 cents or they're going to add on 18 cents to the already 15. Don't quote me. You'll have to find out for yourself. I don't own Ford. Chipotle rose over 2.5% pre-market trading following the release of its quarterly results. Among other stocks moving on earnings is Ford, up about 6%. Cirrus Logic, up over 8%. Yum was up. It's up about 15%. Enphase is up over 15%. Snap down over 31%. MicroStrategy was flat yesterday, and this says here it's down about 1.5%. All right. New York Bank Corp. New York Bank. There's just news with New York. So they have issued a new chairman, CEO. They put somebody else in place of the board. I guess to either handle the situation. Sorry for drinking coffee right in front of the mic, but so that just happened. All right, that was just some news there. Let me post this. Bang. I know it's a lot, guys. This is why I was a little bit behind today. All right, so let's keep moving on, gang. Moving on up. All right, listen. Today, though, I'm going to continue reading this. Listen, do me a solid. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're on our way to 1,000 subscribers. We get to 1,000 subscribers. I don't have to say this anymore. I don't have to say anything about liking and subscribing. Maybe I do here and there because I've been saying it, but I'm not going to dwell on it. All right, I'm trying to get some institutional traders on here. I'm trying to get things set up so we can have some good valid things here, right? Whether it's trading lessons that I'm working on, all right? Because remember, I've been waiting for these SSD cards because I'm not loading up a bunch of shit on my computer. Um, it would help us a lot, and we're trying to take it to the next level. And if you want to reach out, you want to work with us, I think my email address is still in the description. I have to find out. Just send me a message me in chat, whatever. We'll figure that out. You can always follow me on Twitter. Leave me a message on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. At Ivy League Trades. All right. So, or Ivy League Trading. Okay. IWM yesterday got above the 50-day. I don't want to forget that, even though I have it written down. So, we were talking about earnings. Alibaba this morning. Why is this not giving us any? Why is this not giving us any? 727. They already reported by then. All right. So after the close, we have GoPro, Allstate, News, or Mattel, News Corporation, O'Reilly. O'Reilly's been a beast. PayPal, Disney, and Wynn Resorts. There's a thing with streaming platforms and Disney, so you could probably look for those names today, which is going to be an idea, because there's something about they're trying to, like, Disney, Fox. They're all trying to, like, have this bundle thing for sports. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I don't know. It doesn't sound too hot. Commodities, bonds, other global equity markets, crude oil rose 1%. All right. Mortgage credit card surge pushes U.S. household debt to a record $17.5 trillion. Delinquencies are rising. Okay. All right. Let's go to the SPY, guys. Or we can go to futures, whatever you guys want to use. It doesn't matter. Same difference. All right. We are using a 15-minute chart right now. We have not touched the 50-day moving average in quite some time, guys. So I feel like it's coming up soon. And like I told y'all, I was waiting, and I feel like we're waiting for this 50-day to get up around this 483, what is that? Let me see here. What is this? This is 484, okay? 484, 485 area. We want to see if the 50-day just gets up around that area, and maybe we can pull it back. Have the 50-day meeting up with this, like, triple top here. Maybe the market pulls back to get some support. If we just keep going higher and higher and higher, that's fine. Remember, we got some gaps below us. But in order to make, like, for me to get comfortable to sink my teeth in these longs, and maybe this is why we should take the long, it's like, we get these pullbacks, but, you're not holding on to anything. You're really not. What is this? This is a pullback to the Fed day. Okay, cool. What is this? Okay, you got a little bit of pullback. There's mild support there. That's a mild support area. But look at this major resistance, triple/double top. All right, the 50-day is getting ready to come up into it. Can we get this market to pull back, meet the 50-day around this area, maybe consolidate just a little bit, and grind higher? I doubt it. Because the market's just going to keep going higher and higher and higher and higher. Something's going to happen, and then we're just going to flip it and reverse it. Guarantee it. I feel like that's what's going to happen. Because it's not that I'm hoping something bad happens. It's just there will be issues. You're seeing them. The Fed these banks are going to be okay for another 4 weeks, 4.5 weeks. Then after that, they're on their own. All right, which we should get the data tomorrow or Friday. Excuse me, sorry. With the bank term lending program. All right. Data, I think we don't have much. Yields are rising. I will look at the data. We've already went through the data, like, throughout the week. Keep your eye on the 10-year. All right. Let's see here. Boom, boom. Let's go to SPY. Look at that uptrend. Let me get rid of this. I want to do something real quick. All right, and I think that's off of the daily chart. Let's do this. I want to get rid of this. Trash. Bang. What I'm going to do is I want to throw, what's today? Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday? Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So they're talking about on CNBC right now. Dude, look at Anchor VWAP from Monday. Wait, hold on.
At 49.83, up 0.2% for the morning. Coming
Why
up in about 4 minutes, expecting Roblox earnings.
why is it there? I want it right there at the close. And it just keeps pulling back.
As well as Fox.
All right, so man,
IKT, Inca-based Therapeutics announces preliminary outcomes of pre-NDA meeting with the FDA on pathway for approval for IKT-001 Pro in blood and gastrointestinal cancers. That's India Kilo Tango, IKT.
sorry, I'm just trying to do something here with
Moving higher on that.
you know, people get all up in arms with Anchored VWAP and shit. It's just, it's not even that big of a deal. I mean, it really just, it'll line up with this previous support level. You know, people, I think, let's see here, let's take it to the high now so we know that was the area. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Because I just wanted to look, see, Fed Day was back here, I think. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second.
You deserve more from your steak. You deserve the only steak that's guaranteed to be perfect every single time. At Omaha Steaks, we're delivering old school quality with a now school mentality. That means aging every steak for tenderness, carefully hand carving, obsessing
All right,
over every detail.
I apologize.
You guess a single bite. For a limited time, get 4
Let's
free
go to a
chicken,
daily chart.
4 free pork chops with your order. Go to omahasteaks.com/TV today. You deserve
Let's see if we break out to another high and put in another low. We have major divergence, and it's just weakening, right? It's going higher, but it's just getting weaker. All right. So the ES. Oh, real quick, and I wanted to mention, guys, watch the RSP. All right. Someone reminded me of this. Brett Rosenthal reminded me of this on the Armor Report. And we need to continue to watch the RSP. If you look on a daily chart, you know, I look at this from time to time. I like to know where it's at because the market's making new highs, right? Well, the equally weighted is still down here below the previous highs. It's important to take note of that because you're seeing the markets. You know, it's telling you that there's an overweighted sector that's pushing the S&Ps higher, and at an equally basis, it's like, you know, it's still up around highs, which is good and healthy. But do we start to see this start to extend? What type of day does the RSP have today? All right. You know, yesterday energy did pretty well. You had a broadened rally, I want to say, for the most part. You know, semiconductors pretty much were the ones that pulled back. Why did PayPal do so well? All right, so that's that. We're going to go look at earnings. We'll look at the indexes, and we'll go through our trade ideas.
Spiking now.
RBLX is spiking. Of course it is. And let's not forget Tesla.
Roblox is out.
Earnings call. Fortinet reports robust growth. Fortinet had a monster earnings, guys. Nvidia target raised at Morgan Stanley as AI demand continues to surge. They have price target was lifted to 750. All right, Roblox.
Quarterly average bookings per daily active user is $15.75, up 3% year over year.
Dude, I'm going to be all over the place.
Q1 bookings between 910 million.
Can you guys hear this?
Million. That's Romeo X-Ray shares continuing to spike here at 42.40.
There's a 50-day. I think. I don't know how long it's been since I've looked at this name. Yep. See if you can pull back and hold this level. All right, 52.50.
Average daily users, active users, 71.
Active users was a beat.
2% year over year.
So
a quarterly loss of 52 cents versus the loss of 55 cents expected. So that's a beat for Roblox.
wow. Okay. So all right, it pulled back to the 50-day. Now it's going higher. Where can we go? Where are we stopping at right there? 44.50. All right.
Expects to continue to report
You have a gap fill.
Future, even as we anticipate generating net cash provided by operating activities.
All right, so we have a gap fill
We
here.
can maintain over 20% year-over-year top-line growth through 2027.
To 2027. All right, so sales 750 million, just under 750 million, 749.9. Gap EPS 52 cents, which is a beat.
TTM Technologies
Beats 56 estimate.
41 cents, beating the 36-cent estimate. Sales of 569, missing the
Okay, I got to get going with this. There's just so much going on right now at once, and you can see this thing back at 48 bucks. All right.
Above the $45 level, nearing $46.
Let's see here.
13% after that.
So we've already pulled back to the 50-day. All right, we already pulled back to the 50-day. You have that minor gap fill, and this one right there.
And Levex announces issuance of new U.S. patent.
Let's see here.
Covering
Look, she's already past the gap. I'm going to let Roblox go. Let it pull back into the gap. All right, let Roblox go. See if it pulls back into this 45. You might get a pullback again here to 45, 44.89, 44.90-ish. Maybe you get the 44.65 area, this actual gap, but I'm not sure if you'll get that. You might just get that 45 on the money. On the money 45. Let's put it there. I know there's a reason why I had that line there. Yeah, it's because that was a previous gap. There was a previous gap there. But all good.
And the big media story of the day today, Disney's ESPN, as well as Fox and Warner Brothers Discovery, planning to launch a joint sports streaming service later this year. Each company will own a one-third stake in the venture, which does not yet have a name or a set price. Subscribers probably have the
All right. So Roblox doing pretty well here on earnings. They let's see here.
story a little later this hour, but this news did come ahead of Disney's earnings that are scheduled for this afternoon. Right now, Disney
Did I?
about 0.8%, but Fox shares up by 3.5%, and Warner Brothers Discovery shares up by
Did I not?
2%. Also, don't miss a CNBC
Hold on.
interview coming up, an exclusive interview coming up with Bob Iger. That is today.
Yeah, probably.
After the numbers.
I messed up. I shouldn't have did that. All right. Let's get right into it, guys. All right. So Wednesday, the 7th, we have nothing. We have, I think there is trade deficit numbers today. Import, export. Yes, import and exports at 8:30. Canada balance of trade.
Middle East and Northern Africa operations is committing an investment
So again,
$100 million into
you're gonna have to. My focus is going to be on small caps or mid caps. These Roblox, Babas, for these earnings that are coming out. We saw yesterday the IWM ended up pushing through the 50-day and holding it on the daily chart. All right, that's going to be. I'm going to be on watch. So this sector, right? Roblox killing earnings. What does that mean for the sector? All right. Look at the SPY just ripping. All right, earnings are good. We don't really have a reason to sell off just yet. So we're going to try to ride this market higher. But we do understand that we have divergence. Like, this is getting weak. We'll see what type of day we have today, if there's some real strength. The volume is nice. I feel like we're going to have some strength today. This was a low volume bounce back to the 50-day. On IWM, what I want to see is if we can pull it back, but I'm not sure if we will. I want to look to try to go long. What we also might have here is a failed break of the 50-day. I want to see if we can't hold and get back up to 197. 197. All right, that's the area I'm looking for. Why it dropped, the sector as a whole pulled back. You know, you'd have to find out why. Maybe there was a downgrade. I feel like you just had some profit taking is probably what it was. And then Morgan Stanley this morning came out with a downgrade. Or an upgrade, I'm sorry. So Morgan Stanley raised their price target to 760, I think it was. I think it was 760. And NVIDIA target raised at Morgan Stanley as AI demand continues. Price target was lifted to 750 from 600. All right. But yesterday, semis as a whole pulled back. I'm not sure exactly why. Not sure if it was earnings. We do have ARM earnings coming up, I think this afternoon. Yes, after the close. We still have Disney, Spirit, ARM. And Spirit was the other name that I missed. And I told you guys, $6. I told you guys like a month ago, or whenever this whole ordeal happened with Save, that I wanted to be a buyer down here. Right? And I forgot. This was when DWAC started going. I said, guys, it'll take a little while for a short squeeze. So yesterday it had a nice run up. You can see it held this level here really nicely of $7. Now we're starting to walk this thing up. Does it give us a day 2 continuation? Look at the volume it had yesterday. Really nice volume. All right, I want to see today whether we get a low volume pullback. If we can pull it back, whether it may take 2 days. But if we cannot pull it back to 660, then today I want to see more volume than we saw yesterday. I want to see this thing start to really go, so I know that it can break through 750. We break through 750 on Save. This thing is going to $8.50. There is nothing stopping this from getting to $8.50. So watch Save, guys. I will be a buyer if it holds $7. All right. If the volume is low and we look for a little bit of a pullback, then I will be buying at 660. They do have earnings this afternoon. So we could see a nice rally in front of earnings. I'm not sure. I'm just saying what I want to look for. What I want to look for is an increase in volume. That way I know if that increase in volume is to the buy side, that I know we're going to break 750 and we're going to 850. We're going to break 750, pull back, hold it, and we're going to 850. So hang on. I'm a little upset I didn't get my calls. I told you guys I wanted to get calls like a month to 2 months out on Save or whichever, right? And I completely forgot about it. This thing was down here for 2 weeks just holding and holding and holding. Sometimes it's like that. You know, when you write stuff down, you got to go back and go back over it and just keep it in your mind or keep an alert. I try to set alerts on here. For some reason, it doesn't. Sometimes I don't hear it. It doesn't come through. I'm not sure why. This was a perfect trade. We could already be taking profits on this thing. So when I try to give you guys out these trades, do your best to write them down. You guys take advantage of it. Just because I miss it, I'm trying to run a stream here and do other things, doesn't mean you guys, or remind me, be like, yo, Save, or hey, Baba, right? Baba's back down at $70. Something. Just making up I'm just making up a number here because Baba had some really nice volume down here at like 68, 69, and 70. So Baba's pulling back. I'm curious if Baba is not going to hold this and this thing's coming back down to $70. I got to be honest. Listen, everyone can you're going to hear people talking about this is the time to buy China stocks. This is the time to buy China stocks. Listen, the real money, the institutional money that the institutions make markets. All right. I was told this and taught this. Big money runs the markets. All right. Big money. That's why we want to get behind big money. If that big money is buying and we're just going up, we're going to get behind it and they're going to make us money. We're going to make money with them. We're not going to fight the trend. But more importantly, I don't think big money feels safe putting it in the Chinese assets. Why is that? Because they don't know if they go to sleep that night that they're not going to wake up down 40, 50, 60% of their money because Xi Jinping either invaded Taiwan or makes up some new rule or the CEO goes missing. So there is a lack of trust in this sector. I don't care who you are. If you want to try to put your money there and you think long-term growth, well, you might be looking past Xi Jinping's life then. All right? Because it's really hard to invest in a country with a leader that isn't stable and wants to, make new laws and enact different things right off the cuff out of nowhere, and you wake up and you're down. They're not, big money's not going to do that. I'm going to tell you that right now. Institutions are not going to risk him doing something, especially talking about invading Taiwan. They're not going to do it. The risk is too much. The risk is not worth the reward. These things are not going to grow like American companies. Quote unquote. All right. I'm just giving an example. It's not like the risk. The juice isn't worth the squeeze, if you feel me. All right. And that's how I think about it. Listen, ever since this issue with China last 2 years ago, last year, it has not recovered for a reason. They gave it a chance. Remember, if you guys don't know, there were a lot of things going on with new laws and different things, and right, they don't want to report to auditors from the U.S. to make sure that you don't have a luck in coffee, right? Where you're buying something, they release an earnings report, and you're pretty much just trusting what they say. There is no proof, right? There's not a law enforcement of sorts coming in to verify, hey, this is their earnings. Yeah, this is what they brought in. But once something happened here with Xi Jinping with laws and different things, it didn't recover. And down here, he tried to take it back. And then that was it. Because he knew what he did. He knew he messed up. He might have taken it back right here. I think it was around October when this stuff happened. Yes, October was the top. October and November. So, it hasn't recovered for a reason, and it's not because of the companies. This is more to do with trust. Okay? It's more to do with trust. So, let's go to the Qs. We'll go to the SPY. Again, I hope you guys, can understand what I meant there and what I'm getting at. All right? It's not Chinese. It's not because it's not the Chinese people. It's just the leadership and the way the communist country runs. In my eyes, I can't invest there, right? Unless you want to throw away a little bit of money and just say, all right, this money I've made free, and I'll put a little bit in there. All right. So the Qs have been holding. Okay, the Qs have been holding steady. 425 on the Qs is your level. All right. So it looks like we put in a double bottom here. Now, can we hold? Do we put in a higher low? Okay, which would be 429 area, 428, 429. Let's go to a 30-minute chart. All right. So we we tested Friday's low roughly. All right. Now we're treading higher. So if you guys don't know the direction is the IWM, the SPY, the Dow, or no, it'd be the IWM, Dow, SPY, and then NASDAQ is lagging. You do have this little bit of wedge going on here. I don't really like it, though. I don't really like it. We know what a wedge looks like, and this is not it, because we had one last week or the week prior. We were putting a wedge in. So, I think it was here, I think it was there. All right, but anyway. It's not important. So we came back. What is that? Fed Day. So we have not tested Fed Day just yet. We have not retested it. Well, we kind of did. Yeah, we kind of did after hours. So I'm going to watch the Qs and see what we do up here. This until it breaks. Look at the volume, right? Look at the volume that we had yesterday and Monday. Okay. If we start to see an increase in volume to the buy side and we hold 429, I'm going to look to see if we can break through that level. I'm not going to just haul off and buy calls. So Alessandro something has been, they're talking about on Squawk Box. All right, so that's the highest, guys. So, all right, 429 is where I'm going to look to see if we can pull back, hold it as support. Or I'm sorry, make that 428. I want to pull back to 428 and see if we can't get long. Let's go here. I got to clean these charts up, so I do apologize. All right, I do apologize. I got to get my trade ideas going here. I don't even know if we have anybody here or not. If you guys could give us a like, a thumb up, that'd be awesome. It'd be greatly appreciated. We'd like to hear from you if you're new. NS, how are you today, this morning? Good morning to you as well. All right, so 15-minute chart here on the Qs. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because we're up to 429.50 area that we started to reject from. And you can see here, I would like to see us get back to, 428. 428 is going to be the level. If you can't hold see, you have nothing holding you up. So if we come in with a gap up, you got to watch because we don't have much holding us up. We don't have much here holding us up at all. Let's see here. Yeah, that's not. You got to watch. I want to look for 428, a pullback to 428. All right, 428, a pullback on the Qs to see if it holds. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen because you're going to have a gap fill down at 427.65. And which you guys can see here, this gap fill is also going to put you to that flat top resistance right there too. So that looks like a really nice area that we could look for. People are going to be looking at 428. But we'll be like, you got a little bit further. So let's see if we get a wick. Yes, that looks really good, actually. Look, you have a small gap here. You have that prior gap up with the opening price gap down right there. That's a nice area here. Hold on one second. Right there. It's like a flat top resistance. And guess what? That's your monthly value area. Okay? All right, on the 15-minute. That's a perfect area. 427.50. 427.50. All right, so we'll look for pullbacks into that area to get long. This morning, I want you guys to notice the volume this morning is the most that we have had at 7:30, 7:45. At least it was. It was looking like it. It's 8 o'clock. Yeah, then never mind, I guess. That's because it's the Qs. That's why. Because I was looking at the SPY. So the SPY had some nice volume this morning. Not so much the Qs. So that's giving us a sign of weakness in tech. Sorry, community share, please. What is that? NSU. Community share. I'm not sure what that is. Look at the SPY. Wow. Pivot high there. Let me get rid of this. No, I don't want to get rid of that. Yes, let me get rid of that. Rectangle, got rid of it. So you have a previous pivot high here. I still need a pullback. Here. 494. It is that area. We got to look for a pullback into here. Alright, I'm going to look for a pullback right in here, gang. That's where I'm looking for a pullback to see if it holds. Alright, and that level is 494, 494.50. Alright, 494, 494.50. Okay? Alright, so that's that. That's the SPY, that's the Q. So, again, the IWM led yesterday. Alright, let's look at the Dow. Now, it's important to look at these because, look at the Dow. It's not breaking out to highs yet. Alright, Qs. Not breaking out to highs yet. Okay, it's still stuck in that range. Still stuck up there. Okay? So it's important to notice where we are and where the index are. Now let's look at the IWM. Oh, it's getting ready to break out of that range there. All right, a lot of strength there. We pulled back, held the 50-day like we wanted to. It held it yesterday, and it almost fell through, but then it regained it. So you can still sense the weakness there. So let's see what happens. Looks like you're holding 194. I would write down 194 or yesterday's high. Yesterday's high here at like, I don't want to have too many levels here, but this is where I would be a buyer. I want to get a pullback into the 50-day or into yesterday's high. Yesterday's high should take us higher because that should bring the 50-day up a little bit. We'll see if it does. That's what I'm looking for. All right, I want to see if the IWM can somewhat give us a long here at 193.50. All right, 193.50. Let me go back. I'm sorry. All right, let's go right here. Bada bing, support, resistance. That's going to be 193.50, actually. 193.50. I'm going to make that a 2. 193.50. Write it down. If we hold 193.50 on the IWM, I'm going long. Okay? Letting you know right now. 193.50 if we hold long. Now, where do I want to go? We can't just say I'm going long. To where? Well, I'm going to be taking profits. My target's going to be 195.50. I'm going to get a little bit of time on this. I'm not going to hold it too long. But I will be looking to take this up to... Oh, man. So, let's do this. Let me do this. Let's do this. Because we need the targets. Like, where are we going? We can't just get in something and not understand where it is that we're going. So it looks like 196 is going to be where we're headed, where I'd like to go to. All right, I'd like to get this to 196, 197. All right, you have a pivot low. You have a support and resistance area right here at 196.97, but that's, 196, 197. But it's funny that it's 196.97 cents. So don't get that confused, all right? I know there could be a little bit of confusion there. We're putting in lower highs. That's the only part here that you need to be cautious of. You are in a downtrend right now. We're in a downtrend. So don't just, just haul off and just buy calls just because I said I was buying calls. All right. Let's see here. Bang. Let's go here. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. So, if we can get a 193.50 long, I will be taking profits into
CLSD, Clearside Biomedical announces pricing at
195. I'm going to take profits, through the high, if the volume is there. Through the high, I want to take profits going into 195, and then my target again for this has got to be like 196.50, like 196 to 197, because you're starting to get into this range at 195. So if you get the 50-day long, which would be like a $1.50 move, all right, going into 195, target is 195. So you want to see, guys, an increase in volume to let you know when you get that low volume pullback and you get some nice buyers in there that you can get up into and get through 195. So I want to make sure I got the majority of this position taken off. And you can see the selling coming into 194 right now. All right, you can start to see that right now. So I want to see that, all right, we got an increase in volume. That's going to help me say, hey, we can break 195. 195 is broken. Sometimes I see better because my monitors are big. 194. So we got through 194. We may hold 194 as support. We got to get through 195 though, guys. We got to get through 195. We get through 195, We'll take some pieces off up at 195. We get there. We turn 195 into support. Then I want to start looking at like 195.80, right? Getting into 196, taking profits. Then we see if we can get through 196. We get through 196. We know we're going to 197. And what move is that? What is that telling us? That is a, depending on where we open, from 194 to 197 is a 1.5% move. Okay? That's 3 points. That's a 1.5% move. We could easily do that. As long as we have the buying power to get through 195, to get into that area, and then we can look to, kind of play that range. All right, let's get into Tesla. So Tesla moved yesterday on us, and it just happened so quick I couldn't get in, guys. So 195. All right, 195, and then I'm going to be looking to take profits. Let's see here. What do we have here? What is this? 195.50. We're going to look to take profits at 195, 195.50, 195.50, 196, going into 196, and then possibly target 197. All right, this is going to be our target up here. Let's see here. Give me an hourly chart. I need to hurry up, guys, and I'm going to start going through some names. All right, so you can see that we have a big range here from 194. The resistance is like, it's weird because you gapped up and you fell back in, but you could see that resistance up here, and then it made it support, and then you broke it. So we're going back up to test 197. That's our target. Look for calls maybe next week. You can see this whole range that you have here. This is why I'm saying it. Look at that range. We're playing the range. We're at the bottom of the range. Can we get to the top end? And yes, you have an even bigger range here, right? You have an even bigger one here that goes up to here, but you got to get through 197. If we can get through this 197 area, resistance, 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 resistance. It breaks up, breaks it back down. It goes back up, tests it, immediately breaks it. Resistance, resistance. Gets through it, tries to hold it, breaks. So we know 197. That's why I'm saying 197. All right? Bet. Run it. All right? When we pull back, if it's a low volume pullback, let's do it. Let's get long IWN. At least that's what I'm doing. I'm getting long IWM, and I'm going to hopefully ride it up to that area. All right? So I shouldn't even have to say it. You guys should already be ready. Have targets, or have whatever you need to let you know when it pulls back there. All right, let's go into Tesla real quick. So that's a pullback in the Friday's highs. You had a rejection up here, so watch 194.30. Even more so 195.50. All right, the selling really started at 195 though, so that's why I chose 195. Not just because of that one area. There's multiple areas where it had a downside sell-off. TSLA, dog. TSLA. Look at that. Man, I missed it. I should have just got in it. I wasn't sure if I was going to get snaked into a long or a gap down. So, if you don't know, a while ago, Tesla kind of fooled with a lot of people when it reported not this past earnings, but the prior earnings when we got to that downside, that initial downside. It set up like it was trying to put in a long and that it was going to gap up. Well, it didn't. It sucked you in long and then gapped down and then downtrend, went into a downtrend. Like they literally set you up for failure, okay? So I will not, kind of just take the trade. All right, because it's hard for me to say exactly where it was, but it was over here, okay, and it was like setting up for a long, and it was up here. I think it was up here, right? It was like setting up. It was like holding levels. It looked beautiful, and then bang, gap down, and then it just went down. And it was a good thing that I didn't, I just put a small piece on. All right, so Tesla, I still think we're headed for 155. That's my target. I'm letting you guys know down here is your gap fill. All right, down there's your gap fill. This is a 4-hour chart. We have trade balance. Let's see what happens here, though. I don't think it's going to be much because unless there's a huge surprise. Let's see here. let's just look at the SPY really quickly. All right. No, give me a 2 minute. It's not going to really move. You're putting in a little bit of a double top, trying to hold. See if we can get a pullback to this area. You know, we want to pull back to here, but if it runs on low volume, you already know it'll get taken back. Just when will it get taken back? All right, Tesla. It's not really doing. Market's not really doing much. All right, so let's go to a 15-minute chart. I got to clean these charts up. I just cleaned them up last week, and I need to do it again. All right, so Tesla's at 187.75 right now. It just got an order filled at 187.75. 187.75. So we're going up into the gap. Yes, we are going. Look, we're right here at the gap. The gap is at 187.76. All right, so if we can start to hold this area here at 187, I don't know if I can go long there. I got to be long back down here at 182.30. So if you're not long already, unless you have the volume, all right, because if we look here, yesterday you didn't really have like massive volume, right? Look at the sell volume there. If we do start to claim and you start to notice we have more volume than yesterday, then yes, let's look for a long. Where are we going to want to take this to? All right, we're at the gap. Right now we're at the gap. I'm trying to be quick here. We're at the gap. You want to see 187, 187.25 hold. All right, but if it pulls back, see it closed here. It's a flat top resistance there. Neil Kashkari is on. This is such an ugly chart. Let's see where we open up. I would say we got it, 188, 187.90. If you can start to hold this gap, it's like there's resistance here. It tried to hold it as support, and then every time it got there, it would gap below that level. Sorry. This is just, it's an ugly pattern, guys. So, you play it how you want, but I got to hold 187, and then maybe I think about a long to 189. Is that worth it? That's only $2. So if you're pretty certain, look what you have here. That's the gap fill. 189, 190 is the gap fill. So we could probably look short for the gap fill. Possibly. Okay, possibly. Let me pull up an hourly chart. Let's turn on pre-market volume. So 190, I'm going to see if it runs out of steam. If it doesn't, because on a daily chart, you have what do you have here? What do you guys see? You're starting to see a, on an increase in volume, where the 50-day cracks below the 200-day. That is a bearish pattern. All right, you did put in new lows with a higher RSI. Okay, so that is a bit of divergence. You just need the volume with it. All right, you can see here, look at the RSI. This is what we want to see. This means that sellers are running thin. Bang, uptrend, stock, downtrend. Okay, this is the same exact reversal signal we used in January to get long Tesla off of the reversal. So are we starting to see a trend reversal here? We might be. What's the catalyst going to be, though? Are they going to come out with news? So let's see if we can look for a possible long. Again, as long as 187 in that area holds. I've got to be honest with you. You got to look for a major support level, though. You got to wait for that pullback. I'm telling you. It like right now, if Tesla is not at 184, how can you get long? Okay, the only way I could get long is if we have a huge increase in volume, bigger than the day prior. 187, 187.15. I'm going to write it down right now. If we hold it and we have a lot of volume, I'll look for 187 to get long. Okay, I'll look for 187 to get long, and I'll see if we can take that, get into the gap fill, and take that up to 192. It just doesn't make sense, though. 187.50, or not 187.50, but 187 to 192. The risk to reward there is not good, guys. So we may need a pullback. Like, I want 182 to 190. I want that $8, $10 move where I can risk $1 or $2 to get long. That's what this game is all about. So you got to buy right. Where's our support area? Well, it looks like we have a little bit of support down here. Like right there. That looks like our support area. Oh, and guess what? Where's that take us? That takes us right to yesterday's close. Yesterday's pivot high on the hourly chart. So if we pull back to yesterday's close, that might be an area I might think. And what happened? Look what it did after hours. It pulled back to what? Yesterday's close. And it bounced and gapped up. And it started going from there. Does it give us another pullback to yesterday's high, yesterday's close? It's the only way I can buy it. Because not only am I buying contracts cheaper, I have more room to go. And I have less room. I have less margin of error. I need volume. Look at this. Look what you're coming up into. All right, look at this sell candle here. That's 30 million versus yesterday you had 23. So let's see, are the sellers still there? I'm not sure if they are. They've made a lot of money. You may have brought in some new shorts here and they might be starting to get squeezed. I think we need a pullback though. I think we need to try yesterday's close or 184. So let's dive into it. 5-minute chart here. Let's see if they've made it support right now, which is 185.85. So call it 186. Yesterday's double triple top here. Yeah, 185. That's what we're going to that's what it is. 185. I'm going to put a dotted line there because that's going to be my entry if we hold it. And that's also yesterday's close. Okay, 185, edit properties, write it down right now. 185. If 185 holds on a low volume pullback, okay, you don't want, if this thing is higher and you start pulling back on a huge increase in volume, leave it alone. Just leave it alone. I promise to just be patient and wait. There's no reason to rush into something like Tesla. All right, let's keep it moving. We only got a little bit of time here. So, again, 185, yesterday's close, and we'll look to take it to where? We're going to look to take it up to 190. Come on. Man, see, 190 is the resistance level. You might, and you can see here what's happening. Look at Tesla on a 1 minute. Right? Bottom left or top left screen. You can see that that's starting to try to act as resistance already. So, sorry, I'm trying to hurry up, guys. Let me go back to this chart because this is where it makes sense. So I'm sorry. Shit. It just doesn't make sense, guys. Support, walks it up, bang. 186 to 185, 186, 185 area. And maybe you can take along up to 192 if that makes sense to you. I don't know if Tesla has it in it. 193. All right. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? Sorry that I'm taking so long on this, but you need a pullback. All right, 186, 185. I just don't know. The upside is the risk to reward isn't there for me. All right, 184. I'm long. I'll look at 184 to try to get long to 190. I'll put it on. I'll give myself some time, and we see what happens. All right, so Tesla 184, 185, 186, but not really 186 because I need 184, or else I'm not buying it. TSLA 184 long, and we're gonna look to be taking that up to. We're gonna be looking to take that up to like 192 to 194. Target 192/194, and I'll just take profits at my levels as we get there. I'll take profits in front of 187, 190, and all that fun stuff. All right, so you guys can see here 187 should, you can see support, 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 support. Let's see if we can pull it back, turn it into support. You broke it yesterday. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's keep it moving. I know I'm taking a little while. Apple has been one on our list. Let's see here. So Apple's up at the 50-day. All right, we called out Apple this we've just been playing Apple because it's been giving us the moves. All right, let's go look at a daily chart. All right, you got to look at the daily chart because it'll help you understand what's going on here. So you can see here we have some serious resistance up here at 192. All right, 192, 191.90 area. Okay, it's this whole area here. So we're bumping into the 50-day right now. Do we end up getting a pullback to 190, 189? I'm sorry, 189. And can we hold 189? That's what I'm going to watch for. All right, that's what I'm watching for. Okay, I'll show you why. You had this little bit of a bull flag here. It pops, failed breakout. Now we're right back up here. It looks like, again, it looks like 192 is going to be that area it might be a little tough to get through. All right, you have resistance at 192. You're up in the 50-day. You're right up in that ass. All right, you're right up in it right now. So, you know, what happens here? Do we get a pullback off of the 50-day, and can we hold 189? So I'd look for 189 to possibly be support since it broke that level. And if it does, you know, you're looking to climb the prior highs. If the markets are going higher, Dow, SPY, look at Apple. See if Apple can get through the 50-day up at 191. That's what I'll be watching. I just think Apple's done a lot. Okay, you can see here it's made it support, double bottom right here, prior resistance. All right, that 187 is a key level there. All right, let's go to Microsoft. I know we were watching Snow. What else we have? I have a whole list here. Boeing. Microsoft's just been hanging out in a range here. We can see here if it'll start to, you know, you're coming into a mild level of resistance on Microsoft. She's gonna yell at me, my cat. So I apologize. She has food. She'll have to wait 1 minute. You know, Microsoft has resistance up at 408. Really, the resistance level, honestly, is up at 412. So we'll see if she wants to get up there. Let's see. Yeah, she's just sitting in a range here. You can see on the daily chart. Let's see if we start to pop up higher and we put in a lower RSI. Microsoft's not really on my list. I need something with news. I need a catalyst. I need something to give me a reason to get in a name. Okay, whether it's earnings, something, right? So some of these names I'm not really worried about. AMD has given you a really nice move the past 2 days. It sold off right out the gates. I couldn't get in. You know, it is what it is. It happens. Sometimes it's like that. So you can see AMD's putting in a consolidation. Do we start to get some buyers down here at 165? That's what I want to know. I want to know if we start to get some buyers down here at 165, 164. Okay, so we could look for Amazon because, again, look at the daily chart. This is a low volume pullback. Oh, my God. Like, can I ask you guys, why does everything got to be so difficult? Why? Why couldn't you just slide your ass the fuck over? All right, so you got a little bit of support here at 164 to 165. 164.50, 165. That it's like $1 range. All right, all right in here. All right, let's go to an hourly chart. So that's nice, right? That's a good sign. You have a double top here, kinda, but it is a low volume pullback. Can we hold this level? Guys, I want a long at 160. I don't know if it'll give it to me. What we can look for is to see if 170 becomes resistance and we look for more downside. But I don't know how much you're going to get. Look, it's already rejecting that level now, but you have support here at 165. So 165 and 170, 169.50. I'm sorry, 169.50 and 166. It might just sit there between those two. Semiconductors have had a really nice move Monday and Tuesday, so, you know, and then you have ARM reporting tonight. So semiconductors may not be where you want to be unless there's an upgrade, downgrade, unless there's news and a reason to be out of. AMD has made the move. You're going to have to give it a day or two before it moves again. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. All right, but if we get down here, I'm going to start wanting to look at, I want to start looking at getting some longs on AMD when we get down into this area. Anywhere from 160 to 164. Okay, 160 to 164. I'll look to see if I can't get like 2-3 week calls on it. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like as it gets down there. Because I'd like to try and get another long back up to like 172, right? Even from 160, 164, that's a $12 to $8 move, $7 move. All right, NVIDIA, it's just going higher. We already know what it's doing. Morgan Stanley this morning gave it a price target upgrade. All right. So I'm not really worried about that. Ford killed earnings yesterday. It's pulling back now. I'm not sure if it's going to give you any moves today. It could. Usually it takes them a day or two to move. Let's go, Ziggy. Good morning, buddy. I didn't see you there. Let's see here. Where are we? 13. 13, 13, 13. 13, 13, 13. Yeah, so we're kind of at resistance. We don't have anything stopping us to the upside here. If you can bust through 13, if we can bust through 13, you don't have anything stopping you all the way up to $14. So if for me, I'd have to look for a pullback to like maybe 1250, hold 1250. See, even 1298. It's at 1275 right now, so it's probably trying to pull back. 1262, 15-minute chart. I really want to make something happen today. I do. As long as I'm put myself in the right place. I need to look at Coinbase and stuff too, because that's what we've been watching. Yeah, so that's Ford. That's Ford. All right. Again, you don't have anything in your way, dude. I apologize to anybody that's just joined us. If you guys could hit the like button for me, say a prayer. I don't know why this is doing this to me. Like, look, I'm clicking the arrow, and then it still wants to do the hand. All right, you have nothing in your way. You have nothing to hold you back from climbing to $14. Once you get to $14, you start getting some sellers up there. Look at the volume. All right, look at the volume of sellers that are from 14 and above. From here and above, you got a good amount of sellers there. All right, anything down here, you got some buyers. All right. You could easily turn those $14 sellers into buyers. You just got to break it. You got to get up there. I think that's where Ford's going. So light volume pullbacks to like 13, 1360, 13 or 1260, 1250 area. Let's pull it back. Look to get long. I don't know if you'll get a 200-day pullback. I don't think you'll pull back to that pivot high of the 200-day. You might, but I doubt it. Not with that earnings report. All right, we can look at KRE. We can look at JPM. Okay, banks. Banks are back in the news, baby. Look at this like bear flag here. Are we going to start breaking it down? I don't know. But I do want to find out what it wants to do because I want to be a part of it. JP Morgan pays. And it's been an ATM machine for us. If you're just joining us here, we've been playing ATM. Or we've been paying JP Morgan just left and right, using it as an ATM. At least I have been. All right, we were long, we were short, and then we were long. Right now, it's kind of just consolidating. I want to see it, give us that run. So, yeah, let's go into some of the movers this morning. Let's make sure that I'm not missing anything. Let's look at Boeing, Snow, and Coinbase, okay? Coinbase. Sorry for that noise. I don't know why it's so loud. Okay, I told you guys, I think it was Chris. What did I say? I said, let's look for a failed breakout back here. Everybody was going long. Hey, we ain't got nothing stopping us, baby. We on the road right now. Can't nobody stop us. F the police. They can't even stop us. We're going to our destination. I said, I don't know, man. I'd watch. You might get jacked. I think you might get jacked on your way. And what happened? It got jacked. All right. She pulled back. She rallied. So far, it looks like a failed breakout. Now, look. We're underneath this level. This is where we wanted to short. All right, we want to short at highs, but we weren't sure if we were going to get the pullback that we were looking for. All right, let's take this off. We could get along here. You're going to see some buyers, right? Buy low, sell high. Okay, let's not forget that. But if we can continuously make this level resistance, okay, I would look, if we cannot get back through 122, I want to take the short. Okay, I want to take the short. Well, where are we? We're at 120.21. 120.21. You know, we're stuck under this level at 120. We were. Now we're back above it. So, you know, this level here, there's a gap here. You're starting to get into... what are we thinking? 124? 124 looks like it's the level. I got to be honest, guys. I think 124 might be the level. All right, that's just my opinion. So it stinks that I didn't see this prior because it did exactly what I thought it was going to do. So I need to do a better job myself of putting these trades on and just giving myself time. I had a feeling that this was going to be a failed breakout. All right, I had a feeling. It was just like, I don't know. It's just like intuition, I guess. So right now it's rejecting. I want to continue to see this double bottom here. I want to see this stuff just continue to act as resistance. You know, if we start to hold, I might look for a long. All right, you don't really have any resistance up until 127.88, 128 area. So let's go. Let's go, guys. We can do it. 500. Let's get some likes in here. Let's go. Let's go. I'm just waiting. So, yeah, that's, you know, if we can stay above 120, guys, you got to watch for this pivot high, that pivot low there. All right, you do have a consolidation also up here at 124. It's like 124.25. All right, pivot low, bang, resistance, or that's support, resist, support. So maybe this will be the level we throw up and make it a 2. I think that's your level right there. If I gotta be honest, okay? If I gotta be honest, let's do it. Let's come up with our game plan, guys. All right, what are you guys watching? What are you guys watching today? Throw it in the chat. Let me know. We'll cover it if you want to. All right, I'm trying to come up with stuff that I see, and I don't, you know, I also don't want to get overly crazy. So you know what? Let's look at this. All right, let's go to the daily chart. Let's go to the weekly chart. Let's really look at this because, you know, we need to pay attention to what Bitcoin does, and we need to watch MicroStrategy and Bitcoin. MicroStrategy just reported yesterday. All right, they reported yesterday. So the weekly chart is still in a downtrend. You're right at the 20 weekly moving average. You can see just pinged right off of that level. That's a long-term level there. It's a long-term moving average. I think the 21 day is the 50-day moving average. Let's see here. What is this? 116. 116. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. No, it's not. Oh, look. 110, 111. It might be up here. So it might be, I think it's like the 21. It's the 100-day moving average. I think that's what it's something like that. The numbers come out weird. All right. Coinbase, that's what I'm looking for, guys. If we can continue to reject yesterday's close at 120, if we continue to reject 120, then I'm going to look for us to pull back and get to the 100-day moving average. Okay? That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Let's go. Can we get some likes in here? Can we subscribe if you haven't already subscribed? We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. We greatly appreciate it. You know, we need your help. We need your help to keep this stream going. And all we ask is hit the like button, subscribe. We're here to help you not only make money, but save money. All right? There's no reason why you guys need to throw your money away to other people and make other people wealthy while you continue to just, you know, not consistently not get to where you want to be. It's bullshit. It really is. All right? Here's the difference between us and a lot of the other places, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, if you guys want to go pay to go somewhere, you want to go to a Discord, that's fine. I hope they know what they're doing for you, okay? And if they're out there making $20,000, $80,000, $90,000 trades, because you're paying for it. Okay, number one. Okay, number two. Let me log in. All right. We've had number two. We've had a great month here. I've been doing this for almost 10 years now, if not a little over, a little under. Doesn't really matter. But I will say, if you go to any groups, watch out for spamming. Listen, they will spam the shit out of you and try to run your wallet dry. I promise. I've seen it. Okay, I've seen it. That's why I started this. I had a friend, went and bought, see, what they were all about. Spam, 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 spam. And then, if you do something wrong that they don't like, you get blocked, you can't talk. It's like, this is all of them. Okay? This is all of them. This is not just one in particular. How can you, another one, okay? If I give you guys a trade idea 5 minutes before the market open, 10 minutes before the market open, 15 minutes before the market opens, how do you have time to go through those trades to make sure that that's what you want to do and come up with the idea yourself? So just be careful what you're doing, guys. Okay? Because if you're a paying customer and I'm waiting until 9:20, 9:25, I'm giving you my trade idea as the bell opens, there's something wrong with that. There's a problem there. All right? Because you can't just, whether that's what it's going to do or not, it doesn't matter. You should be able to go over these trades yourself, like Coinbase. I'm trying to give you guys this stuff early. So, watch what you're doing. All right? Trust me. Everything is gravy until you join. So don't, listen guys, keep your money. Don't fucking give it to anybody. Especially for trading. There's no reason. If you want to buy a book, at least get something tangible out of it that you can take with you for the rest of your life. At least get that. Alright? That's all I'm saying. Alright, so. We went through Coinbase. We're going to look for 120. Look for that rejection of 120. If we can hold 120, we're going to look to get up to like 128. Okay? 128, 130. That would be a really nice trade, guys. We don't really have much stopping us to get back to the upside to get to that support level on the daily chart, as you guys can see here. You have a minor level at 125, and then the next level up from there is like 126 to 128. Okay, boom, boom. Yeah, so we could probably get back to 127-ish. All right, what I'm going to do is, see, that's the close. The close is up here. So, we'll see if we can get to 128. All right, let me go, let's look at Boeing real quick. Let's look at Boeing. I went to the daily chart. So, we're almost at the 100-day moving average. And I'm thinking I want to try to get short and get a move from 120 if they don't take it down to like 110.50, 111, down to that 100-day moving average. That's a $10 move. Doesn't look like much, but it could be a nice trade for us. All right, that's what I'm looking at. All right, that's Coinbase. We've been watching it. All right, Boeing. Boeing's another one. What do we got? We got 209. Can we get a downgrade? What do we got here? The safety report. I don't want to see that. I want to see a downgrade. I want to see a downgrade. Come on, baby. Give me the downgrade. I don't see it. Let's go here. Let's go here, here, and there. All right. Taping report 78% jump. Kuru Jeffries cuts Nordic Semiconductor to a hold on customer mix and shortages. All right, so that's probably a downgrade on semis. The semis will probably consolidate today. Again, I'm not sure what the markets are going to do as far as, yesterday we told you that the markets were probably just going to trade sideways. Fortinet had really nice earnings. Roblox. What time is it? It's 9 a.m. Alibaba booster share buyback. We know that, but it's going down. New York Communicate names a new executive. We know that. What I was looking for is Boeing. Okay? Is Boeing. Boeing. Is there anything that we need to know? Is there anything? What airlines regulators are doing? Says something, blah, 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 blah. So no downgrades yet, guys. And see if it comes in tomorrow, because you have Disney earnings. You have PayPal, Disney. So let's see tomorrow, while everybody is whatchamacallit, kind of not paying attention. Let's see if we get a downgrade on Boeing. But guys, we're kind of grinding here. 1, 2. Let's see if we can pull it back. All right, let's see if we can pull it back here. I want to look at a 209 to 206, 204 pullback. We held it yesterday. You have some mild. You got some mild sauce right here at 207. But you can see it's taking some of it back. All right, that's a mild. It's like a mild level there. It's not major. It's not something that I would consider like, watch out. 207's coming up. That's a major level. It's mild. It's a mild level. All right, so this is what I drew to see if, we could start to put this in, because I want to start seeing if the 50-day is going to start coming down this way, right? I want to start seeing if it starts pulling back, and the stock and then they meet. Where are they going to meet? Right around that earnings gap at 225. That's what I'm calling for. So if you want to get a pullback, you get pullbacks, and you want to look to get long a month or two, right? Look to get a month or two out calls. Maybe they worked out for you. Stick to your stop loss. All right, let's see if this happens. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this to meet that 50-day eventually. Again, the more it pulls back, the more it's going to pull that 50-day down with it as well. Even as it consolidates, it's going to come upon a time, right, after 2 to 3 weeks that, or like a month, after sitting here for a while, it's going to start to price in a lower price, and you're going to start seeing that 50-day just start to anchor down like more and more, and it's just going to start getting steeper and steeper, and it's going to start getting pulled down with it. And then as it comes up, it'll get pulled down with it, right? But it's about the time, right? You're talking about 50 days it's trying to price in right now, and you've been down here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20. So about 18 days. All right, so it's still it's got a lot to price in here, but you also have a lot way up here, so it's like stuck. Okay, it's going to take some time. So think about these things when you're trading, because it's important, because you can paint the picture. All right, get your little Ross thing or whatever his name is, and get your little picture painted. You got to. That way you can have confirmation and like a probability, hey, I'm pretty sure this could do that. Let's see if we can get back down to 201. I want to get short Boeing. I want to get a pop, a low volume pop, not get through this area. 210, 209. Let's get a short on Boeing. All right, let's look at the 4-hour. Kind of high. A little higher than I'd like to see it. Or a little lower than I'd like to see it. All right, that's an hourly. Now, why am I doing this? Because I want to see where, I'm painting the picture. I'm painting the picture. Like right now it's telling me that like 207, yesterday's double top, or Monday's double top might hold. Yeah, 207. Now I need to take off, pre-market, because that could really be messing me up. All right, let's go here. 1 hour chart. This is what it takes, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to hurry. So that's at a 50. Yeah, I would watch 205, 206. Looks like we could pull back in there. You can see here yesterday's close. You see how we got above it, tried to hold it, bang, it broke it. It wicked right into it. You can see that wick right there, and then bang, rejected it. And then today, I think we're below it still, but you can see here, comes down, support. All right, comes up, made that resistance. Does it come back down? Do we get a 201? I want to get a 201. I think we need to test 201 again. I do. I think we need to put in a support level at 201. It's just my opinion. I think that's what we need to do. I think it's important for the American people that we test 201. All right, I'm telling you right now. All right, let me make sure my little girl has food in her bowl. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
What changed in my life? What will change? if you're a Comcast subscriber,
So I have
in
everything.
other words, so you get your cable via Comcast,
Right.
nothing. You'll still get all your sports.
Okay, so my
because
kid-
you're getting ESPN, you're getting Fox, you're getting Turner on Comcast.
Okay, so-
and you're paying for them. You're also getting news, and then you're getting those shows that you like to talk about. The
Fire, Chicago.
Fire.
As long as I get a fire,
Yeah.
you
No,
have
the
to have
fire
murder
and the
NC
murder
yeah,
and the-
okay.
right.
All right. Now, how about my cord never kids who only have Netflix but really like sports? They have something.
That's the core. It's my 21-year-old son who, conceivably, when he gets a job and is out there in the world, says, "Well, I don't care. I'm never going to get a cable
She's all right,
sub,
Chad. She's
but
doing-
You know
I
why?
love
Because
sports,
they don't
and so
care
I'm gonna
about
pay my-
Chicago Fire.
I'll pay my
crime.
$44.99 a month for this new product.
Let's go.
For this
We're
new
gonna win
app.
today.
By the way, it's
Today,
not going
we
to
will be
bid on
winners.
sports rights itself. That will still be each
We
of the
will be
parents
winners
doing that
today.
on their own. It's not an entity that will. It's just aggregating and distributing.
Does the phrase Hulu for sports ring with you?
Yeah,
You like
it does.
that?
It does.
It kind of reminds me separately of what Goodell said in a presser this week
We should talk about
the wild card game on Peacock, that it lowered the audience by 10 years. And I wonder if ads are part of this, if there's a premium that they'll pay for that kind of
It's
younger
interesting
audience.
in terms of that demographic, but obviously ads will be an important part of it. And again, don't get fooled by the one-third ownership, because the revenues will be, as I said, flowing through.
All right, so
we'll
let
see
me-
how. Listen, Jim, they don't know. They're taking a shot here. The Charter Disney battle
Yeah, how
in
does
the
that- what happens
fall
there?
and what happened there and where they ended up with, that sort of started a lot of this process because it did destabilize the bundle even more.
Okay, but look, I watched you yesterday. Come on, with the whole story, except for I didn't think they had the whole story. They have no. Why did they have? What was the rush here? No name, no executive, no clarity. What was the gun to the head?
They thought it was going to leak. They thought it was going to
so
leak.
it's just that-
Yeah, and I asked the same question, and the answer was we thought it would leak because you're right. There isn't, even though they have a short definitive agreement, apparently they don't have the long definitive agreement yet. And to your point, no name. The executive has been identified. They do have a pretty good idea on pricing, is my understanding. And so let's go with, we're guessing, but I'm going to guess like $44.99 a month. Something along those lines. But you're right, Jim. Felt a little preliminary.
The other framing headline this morning is the group gets together to fend off tech giants when it comes to sports rights. Is that part of the battle here as well?
A lot of these deals, these deals from 2032, and some of these deals last long.
They do.
At the same time, we've got Apple with lots of money that seems to like sports. I mean, obviously Amazon, Chassis likes sports.
My fault, chat.
Really great.
All right.
So, I mean, there is
What
some
you got?
sort of three.
Sorry, just drank some
against
water.
Those are better than one.
Conceivably, although again, the entity itself is not going to be.
What you guys
bidding on
got for me?
sports
What
rights. It
tickers
will
you guys
be
want to look
ESPN
at?
still
Is
doing
there
that.
something I'm missing? Is there upgrades, downgrades, anything? All right, anything. Let me write this down. Coinbase and Boeing. Okay, Coin, Boeing, Tesla. What did we say for Coin? KRE. Look at that rejection on KRE, regional banks. That's a crazy rejection there. I need to hurry up. Let's go here. And guys, keep an eye on yields. ENPH is another one. So Dixie. Let's go to our hourly chart. So the dollar's pulling back. We can see the dollar pull back to 103. That's probably why the market's going higher. Okay. If we can get a 103 test, it's like 103.70. US 10Y. All right. Yields are pulling back a bit as well, obviously. See if yields can pull back. And we'll look at the dollar. Man, it looks like it wants to hold. Shoot.
EHU and Funware on that earlier offering is now priced $10 million. That's Papa.
All right. S&P stocks. Bang. Let's go. No, I don't want that. I want to see stocks that are moving today. Come on. Sorry, gang. I apologize. Just a little bit of frustration here. I'm trying to hurry up. Okay, we have Uber, Snap. That's right, Snap. You might get a little bounce on snap. I don't know if I'm going to look at it unless it gives us the opportunity. You know, what we got to do here is help one another, right? If we see something, we say it and say, yo, guys, there's just a lot of volume. There's a lot of continuation here on this name, right? We're better as a group, not an individual. All right? That's what I'm trying to stress here. End phase. Shares of the solar stock jumped 13.2%. Fortinet, really, really well on Fortinet. Maybe you see all-time highs on Fortinet. So Coinbase is holding 120. Coin 120 hold. 120 hold. We're going to look for a long to where? And we want to get short. Long to 126. You don't have anything stopping you if you get above this. Give me a 15-minute chart. There we go. Yes. So, man, there's a lot of there's a lot of up and down. It's like a whole consolidation area, and I feel like, you know, this one little pivot area shouldn't stop us from getting up to 126. So I'll write 120 long to 124, 126. Call it 124.50. I'm going to call it 126. Fudge that. Long 124.50. Area. 126. And I'm going to put a star next to 126. And then we'll look for a 130, 126 short. 130 if we can't get there. 128. 128 is also another level, but really it's this level here. Okay. All right. So that's that, guys. 128, 126, 124. Watch those levels. If we break below and you start turning 120 into resistance again, 120 becomes resistance and you fail to hold it, then we're going to look for a 120 short down to the 100-day moving average at 111, 110.50. 111, 110.50 / 100-day. Bang, bang. It's as easy as that. And then what did we say for Boeing? We already know. 209. Right? 209 is that key level. We've been talking about it for a while now. Support. Oh, my fucking God. Just playing. Just playing. Just playing. Just playing, man. Just relax. Vamos. Just relax. So, look. We got a little bit of a pullback here and a hold on Boeing. It's putting in a lower hot. Dude, if you don't fucking just give me the fucking arrow right now, I have fucking problems. We're at the monthly value area high. I gotta watch 209, guys. I gotta watch it. Because it failed to hold it yesterday. It got above it. Now we're gapping back down below it. 209. Pullbacks to 206. Really, I'd like us to get way back down to 201. I mean, it's the only thing I can do here. Is there something I'm not seeing on the daily chart? There's a 100-day up here at 213, but it's 213 and 209. We already know those areas, so nothing's really changed. I don't know. I might not watch Boeing today because I just don't like it. I don't like the chart. All right, I don't really like the chart right now. Look at Tesla ripping and roaring. Look, right into resistance. Look at it. Look at it. Look. What's it doing? What did we say? 190. All right, we said 190. There is resistance here, but really the resistance, the main resistance is up at 192. So it's already taken that move away from you, and I feel like we get a low volume pullback. Now this will help me go long. 187. This will help me go long because we broke 187 now. All right, we broke it now. It's donezo. It's 9:15. I gotta hurry up. All right, I gotta hurry up. Not sure what the overall markets are doing. So yeah, 190 is resistance right now. Let's go here. Bada bing, bada boom. Kramer is hilarious at times. He's just like, he's a nut. He's a fucking nut. Alright? And you gotta be a nut to do this. So you can't be mad at him. Look at that extension off of this level. Look for 188, guys. Let's look for 188 on Tesla to see if we can do something. See if she'll do something for me. Alright? Tesla, can you do something for me? Alright? Daily chart, you have the 9 EMA coming in here at 189 as well. Alright? Look at your little daily chart. Get that up there so you know what the hell you're doing. Don't go fishing blind, okay? Don't go fishing blind. Alright? You might get bit. You might get hit. You might have a shark run up on your ass. Alright? You might get stuck up. You might get stuck up for your lures. Yes, I'm just talking out my ass. 187, 187. Look at this level right here. You see why I'm saying this level? Because look at the volume that you had off of that area right there. Look at that. And then look at that. Bang. So if we get a low volume pullback, right? We get a low volume pullback. A low volume pullback. We look for an increase in volume. Pull it back. Low volume pullback. And then we look for a bang. We get through that area. You look for a little pullback. Bang. But if it's really on and popping, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that pullback. I'm talking about the pullback. If you were to break 189.85, 190, you may not get that pullback to hold 190. Because if you get going, these shorts start covering it. The bids are going to start stepping up. All right? You can see it right now. They're getting nervous. They're seeing the price action. They're seeing the pre-market volume that just came in here. All right, let's see. Maybe they're not scared. Maybe they ain't scared. I don't know. Maybe they are. We finna find out. Feels like a day where we want to look at Tesla. All right, so we wrote down. Shit. No. Hopefully it has. Oh, look, it already has Tessie. Cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, look at that. And look at that level at 187.94. Right where that came in at. You guys see that stuff? Let me bring this down a little bit. Because what I want to put here is the S&Ps. I already have it. All right, run it. Cool. Damn, the SPY is going, bro. SPY is ripping and roaring. We're right there at prior highs. We're right at prior highs. And look, it held that close. We pulled back and it held the close of 495.50, guys. All right. We held the close. So we want to look for what is strong. If the SPY is going higher, let's look at the IWM real quick before the market opens. The IWM isn't really doing what the SPY is doing. It kind of is, I guess. I feel like the SPY is hella strong. There's got to be something going on with the Dow. It's up there. Like, the SPY is just monster right now. Let's see the Q. There it is. I knew it. I knew it had to be the Qs or something. There's your strength, right? The SPY pulled back and held that level. Look at the Qs. They're through it. Let's go to the SPY. You can see the Qs are leading today. We may want to look at at tech to be leaders. Look, the SPY just got through that level as well. So we just seen the shift, right? It was the Dow and the IWM kind of leading yesterday and Monday. And the Qs were lagging, and now they've picked up. What has caused them to pick up and start to lead here? What earnings did we have? Roblox, RBLX, okay? Not S Roblox, RBLX, you fucking dumbass. Dude. So we could look for names like Snow. Alright, just anything that's in that arena. Watch out, man. Snow's got some resistance here. Dude, I did not buy the pullback yesterday. I don't like that I didn't buy the pullback. That sucks. Let's see if we can get something out of Snow today. Let's go over to our charts. All right, Snow, we were on this trade. If you were with us last week on Friday, we gave this trade out. And I gave it to you guys a while ago, and I said my target was 220. This was our target. You're getting into a gap fill up here. If you break 220 and you start getting to like 225. All right, if you go back to the daily chart here, you guys can see there's a big gap right here, guys. A big gap. You know, when you're at the mall, you're like, damn, that's a big gap. All right, not one, but 225, 227 is the gap fill. Your resistance isn't until 240, so this thing could have room. This could be a swing trade. Look at the volume. Look at the volume you have here. All right, this is beautiful volume that you want to see. Look at the increase in volume through the prior double top. We pulled back to that double top to hold it. Let's look to get along and see if we can't take this mother trucker to 230. Look at the volume there, guys. Look at that. Bang. Low volume pullback. This is a beautiful setup. Look at that. You pulled right into that prior double top. You held it yesterday. They got long right off of it. Let's look to see if we can extend to new highs and get into the gap and get that gap fill at 227. You got to watch. There may not be much room on here. So Snow is one that I'm going to be watching, and I'm going to be watching it close. All right. If it allows me to make any moves, I'm going to make my move. All right. Bust a move. As long as it's okay. As long as she says that it's okay. He, she, however you swing. Okay. Just make sure that's okay. Have some respect. All right. If Snow says, yo, take that long. Take it. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take that long. All right. So, you could probably look for a pullback to yesterday's close. Let's see if we can pull back to like 213, 214. 214 maybe. Pulls back, bang, pulls back, bang, boom. It's a shady setup. We got to get above here. This is your area that you got to get above. You got to get above 217. And you didn't. That was a low volume pullback yesterday, and at the end of the day, they got in this thing heavy. All right, you got a little flat top resistance right here. Okay, nothing to be scared of. Don't be scared. Ain't no reason to be scared. It's only a long. It's only a long. All right, so let's see if we can get into that gap fill. Again, guys, I do want to see if I can get, like, where would my entry be at? Where is my entry? Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down here? Or what? Or am I just alone on this? This could make your week if it really starts going. If we get it. I feel like today's the day. I feel like today's the day we're going to get a little bit of movement. Yeah, I think... Come on, you piece of... You know what? It's just... What is this? Smart. Alright, maybe 214? Am I, like... You have some resistance up here, support there. Alright, 216 to 214 area, I guess. I'm not too sure what to think here of Snow. But I do like Snow. I do. This was a really nice low volume pullback. And again, if it gives me the opportunity, I'm taking it. So, yeah. I want to see us get right back down here. This is where I want to look to get long. This whole area. All right. This whole area is what I'm going to look for today. All right. This whole area right there. All right. Right there. That's where I'm looking to get long. Right there. All right. So that is 215 to 214. It's like a dollar area. Maybe if we pull back into this area and we get along at like 225, 220, or 214.18, 214.10, like 214.20, and we put our stop loss at like just below 213, like 1292, 1290. what is that? That's like $1 or so to possibly make, you know, $5, $6, $7 to the upside. It's a pretty good risk to reward. Okay, pretty good risk to reward there. All right, and that's what we want to focus on. So let's see where we pull it back to, and we'll have a wonderful day today. All right, it's 9:25. We got 5 minutes. So that's snow. 215, 214 area long. Where's your stop loss? You have a mild support again down here at 212. So, you know, it's like, it's tough. It's tough. Your stop loss to me, if it doesn't hold yesterday's close or this area, put your stop loss again, I would put it around, because, 213 could hold. This little pivot area, this little whole area here, you got to give it some room. If you're not comfortable with giving it room, then don't give it room. Anything past 212, then I'm like, okay, I'm good. If you get a bounce, a low volume bounce to the upside, and you start making 217 resistance, then we're going to switch things up and say, okay, it's not time yet. It needs a little more time. But this looks pretty good. That's a double top, a prior double top with an extension of volume through it. With a low volume pullback, they got long it yesterday with some decent volume. Heaviest volume of the day on that pivot low yesterday. So we look to get back down into this area. Yesterday's close, 213, 214. Okay, and we look to get long. That's what I'm doing. All right, 213, 214 area. I just think you know what? Maybe this is where maybe this is a long right here. Maybe that's the long. I'm going to make this a 2, and we'll see if we pick that off. We'll see. I think that's too big of a move, though. Right? I think you got to look maybe like 213. Yeah, give me 213. I think that's too big of a move. I'm sorry. I just, maybe I'm not seeing something. All right? Maybe I'm not seeing something here. It's getting fucking warm in here now. God damn it. Nope, I was right. Undo. Yep, I was right. That's where I want to be long. 212. If I don't get 212, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to just skip it at 213, 214. I'm going to see if we can get down there, and I'm going to try to take the long. All right, and again, I'm going to be taking profits up at 217, 216, and I'm going to look to get into that gap. That gap's up here, 220. I might get some time on this. All right, because again, we have room to 240, believe it or not. So if you get extensions, take profits. It's up to you where you want to do it. But me, I'll do it at the resistance areas, okay? I'll see if we can get long right here at 215. It extends. I'm going to be taking profit through yesterday's high. Okay, which would be 217, 217.50. Maybe you take some at 216. It's like $1.50. I wouldn't take, you got to at least try for 219. So, profit taking in front of 219 and then see if you can extend higher. Sorry. All right. That's my plan. All right. If we can get long down here in this area, I'll look to take profits at 217. That's like a $2 move, $2.50. Getting into 219, getting into those highs, right? I want to take profits as we go into the highs in case it starts to reject. All right, let me use the restroom and let's get it, gang. All right, we got 2 minutes. We got 1 minute. Shat, I ain't going to the bathroom. Sorry. You missed that opportunity, bud. All right, let's get it. Shat. William Shatner. Okay, William Shatner. What else did we see? So Tesla, snow. We're looking at tech. If the Qs are ripping, we're buying the dip. All right, if Qs are ripping, we're dipping. All right, whatever that means. Let's go. Good luck, guys. Listen, comment and chat. Hit the like button, please. Subscribe if you have not already subscribed. Let's have a wonderful day today. Fucking snow's already down to 214. Where did we say 212? Let's see here. I'm gonna be patient with snow. All right. I'm going to be patient here. Just watch the cues. I'm going to put up the cues right now. Matter of fact, let's go back here. I know snow's going, guys. I got to put the cues in right here. Q, Q, Q. Bang. All right. Bang. Okay. We got a little bit of rejection here. See if the cues can hold this area at 430. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. Are you going to hold, snow? Or are you going to reject? Let's go. All right, start to hold. Start to hold. Guys, and again, keep an eye on Tesla. Keep an eye on Tesla. Shit. William Shatner. Come on, man. 213.50. I got to be patient. This is where we started buying at. So if I don't get 213.50, okay, if I don't get this area right here, okay, if I don't get this area, I'm not a buyer yet. Because I feel like we tested, this is where sellers are, pulls back, this is where our buyers are, and that's the yesterday's pivot high. All right, that's that pivot high from yesterday. And I could be wrong, but I got to be patient here. And look, let's see if we fill the gap, get the 9 EMA up to this gap here, and then try to take the long. What's Tesla doing? What's old Tessie doing? TSLA. Okay, Tesla's pulling back right into that area I told you guys about. See if you get an increase in volume here. You know, is the risk worth the reward? Tesla, you're going to need volume. You need volume. I'm telling you, that was the dip buy. I'm telling you guys, this is the dip buy. That's where the volume came in at on Tesla. Right there. Look, and it broke it. It broke it. It didn't hold it. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 minute. Give me uno momento, okay? Uno momento, my friend. 196. Dude, you don't really have anything stopping you. If you get long down on pullbacks on Tesla, I would look to take profits in front of 190, and you get through 190, you don't have nothing stopping you until like 195, 196. All right, now you're going to want to watch this volume here. Yes, 190, 196 area. 192. William Shatner, I mean. I'm sorry, William Shatner. William Shatner shat his pants. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. If you guys have comments, you could leave them below. Hit the like button for us. Be awesome. Let's get it. Let's get it, gang. You're not getting that extension. All right? Watch the cues. If you're wanting to be long tech, all right, just got to be patient. If it doesn't give you the entry, it doesn't give you the entry. That's a long wick there. I'm going to be patient on this. I'm not going to go crazy. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait. I'm trying to think of what names could be moving right now. Did my stuff go off? Nope. Okay, Ford's acting up again. All right, Ford's acting up. Like we said, what did we say? Look at that pullback right on the 1 minute to 1280. You have a pullback right there to 1280. I wonder if, oh no, that's not good. Yeah, right there. That's where I was looking. William Shatner. Sorry, I keep saying that. It's just stuck in my head. That's a low volume pullback. Where would it go to? 1270. That's it. 1270's got a hold on Ford, guys. I know I wanted to watch snow, but a lot of things are pulling back here. Just take your time. Just be patient. All right? Be patient, baby. It's all good. It's all good. Dude, why is this doing this? I don't like that it keeps doing that to me. Let's go back to some of these other names. All right. If yields start to bounce, you got to watch for some of these names to pull back, like some of the semiconductor names, okay? All right, Snow is just hanging out here, just hanging out at this level. It's just consolidating right now. Can it hold right there? Damn it, it didn't. Tesla. So Tesla is getting a little bit of a support level there. Do I have it already put in? I do. I do. HD gapped up. IWM. Dude. This is what we got to watch out for, man. This is crazy. I told you guys. IWM, look, it pulled right into the 100-day moving average. Let's see if we start to get a switch here. All right? It's got to hold. It's got to hold the 50-day. It's your second dip buy. Look at it pulling right into it. You want to start seeing buyers. Bang. Watch time to sales right-hand side. Look at that wall of buying that just stepped in there. Boom. There's your buying opportunity on IWM. Bang. Just like that. Straight like that, homie. Let's go. We need to get these buyers in here. Where are we at? 2 minute. The volume is kind of low. I want to get the long so bad, but the buyers are all the way back down here. Test, boom. Yes, we got to look for 193. 193 on IWM. Let's see if we can start the volumes. Look at the Qs. The Qs are already bouncing. The Qs are already bouncing there. All right, Qs are bouncing. You can see the Qs are trying to bounce. Will it hold? Let's see if it turns it into resistance. It may. It may, Flower. That's a low volume bounce. You know, when the markets opened, I thought that we could see a pullback, you know, at least to like 428.50. 428.50. We do have some nice volume here too, guys. I'm thinking about a 428 put on the Qs. Right there would have been your entry. Possibly. Maybe you try to put in a double top. Let's see. I have the Qs up over there. I don't need to have the Qs up here too. Yeah, look at that. That's ugly. It's going to fall out of bed right here. See if it just falls. Is it going to fall? See, this is what happens when you start to learn patterns. Yeah, see? Is it going to extend, though? Can it just go up, extend, boom, down? You got a little bit of support here. It's rejecting VWAP. The 90 MA is way below us. So we look for a pullback. Previous highs are right up there. Yeah, I got to look for 428 gap fill. I got to look for that 428 pullback. That's low volume there, guys. Look how the volume dried up. Pay attention to these things, or at least, you know, hear me out. That's a low volume. Is it going to... Yep, there comes the volume to the upside, though. That wick was to the upside. So you had some buying stepping in there. I still am not sold. Okay, I'm not sold. $428. 428. 429. So the levels on the Qs I'm watching for is 428 and 429.
Nancy, AT Charlie, Bravo, NYCB.
Shit. What's Palantir doing? PLTR. Look at Palantir still go, guys. It doesn't have that much volume. Let's not forget about Save. Okay, Save's pulling back. Save needs to pull back. We told you it needed to pull back. At least we wanted it to pull back. PL. I forgot about Palantir, man. I forgot about it. Shit. I wanted to see if we could get a pullback to like 21.75. It still might. It still might pull back. Okay. Let me see. I don't want to step in and go short in front of it, but that looks like a possible area the Qs are going to try to make resistance, which won't have much bearing on Palantir. But, you know, I would... Man, that's a low volume pullback. Alright, so Snow's still pulling back here. Oh, shit. Coin. Coinbase. Look at it holding that level, guys. Snow is trying to hold 213.50. Look at Coinbase. It's going. Coinbase is falling, guys. It's got some nice volume, too. It's got a little support level there. We got to be able to break this level on Coinbase. All right, we got to break this level here. Shoot. Man, I missed the 119 short. It's just going to keep going. Come on. Hurry. I got to be quicker than that, man. Dude, this sucks. Oh, man. Give me a bounce, baby. Give me a bounce. So I'm looking for a bounce, guys. I want to see if we can get a bounce back and try to get short coin. It's not going to. No, come on. Dude, this stinks. This stinks, man. They're just taking it from us, guys. You have a mild support level at 117, and you're about 70 cents away from there. Fuck. That's brutal, man. It's hard to watch everything at once. Y'all... Dude. You gotta be shitting me, bro. Let's see here. It just sucks because I know this name's gonna pop back. I don't know if I should just take the 111 now and just get like something cheap just to be in the game. Dude, look at it, falling out of bed. Oh my gosh. On low volume, I gotta wait for a pullback. I'm sorry that I'm yelling in the mic. Look at Coinbase, man. Mother trucker, bro.
TENX shares resuming trade. 10X Therapeutics up 20%. Tango Echo November X-ray TENX.
What the? It's still going. It's still going, guys. Dude. No. It is low volume. It is lower volume. Hold up. Should we just say, you know what, the heck with it and get long here? Dude, why is Coinbase... Dude. It's not going to give us a pullback, guys. It's just cracking 117. Oh my god, they went from 50. Oh my god. I can't do this. This is too much. It's not going to give me a shot. It's not going to give me an entry. It's not going to give me the entry. It's just like all, the rest of the week. It's just falling out of bed. Just falling out of bed like a little bitch. It's okay, but look. The volume is not crazy. Just want y'all to know that. The volume isn't crazy. As soon as you go to take the short, she will bounce on you. At least for me. That's how things work for me. Dude, you gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me, bro. Look, somebody just got filled at 70 cents. What an idiot. They market ordered in at the low. What an idiot. They got filled above the asking price. Let's see if I can get like a 50. 118. I want to see a bounce back to like 118 to break this level. Alright, I put a 50-cent limit order in on coin. We'll see what happens. I also wouldn't be, I would not be opposed to trying to go long here. I know it sounds stupid. Again, thank you guys for joining us. Hit the like button, subscribe. If you're not subscribed, not sure what you're doing. It would be greatly appreciated. All right. We have a 50-cent bid. So that means we got to get to like 10.50. That's our target. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel that order because I kind of feel like I kind of want to see if we're going to hold this level. What do you guys think? So look, it breaks, pulls back, makes that area resistance at 120, and now it's pulling back. I don't want to miss anything today. I don't. I got to be honest. I do not want to miss something today. I need to see a bounce back and make this level here like resistance. It's probably going to start selling off now. Yeah, trade line coming in here. 50s. You know what? I just don't like this volume. That volume's not too bad. Let's see, 58.64. Can I get a 60? Can I get a 60? I'm gonna try to limit order in this thing, and let me go for like a 0.59. Good for the day. See if it'll give it to me. Oh, it'll definitely give it to me, mother trucker. It didn't. It didn't. It didn't. That tells me everything I need to know. Fudge. Okay, where are we at? So I think I'm kind of looking. Fuck, snow. Snow. See, this is why I gotta watch. Okay, watch snow, guys. So snow put in a double bottom there. Snow put in a nice little double bottom here. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if we can get along at 213. 213, my dog. Let's go. Pull it back. It's. Come on. All right, so she is pulling right back into that level, pulling back. I am not getting filled on coin either. That's telling me coin may have some more downside that they don't want to fill me. So watch Snowflake, guys. Come on, give me 59, bruh. Give me 59. They don't want to fill me, guys. All right, 59. Let's do like a 58, 56 done. Preview. Okay, I think I got filled. Guys. I think I'm in coin. I got filled at 59. 59. All right, so I'm going to put out a limit order at 70. 70 cents is going to be the first one. Okay, 70 cents. What are the Qs doing? The Qs are going higher. Okay. Oh, I know it, you bastards. All right, so what are we looking for? Where's our stop going to be? We got to watch Coinbase because this could be an area. All right, this could be an area where it bounces back up. It pulls back. So it's holding this level down there. All right, Coinbase is holding this level here. All right, she's holding. Let's go. If we can just break this level, we got a little room. We got a little room, y'all. So again, I am in Coinbase. I don't like this volume here. I don't like that increase in volume there, guys. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it. I got to be honest with you. I don't like it. I want to see it pull back. I want to start seeing this thing pull it back, baby. Pull it back. I didn't use the 15-minute like I should have either. I did not use the 15-minute chart. Damn it. We got to stick to our stop losses, y'all. Stick to them stop losses. I'm still in. I'm not like stopping out, but I want to so there's 15 minutes. I want to try to give this thing like a little bit to crack this level. You can see 1, 2, 3. We're 1, 2, 3, 4 times. We're down here. We need the volume, right? We're not, if we can't crack this on volume, you know, we need some volume here. We need to start bringing this volume here on coin. All right, we need that volume to come in here. If you guys are new here, welcome. If you guys could hit the like button, be greatly appreciated. So you have a little bit of volume there. Shit, I feel like I need to try for the long because I'm not short up there at 120. So I want to kind of try to get out of this thing. 59 now. Let's see. I'm going to be patient. I want to be patient with it, but I need to start bringing this 90 MA down. I need to get this thing down, man. The volume, I don't like the volume down here. Yeah, it keeps coming back and then rejecting back up. Wrong, young. There we go. That's cool. I like that. I'm not sure how much of that was buying or selling there. I feel a little bit better about that now. Let's go. Let's take this thing down, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, coin. You can go down. It's okay. We appreciate you. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, coin. Let's go. Come on. Come on, baby. You can do it. You can do it. I don't want to see a double top here. What's Snow doing, guys? You guys still watching Snow? Let's go, baby. Look at Snow bouncing. Trying to. Shit. So we pulled back into that area. Palantir is on a roll. Damn it. Come on. Just break it. Boom, boom, boom. Let me say, ayo. Ayo. What is she down right now? 3%? There we go. Come on, baby. Get this 70-cent fill. Get the 70-cent fill, baby. Let's go. It filled me, guys. It filled me at 70 cents. I got one contract left. I got one contract left. Damn, 76! Dude! 76? 80? On a... You just gotta watch. This could be a double bottom. I'm gonna get rid of this. Shit. Shit. William Shatner again. He's back. William Shatner is back in action. Come on. Fuck. Okay, good. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. 72 cent out. I am out of Coinbase. It's down 3%. Again, I think we could get to 110, 111, but I think we need to get a bounce higher, and then we look to take this again. If it goes lower, it goes lower. I'm just not seeing the volume that I want to see. And remember last time we played coin, we didn't get that volume until later on. Okay? We didn't get the volume until later on coin. So there we go. One little green trade in. 10 cents. That's, what is that? A 20% gain on coin. 20, 21, 22% gain on coin. Dude, I didn't know they were going to jump to 76. You know why? You know why? Because I didn't look at the delta and I didn't look at my Greeks. Or else I would have known that these were going to pay 20 cents. 59, 60, 70. So I was still about right. Even though I didn't look, I said, let me get that 70. That was a pretty good area. You know, this thing could just continue lower on low volume, but, you know, I wouldn't feel comfortable. I would not be feeling comfortable in this trade. All right, I feel like I don't have the volume on my side. Okay. So let's go look at something else. If the Qs are going to start going higher, then I want to start looking at, and they're not. They're pulling back. All right, they're pulling back. I'm getting a little hungry. All right, so that's another green trade. 2 green trades yesterday. 1 green trade today. Just rack it up. Rack it and stack it, baby. Rack it and stack it. Rack it and stack it. Stack it. Rack it and stack it. Rack it and stack it. Rack it and stack it. Dude, 71.80. Do you guys see what I'm saying here? How it just feels like it's struggling down here? It feels like it's struggling. I just feel like you're not getting the volume and the follow-through. You had a ton of follow-through right there. So I want to see if we can get another bounce back to VWAP, put in like a little double top or something. You know? I don't know. I think I'm going to wait on coin. I'll come back to it. It just doesn't have the volume I want to see. It's a green trade. Let's move on while the night is still young. All right? Snowflake. Damn, won't be up. I feel like Snowflake is going to pull back. I think that's your chance to take a short right now and get a pullback on Snowflake. Literally right now. Right off of VWAP, bang. That's a 214.50 to 212 trade. I'm telling you. It's what I'm thinking. Sometimes when I think, it kind of happens. I mean, let's see. 3 minute, 5 minute. Watch the 5 minute 9 EMA. The 5 minute 9 EMA and the 3 minute and 1 minute. Just watch your time frames. Like look at the 15 minute. You have the trade. You're stuck between the 15 minute VWAP and trade line. Okay. You're stuck between the two of them. And look, Coinbase obviously bounced because now the bids at the asking price for those are down to 77 cents. Oh shit, you're seeing a 97 there. Oh wow. I think, guys, Snowflake needs to pull it back again to like 212. It's just my opinion. Alright, that's just my opinion. That's what it feels like to me. This feels like a low volume bounce. You're going higher. The volume is getting lower. I just don't know if it's going to give you continuation. Okay, PLTR. Palantir just ripping and dipping, baby. TSLA, you guys can go along that. Look at Tesla falling out of bed. I told y'all. Damn, that's not good. I told you guys that not the Golden Cross, but whatever it's called. You know, the Death Cross on volume. That's not good, man. Something's fundamentally changed there with Tessie. Alright, so that's Tesla. I feel like the continuation is... Wow, look at that continuation. Look at that. You got room down to 182. Okay, you got room down to 182. Maybe if you can get a small bounce higher to like, see if you can get a bounce to 185.45. You get a bounce to 185.45, you might have another shout. You might have another chance at the short side right there. Okay? But this is how you stay consistently profitable, by taking your profits, analyzing the trade. Okay, analyze the trade. What did we write down here? 184 long. We said 184 for the long. It looks like 185 to me. Let's see. I'd have to say 182. 182.30. All right. Sarah Eisman's on. You know what time it is. We got to hustle up here, guys. What are you guys seeing? Comment and chat, please. I urge you. All right. I'm kind of curious. What are you guys watching that has, or is there anything you guys see with relative strength, relative weakness? Anything, my dogs. Did Ford turn around? No, Ford sold off. Wow. Apple. Okay, I told you guys, Apple's pulling back here. All right. Apple pulling back. Damn, look, Apple's making it resistance. I wonder if we can take Apple way back down to 182. I'm really curious if we could do that. No, 15 minute settings, equities. No. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I know it's not good listening to me. Okay, so Apple has rejected VWAP. You have room to 186 or 187. That's a $2 move. You have room down to 187. That's the major support level. All right, Apple 187. Apple AAPL. Apple. I repeat, AAPL. You can look for Apple to possibly go back and retest 186.96, 187. Okay. It's got to pull back into that area. I think it's got a bigger pullback ready to, I think it needs to pull back a little bit more. Dude, I'm going to miss this. I'm going to miss this trade. I know I am. Dude, no. Apple. Come on. I think I'm going to miss it, guys. I think I'm missing it. I am. Damn it. Look at fucking Coinbase. You bastard Coinbase. Look at the volume probably coming in on Coinbase. Everybody's recognizing the selling. I could not be in this trade right now. Look at this. It's back and forth right now. Whoa, look at that volume to the downside. Holy smokes. Alright, looks like everything's pulling back. No, why does that say top? I don't want top. I want live. Alright, what do we got going on here? Alright, so again, you have a lot of tech names, a lot of things pulling back. Let's check in on yields. Look at the dollar. Dollar's still just hanging out, pulling back a little bit. So nothing to get too alarmed about, because remember what we said, and I said it months back when we first started the stream. If there's anything to be worried about, you're going to see it in yields. You'll see if it's that bad of an issue. US10Y. US10Y. Yields are pulling back and the market's pulling back at the same damn time. Resistance 4.09. Looks like you have a bit of resistance there. Let's go look at the heat map so we can get an idea of what is going on. Refresh. I'm thinking about shorting JP Morgan again. Some of these financials, JP Morgan's flat. So a lot of things are flat right now at the moment. Palo Alto, Pan W, because of Fortinet, is ripping. Oh my God. Look at Coinbase, guys. Look at the low volume pullback. Dude, you're kidding me. How did I get snaked out of this trade? Did anybody take it? Still in it? You're up 100%. You're up 100% right now. Almost 100%. 109, you'll be at 100%. How, guys? I'm sorry. Look at the extension. Oh my God, 120 now. Well, I gave you guys and you know what? I told myself to keep the trade on, but I wanted to try to get in at a better price. And it always goes against me. Look at it falling out of bed. Now here comes the volume. Hey, listen. Let's not. It's all the glass half full, glass half empty. We took the trade. We took profits. We brought it to your attention. We got the break. We said look for the 100-day moving average down around 111, 112, 110.50. 59-cent entry. It's at $1.20. $1.15 right now. What more do these people want from me? We giving it to you. All we ask is you guys hit the like button, subscribe. That's all we ask. And let us know. What are you watching? What are your ideas? This was a top idea this morning. A break of 117. Okay? Short. We said 120. If we cannot hold 120, we will be short. Look for the 100-day moving average. This was a beautiful setup. Doesn't get any better than this. It was a little worrisome. Now you're getting the volume, and I forgot. And I mentioned this. The volume is really low, and then out of nowhere, Coinbase acts like that. It'll have no volume, and then it'll just, boom, it'll just rip. So that's a 59-cent entry. You had about, 120, 30%, 40, 140%. Let's see if we get a bounce back to VWAP. All right, see if we can get a bounce back to VWAP and possibly get another rejection because the volume just came in to the downside. All right, and I mentioned this, that, hey, the last time we took this trade long, it had low volume, and then out of nowhere at like 10:30, 10 o'clock, it just out of nowhere just started, the volume started piling in. It's just how this stock works. You can see here, bang, bang, and it breaks it. It pulled back yesterday to that resistance level of 120, gets short at 120, boom. It's a good trade. That's a nice trade. Guys, I had to take profits. I ran out of fucking shares. Not shares, but options or contracts. It is what it is. I'm not upset about that because that's, again, 3 trades for me this week. 3 green trades for me this week. This is how I get really good at my losers, right? Because I'm able to be a little bit profitable, if not like break even or lose a little. But man, I wish, there's no way I could have sat in this trade past 90 cents, 100 cents. Past 150%, I had to get rid of everything. Because I just didn't, you're just not seeing the volume that you would like to see to give you the idea that, hey, this is going to be a continuation trade. We identified the setup. Maybe we need to just let the stock do what it needs to do. It's only Wednesday. You can still come in with a gap down. All right, Snow, we want to look for the long. Damn it. I think it's going. Let's see if we can get this. Are the Qs turning around? What are ZQs doing? Huh? What is ZQs doing? Let's do it. I'm sorry I'm talking like that. If it's annoying y'all, just let me know. Just let me know right now. Just let me know. Just let me know. All right, so that's a really nice pullback and hold on the Qs. 2 ways you could play this. You could play it through Snow, or you could you can buy the dip and go. All right, right on the Qs. Buy the dip and go. All right. For anybody that did like the stream, I want to thank you. I want to personally thank you. And let's go get this steak. I don't want to send you all a steak. I want y'all to feed me too. I want y'all to take me out to dinner one day. All right? I'm taking y'all out to dinner. Look at Snow. Look for this 216 entry. Look at the volume increase on the break through the initial high. God damn it. All right? Y'all getting me hype right now. I'm getting myself hype, but look at the volume. Look at the increase in volume through the break of the high. That's what we want to see, baby. Let's do it. Let's go long. Go long. That bullets, he receive it. If you don't know, it's a song, okay? About to give Snow my bullets. All right, let's see here. What are we going to look for? What are we looking for here? God damn. This is kind of crazy. Damn, I can't even pay. I'm not paying $3 for a 230. You are crazy, bro. For a week and a half, got to go to the weeklies. There's no way I'm doing that. The preem is way too high here. Damn, a 225 for the Friday. God damn. And they still want a buck. They still want to keep it a buck. Look at that increase in volume, guys. Let's go. Let's get this. I want to see a pullback. Give me a pullback, please. Just give me a pullback, Snow, please. Please, Snow. I beg you. Give me that pullback. It's not going to. It's going to keep going and going and going. Just like the Energizer Bunny. It's going to go and go and go and go. Last filled at 103. Sometimes you got to pay up for the shits. So it looks like 20 cents. Okay, you have a delta of 20. Know what that's telling you. Alright, because if we pull back and you start losing a little bit, you start losing 20. I mean, on a dollar, 20 cent is 20%, y'all. That's what I'm trying to, let you guys know that, hey, this is what happens when you buy out of the money. Alright, 60 cent on 450 is a little bit different. It sounds like a little bit, but it's not 20% of your position size. It's actually less. And that's the stuff that, a lot of people don't think about or understand is the math. Man, this sucks, guys. I'm not sure if we're going to get a pullback. I just got to get long. I think I just got to get long. Is anybody taking Snow? Did anybody take this? Did anybody take coin? Anyone? Anybody take coin? What do we have here? 225. 225. Look at this, dude. It's not giving me the pullback. I knew it wouldn't. Mother trucker. I can't take it now. Can't take it now. Fuck! I don't know whether to buy it here or not, guys. What do you guys think? You're coming up to a gap fill up here at 218.54. It's just going to go higher and higher and higher. I know it is. This is a nice setup, man. I need the pullback. I need the pullback. I need a pullback. This is such bullshit, man. I got both of these trades. Could have been working for me. I could have bought the dip on Snow and got the short on coin and let them both work for me. This is how it's done. Again, I'm not going to sit through Coinbase and the chart just not have no volume and then show up out of nowhere. It's just something that stock does that I didn't remember until I was like already thinking about the trade. And once I start thinking about my trade, dude,
level 5,002.5.
the SPY, we did it. We broke. Okay, futures. Okay, yeah. Let's look at RSP. Like I told you guys. There you go, Ziggy. You got your 500, baby. All right, RSP is not. Equally weighted is not. It's actually pulling back. It is not making a new high. That's a shame. It's no bueno. But at least it's going up with it. All right. Maybe I should just go fucking long snowflake now. I don't know what to do. There is a bit of resistance up here. Double top, triple top-ish. Oh, my God. I wish somebody could help me here. Wish somebody was here to talk to me, talk me to, calm my tits. Calm your tits down, bro. Alright, so look, the RSI is really high. See if it starts pulling back now. See if she can start pulling it back. Pull back the reins a little bit, girl. Going a little crazy. Just like Drake said. He took a half, she took the whole thing. Gotta relax. You don't need to do all that. You're doing way too much right now. Just pull it back. And we'll get that long, and we'll just enjoy the ride. Okay? Enjoy the ride. Dude, the Qs just took off, guys. They just put in a candle. They put in a candle from like 429 on the Qs. I'm sorry, 430. And went right to 431, 25, 27. No, 431. Yeah, 431.25. All right, so what do we do now? What are we doing now? You guys, I know a lot of you guys are probably watching Palantir, PLTR. Look at that. The volume isn't that big, though. Apple.
Apple's building prototypes of at least 2 iPhones that fold widthwise.
And look, right at support. Sorry to yell. Sorry to yell. Look at that.
Alpha Alpha Papa Lima AAPL.
Oh, we know what it is. Oh, we know what it is. So let's go see here what the turkey butt. You have food. Come on. Come here, baby. Come here. All right, so Apple is still. Let's see here. That's a nice pullback. Is the SPY going to be able to go higher? I'm thinking about getting a call on Apple, guys. Taking it right back to the 50-day. All right, I'm thinking about taking it right back to the 50-day. If you hear my little girl yelling at me, she's fine. She has food. She's being a little picky butt right now. That's all it is. She's being real picky right now. She's going to have to wait. She's not starving. She gets all the love. She's just a spoiled little butt. So I was looking yesterday at like a minor reverse cup and handle. But look at the volume on that pullback. That's not what you want to see to, if it was going to have some downside. What was I going to say? So Apple, it rejected the 50-day. Right now, it's holding that support of 189. Can it continue to hold? That's what we're going to look for. Is that hold there? It's got to get above 189.50. It's got to get above it. All right, look at the Qs still going. I think we got to buy snow. I think I got to get on snow, guys. I got to get on snow. Hopefully it doesn't put in a double top here. Damn it. This sucks, man. I'm so frustrated. All right, there's a pullback break, retest right there on snow. What are we looking for? What is this? 225s or 117, 113 with the delta of 22. I need to hurry up. 220s are pretty packed. Come on. Man, I have a bad feeling that it's going to pull back now. Yep. Yep, I knew it. I'm not in it yet, but I am looking. My looking ass is looking. What's your looking ass? All right, so 107, 150. Guys, I'm looking at 225. All right, 225 is a little bit out the money. It's a little ways out the money, but I think it's manageable. I do. 225. If we get to 220, 223. Look at that quick rejection there. Look at that quick rejection. Look at the volume today, guys. It's pretty good. The volume on snow is pretty good as well. All right. I need a pullback. All right. If we don't get it, we don't get it. But I need a pullback. I need a pullback to that 9 EMA. Let's look at this move here. This is your pullback. Bang. And look what you have. You have the 38.2 lined right up with this previous support and resistance level. Come on. All right. What is that? 216. All right. 216 area. Let's look for this area right here to be a buyer. Sorry.
And so they're doing things that make them kind of superior to the average company. So I think you want to bet on the market going up, and you want to own a lot of Mag 7. And people can't own it because they either have 525 mutual fund rules, their biggest five positions can't be more than 25%, or they have old school risk management where our biggest position can't be more than 3% of the fund. All these reasons why they're on.
Yep, you see that prior support and resistance right there at the 38.2 fib at 215, 216 area. Let's see if we can get that. That's our target to get long. It may not give it to us, but it could. And if it does, you should have VWAP there also. You could get VWAP to go there. Look, it's anchoring down now, though. That sucks. I'm pissed, man. That was the trade right there. That was the damn trade. What did Coinbase do? All right, Coinbase bounced right back up to VWAP. VWAP way. Let me get some of that VWAP way. VWAP way. You see that? See, just that bounce took you right back to our entry price. So, that's why it pays to be patient. It feels like today people are hungry and they're trying to eat. That's what it feels like to me. Like when I'm watching level 2 and I'm watching the price action. I feel like one side of the market's trying to break out and another one's trying to put in new lows, and we got some volume. There's some movement, which is good. It's what we want. How are you guys doing this morning? Let me know. Talk to me now. What's up? How are you guys doing? I know you guys are a little busy, I'm sure, but... Alright, so let's keep our eyes on snow, because that's the name I want to be long if the Qs are going higher. I would really like to try and get that 216, 250. We're not going to get it. We're not going to get it. I don't think we're going to get it. Damn it. Alright, here, let's see. Damn it, look at that volume on the breakout, guys. Okay, what is 110, 115? It's going to pull back. Is it TQQ that goes higher, triple leverage to the upside, or is it... No, SQQ would be short Qs, I think. Alright, snow, 225. $1.10 last. 103, 113. I'm going to look for 90-cent entry if I can get it. It's not going to give it to me. Let's see here. It feels like it just ran out of steam. I'm going to sit here and watch this for a minute. It's 10:30. Dude, the Qs are ripping, bro. This is insane. Fuck. That's so frustrating, guys, because we put in a double bottom here. What did we write down? We wrote down 112 long to the gap fill at 220. Profits off at 219, 220, and going into the gap fill. Oh my god. You gotta be shitting me, bro. You gotta be shitting me. It's not gonna pull back. You piece of shit! It's not gonna pull back! Fuck. They went from $1.03 to $1.20 bid. That was 20% just in that candle. Alright, why are we wanting to be long the snow? Because it put in a beautiful pattern here on the daily chart. You can see here is a double top, bang, pulls back. You get a break on an increase in volume. It pulls itself back to 210, 209. And you can see here, it gets balled up. So, what's Google doing? What's Google doing? You know what? Fudge it. 220. Where are we at? 217. I can't market order in. I want this back down at those 100s. I can't guys, I can't take it. I can't buy this thing at 126, 130, 125 when it was just at 103 2 seconds ago. When this was at $1.03 and $1.10. I can't do it. I can't do it. So it looks like I'm going to miss out on it. Looks like I'm going to miss out. If it does not pull back and give me a decent price, I can't buy it. You got to buy right. You got to buy right. And I unfortunately was watching coin when we had this beautiful double bottom dip. And look at that. Boom. Just a beautiful freaking setup, man. Snow is just a beautiful setup here. You never made 216 support, by the way. You broke it on an increase in volume. Now we should get 216 to become support. I'm telling you guys right now, you should, even if you just break out to 230, it should still pull back to 216 and start to hold that level. It should. All right. Charts. Coin. What's she doing? Oh, look. Coin reversed, guys. On low volume. We might be able to get another 220 in here. Look at that volume. That volume. Coinbase is so shady. It's not even funny. It seriously is. It's so funny. It's like it has permission. Let's look at the daily chart. I feel like, you know, if we want to go long something, if we think the Qs are going to continue, maybe Coinbase is the trade. Because we could take profits up here at like 120 and see if we can't get to 126. I'm gonna look at Coinbase. I'm looking at Coinbase. 75, 69 bucks.
5,011, up 0.7%.
You're gonna start getting a short squeeze, guys. I'm telling you right now. 74. 2 minutes. Dude, no. You're getting low volume there on that pullback. Let's try it. What do we got to lose here? All right, I need a pullback here on coin to 118. Okay, 166. No, I'm sorry to yell, guys. I apologize. It's just this thing is messing with me. I'm sorry to yell. So Ziggy, what we got? Ziggy, how you doing, buddy? That was a beautiful shot at freaking whatchamacallit. At keep in mind we have jobless claims tomorrow. I wouldn't long into that. Well, no, I got you. Also 10-year at 11. Is that Eastern or Standard Time? I think you're getting a little bit of a short squeeze here. I think people are just giving up. At 1 o'clock, you said. Okay, yeah. Because I know some of you guys might be on, you know, Central Time. Thoughts on INTC? Mariowen, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that right, but Mariowen, give me 1 second. Intel, I would watch semiconductors because they were, you know, so Nvidia's going higher. What's AMD doing? Is AMD making a move? AMD's making a move. You know, I would look more so for AMD. Okay, AMD and like Nvidia, like ASML. I know they're a little expensive. I like that you're trading this. You know, look at the sector. If the sector's going higher, and if it's money you're worried about because Intel's cheaper, Intel is going to lag them. Look, AMD is leading right now at 2%. So you want to be on the leaders. And look, Intel's only up 0.5%. So start looking at the leaders. If semis are going to be strong and tech is going to be strong with the Qs, you want to look for the leaders. Okay, Intel, Qualcomm, Taiwan Semiconductor also could be a leader. Let's see. I don't even know where the hell it's at. But anyway, you know what I mean. So, your winners are going to be AMD, AVGO, NVIDIA. And what you could do is, what I would do is I would look at them to see what they're doing. So look, you're getting energy, healthcare to pull back. So I wonder if we start to see banks pull back and tech rise today. I'm really curious to see if that's the case. Dude. Like I say, I know we have jobless claims tomorrow. I feel like that was a quick reversal. I tell you guys all the time, pay attention to how the stock reacts off of a level. You sold it off, and you got that quick reversal, and it just flipped the script, went right back around and held it, and held these lows. I still think Coinbase has got room to 120. I still think we could probably get to, like, I gotta be honest, yeah, you know what? 120 is the resistance level, but I'm wondering if we can get to 124. None of these can. 124. Let's see here, guys. I thank you guys for your help, though, there. Like, just keeping me grounded. Appreciate you, Ziggy. So if you guys don't know, we were short Coinbase this morning. We wanted to be long Snowflake. These things are running and gunning. Running and gunning, baby. Snowflake's pulling back now. Okay. Let's see if we do. See if this market starts to turn. Not that I'm saying it will. But if we start to notice, like, some of these gains get wiped away, and you get one of those weird type of days where, like, the flips, like, everything just changes up on you. This is technically a lower high, but I still would have been taking profit, up here. And Coinbase was a little hard, right? The volume wasn't there. I wasn't too sure because listen, when I'm buying Coinbase when it's already broken down, I want to get into a trade. Like, when I get my exits correctly, guys, you guys are going to see me stay in these trades. I'm trying to make money right now. All right, Tesla, let's see what she's doing. She's made a nice reversal and lower volume. Reversal nonetheless. I want to know what's going on with R. Cashin. They haven't had him on CNBC. So we said Snowflake. What are some of the other ideas we had? Apple just came out with news. All right, Apple just came up, reversed off the 50-day moving average. What else do we have? Banks. JP Morgan. I'm looking for JP Morgan. He said that banks are sounding resilient. Mother trucker, they ain't sounding resilient shit. They ain't sounding resilient shit. There's nothing resilient about banks. People take their money out. What are they going to do? Can't do nothing if you ain't got no money. What do we do? UNH. So, guys, let's take note, right? Healthcare was weak. Well, look at UNH. Wow. Let's look here. Or I'm sorry, Amgen, Gilead, they're weak. Okay, mRNA, kind of weak. Looking like it's at resistance here. If it could break through it, you got a couple bucks to $100. That was a beautiful trade, guys. That was a fucking beaut. It was a beaut. Or it was this trade right there. Bang. I think Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. It was that trade. That was the trade. So you can see here, it'd be nice to have Moderna on like a swing trade because it gives you the follow through during the night. It likes to gap up and gap down. All right, I need to find something. I do not want to call it quits yet. Palantir was going. PLTR. I still think Palantir, like, that's it. I think that's going to be a failed breakout for Palantir. Snowflake, to me, has some nice volume, but it doesn't have the volume that I want to see. Thank you for bringing that up, though, Ziggy, with the initial jobless claims. You know, I don't know if the market's going to move much. I think initial jobless claims. You want me to give you guys my guess? I think it comes in around 210 to 212. I wonder what the consensus and expectation is. Let's see. It's just a random guess. Again, it's a random guess. Okay, so they're expecting 220 to 227. $224 previously. 220, 227 is what we're expecting. All right, what are you going to do, Snowflake? Are you going to hold this level here? This sucks, man. Like, we had perfect entries this morning. And what did we say the stop loss was? We said get long at like 213, 212, and a stop loss a little bit underneath 212, like 212.90, I thought we said, before we saw this level here.
U.S. crude oil imports 1.6 million versus the 565,000 prior. Cushing's a draw.
I cannot stand being tired. I've been taking melatonin past few nights to be able to make sure my ass gets to sleep. So come on, baby. Can we do it? Can we bust out of this joint?
6 million versus the build of 14,000 expected. Crude popping here.
Crude popping here. I still can't buy Snowflake long. I'm sorry, I can't help you guys with this trade because if it's anything over $105, $103, I can't buy it. I just can't.
The skeptics, though, Rob, do point to, compared to Meta, a much lower index to small and medium businesses. How much does user growth get you if you don't have those eyeballs? Meta's the best in the business for sure in the long tail. Like nothing compares.
What else is going on here? Where's the relative strength? We had Ford. We had Baba. Let's look at Baba. Baba's holding the, what is this red line? The 50-day. So Baba's holding the 50-day moving average. Baba's actually putting in a double bottom here, gang. All right, it's actually putting in a double bottom there. And it's trying to bounce. 76. Look at that. Mounts, rejection. Double bottom. Let's see. Can it start going here? You want to see it start? You want to see that volume start to come in right there, guys. You want to see that volume start to come in. Come on, man. Mother trucker. It's not coming in. It's too easy. It's too easy way. They're going to sell it off because they know people are like, hey, take a long. And then they sell it off on you. Man, that sucks. That's a sucky gap down. I was just thinking about something. It's kind of funny. Oh, shake and bake. Shake and bake. What do we got? That's a low volume pullback. Can we get the long here on Baba? I might try to put it on. You know, if you notice here, this was a consolidation move. I don't know if their earnings call has already happened or not.
Still to come right here, the head of one alternative asset manager that have over $35 billion in assets. Michael Ehrenberg is Rhythm Capital's chairman and CEO. He's going to join us in his take on the markets, private credit, the consumer. Oh, we got a whole lot to talk about.
I knew it. It's gonna break. She gonna break. Alright. Sorry. I apologize, guys. Alright, so Coinbase turning back around. Turning back around. What do we say? Lil Wayne, the Carter. Came back around. It's the Carter mother trucker. Came back around. I'm gonna show y'all the ins, the outs, the ups, downs. Like, what? Lord help him. The ins, the outs, the ups and downs. Dude, fucking Snowflake, guys. Snowflake is ripping, guys. Dude, this sucks. This stinks, man. So much. I'm so upset I'm not on this trade right now. Guys, we would have knocked it out of the park. I think you still have room to 220. I think you have room to 220 on Snowflake. I'm being serious. I think we have room. Look at that. Guys, this is so frustrating. The volume is giving up a little bit. Alright, the volume is giving up. I guess that's a good thing for those that aren't in it, that want to be in it. What are some names we could look at? I haven't looked at CRM in years. Alright, Disney. Okay, what else? JP Morgan. That's a big H pattern. They usually tend to be bearish, I thought. Come on, guys. Come on. I fucking hate getting tired again. I'm sorry to cuss, guys. Sorry to cuss. I'm trying to just stay in the game here. I'm telling you guys, it sucks. I hate feeling like this all the time. I'm consistently tired all of the time. All the time. And it's getting old. It's getting old. I tried to change up my diet and kind of eat healthy and try to get sleep. You know, it could be the melatonin, you know. Alright, so the Qs, let's check in on the markets. 432. Wow. Let's see what leaders we have. Let's start from there. All right, the 10-year. 10 years pulling back. Just pulling back. Pull it back, Jack. All right, I'm going to look for the 10-year to get down to 4%. I think it's got further to go. It's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Microsoft. So you're seeing these cybersecurity plays really start to win today. After those earnings yesterday. Fortinet, Palo Alto. I wonder what EMPH is doing if these yields are going to pull back. Just curious. Not that they have anything to do with cybersecurity. They're flat. So let's go look at Pan W. All right, ripping and dipping, or ripping off the dips. Z, ZS, ZS. Ripping. Looks like it's getting ready to pull back. FTNT. Oh, it pulled back. She pulled back.
I want to talk about real estate because that is obviously making a lot of headlines this week in recent months over the last year, really. And Sculptor is out raising a $3 billion commercial real estate fund. Just yesterday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen had said that losses.
All right, gang, what y'all watching? I know it's just, let's talk markets. Let's talk money. Whatever y'all want to talk about. We could talk houses, real estate, markets, anything, anything. I don't have much coffee. I don't have any. I did get some coffee last night, because, you know, I forgot coffee for the past couple of days. Look at the spy. God damn it, motherfucker. That makes me so mad, bro. So mad. That makes me so mad. Come on. Let's look at a firm. I think a firm has earnings. I think they have earnings coming up.
Well, you know, I'm curious as to why. I mean, yesterday Scott Reckler joined us, well-known real estate investor, obviously raising a distress fund with Ares. I'm sure you know. You're doing
Sorry, guys. Just getting tired. I'm just getting exhausted. I gotta move. I gotta get some push-ups. Something. It's just me. It's really hard to have to just sit in a seat for hours on end. Dude, I'm so frustrated, man. Okay, are we going to get our pullback on Tesla? We got it. Tesla's right there in the zone, guys. Tesla is in the zone. It needs to actually be back down here at 180, but I'm okay with it. Look, it's already reversed a lot of what it did. It's already reversed a lot of what it put in, unfortunately. You might have a... No. Okay. We might have another opportunity here with Tessie. Tessie might be another shout. Let's do it. Man, hopefully it'll give us the extension. I'm not sure, though. I kind of feel like a 15-minute.
Ensuring performance, that they're able to maintain their competitive edge within a larger organization. How is that integration going? I know you closed in the fourth quarter.
All right, so what I'm looking for, guys, is Tesla. It looks like you have a little less volume than yesterday. All right, it looks like a little less volume than yesterday. So if we go to the flexible grid here, all right, I want to see if that was a low volume pullback. All right, now look at yesterday. Look at the volume yesterday. Look at that rip higher yesterday. All right, so maybe we can start to like hold that level there at 183. It doesn't look like a level, but it is, trust me. Because that's where you can tell it pulled back to it and was like holding it. Where did it pull back today? 183. Where did it turn resistance yesterday? 183. So it just seems to be like a key area of decision making there at 183. This is so bad. All right, guys, so I'm going to kind of just be patient. I guess be patient would be the word. Possibly look for another little pullback on Tesla. What do you guys think? What are you guys thinking about a pullback on Tessie? We have some Fed members coming up. Well, okay, that works too. All right, so thinking about a shout. Shout, 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 shouty. Shout, shouty. I'm short and shouty. All right, Tesla, we're short and shouty, okay? Shout, shout, shouty. Get it? Shorting shouty? No, okay. All right, well, we're going to go short on shouty. We're going to go short on shouty. Gonna go short on shouty. Gonna go short on shouty. Grab your puts now. Grab your puts now. Grab your puts now. Grab your puts now. Tesla target will be 180. I don't know what the target will be. I'm sorry. Looking for like a little 182 action there, okay? We're looking for like a 182. 182 target short and shouty. Let's see here. Like, let's be real. Let's be real. What is our target? Our target has got to be 182.50. I would think. Take a look at the S&P 500. It's lifting higher right now. And why is that? Why is that? I forget your name already. With your little eyebrows and your little hair around your ear. What is it? And Carl Cantanilla always hating on Trump. I don't know what Carl Cantanilla has on Trump that he doesn't have on Biden. I've changed my views on Carl. He can have his opinion, that's fine, but I'm like, what are you trying to like get out of engaging with like politics? Politics don't do shit. They say yes and they say no. Do they agree or do they disagree? Why don't you invest your time in like hardworking Americans that actually deserve your time? But that's okay. He can do what he wants. It's his life again. You know, I just. Like, okay, I get it. You're not going to vote for Trump. We get it. We get it. It's fine. You don't need to keep reminding us that you're doing too much. You're doing too much if you have hate or dislike someone. I don't dislike Joe. I just, all this regulation and all the stupid time that he wastes, the fact that he doesn't go over there to go, talk to Putin and shit, like, no, just get out of here. You need a leader. Somebody that's going to lead that you can feel safe with. I don't feel safe with him and his crew. All right, so there's the short on Tessie. All right, gang. All right, gang. Let's go look. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up a little bit. 87. Come on. So we took a 180 short on Tessie. Come on, let's go. Go. Preview. 187, 189. Let's go. It's going to bounce, isn't it? Hold on. Oh, I'm in, guys. I'm in. They got me. Damn it. Price paid 88 cents. That's not good. They charged me a lot there. I don't like that they did that. 88. Damn it. I don't want to give this stuff back either. Oh, look. Is that a break and retest? No, dude, come on, man. Give me 185. That would be cool. Give me 185, please. Did we just get a break and retest above that level there? You freaking jerks. I guess that's my fault. Because look, that's a bounce back. Dude, no way. Did I just get duped? I just got duped.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only Sleep Number smart beds let you each choose your individual firmness and comfort.
I feel like, a 184 would be awesome. I think we could do that. There's not much volume here. Alright, so what did I get filled at? What did we get filled at? 88? Oh, that's bad. Ew, it filled me at 88? And what did I get? Okay, I see. Alright, cool. Alright, let's see what happens here. I just, I'm kind of just playing the retest here. We'll see if we can get a little break. See if we can pull it down to like, the 90 MA at 185 area. I'm looking for 185. I don't want to fight the trend. Just looking for a pullback. Alright. Oh man, that could be hella support right there. That could be hella support. Damn it. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Come on, guys. Let's take this thing lower. Come on. Dude. Pulled back. Bang. Held it. Come on, break this level so we can get back down here. At least get back down to like 185. They're going to make this difficult. I know they are. Come on. What are the Qs doing? So we already have a green trade on Coinbase. That really worked out for us. All right, Qs are pulling it back. Not that, Not that Tesla has to pull it back, but... Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a very low volume bounce there. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. 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 Don't start doing this, Tesla. This is why I hate Tesla. It starts doing that dumb shit. So, please, just give us that little bit of pullback. I'm gonna, you know what? I gotta take this off because I just feel like... I got to order out at 95 cents just to get a limit order out. Okay. All right. So that's there. All right. All right, I got filled 95, baby. We out of Tessie. We got out. We got out right there. I didn't want to be in that. Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right, it may pull back a little bit further, but that pop, lock, and drop shit, this break through the level, it needs a little bit more time. If you could see, excuse me, if you see an increase on the break of this level, then you could get yourself, you know, back down to 185, dog. I don't want to be in Tesla. I paid too much for it. I don't want to do it. All right, I said the entry was up here. That's where we needed to be short, not down here at the level, because we could already be taking a piece off down at VWAP, and that'd be a nice chunk of change right there. Okay? 184. We're looking for a little 184. All right, Snowflake was our best idea today. Huge trade. Huge trade today. Coinbase short down to, we said 120 short down to, yeah. All right, so there's comments here.
With great progress on inflation,
They're pleased.
optimistic it will continue. Kugler says Fed's job on inflation is quote not done yet. Says will remain.
I need to get a drink of water, but
Inflation goal until confident inflation is returning durably to 2%.
can you guys hear this? Oh, awesome, Ray. Sweet. Can you guys hear that? Just let me know if you can or can't. So, Snowflake coin. All right, we did bring up IWM. Look at Snowflake just hanging out up there, guys. What did the IWM do? It broke back below the 50-day. I was a little bearish this yesterday, but when it broke back up and above the 50-day moving average, we'll go here just to so everybody can see it. You know, we had to say, hey, are we going to start going higher? Are we going to start going higher? Now you're getting divergence once again where the Qs and the SPY, you know, are going higher. What's the Dow doing? As far as here, you just want to see the divergence. Again, you guys, I don't know if you guys do this or not. But from, you know, you can. I do it. I've done it. I will do it again in the future. But you can use just looking at the Dow, the SPY, the Qs, and the IWM, you can find the leader to whether it's to the upside or to the downside. Okay? And you could just play the laggard and follow the cues with the Dow or the SPY. It's like arbitrage in a sense. You guys notice that they were tied up. Remember, like a week or two ago, I was telling you guys that they're literally all tied up right at the same area, and not one is leading the other. Now you're starting to get that separation. That is rotation. Okay, Qs were lagging for a bit, but the majority of the markets were tied up. We were just tied up. SPY. All right. Let's see here. It's trying to bounce here. I know you guys can't see it that much, but I want to pull it in. See, you can see the Qs just starting to bounce. Let's look at the Dow. Look at the Dow. What's she doing? IWM. And the IWM is trying to break up higher as well. But it went to the downside. I don't like that. It's not really doing what this is telling you guys something here. Look at the volume. I think we got to get short the IWM, guys. I'm going to take a position on the IWM. It is low volume, but you have a lot more sell side volume than you do buying. I'm just really curious if you're going to go put in like a double bottom or something. Like, look at that. I don't know if you want to consider that a low volume pullback or what, because that is a technical setup right there with an increase in volume and a decrease in volume to the upside. This could probably be a failed breakout and you get rejected at the 50-day and it tries to put in a double bottom, or it finds itself back down at 190 and the rest of the market starts pulling back. Let's see if that's the case. What are the 190 puts for tomorrow? What's today? Thursday? Is today Thursday or Wednesday? Today's Wednesday. It's $40. If you get a bounce back up in here to resistance, like put in a double top, I think it's worth a shot. Even though it's lunchtime, it's up to you. I can't tell you what to do. I'm just giving you guys ideas on what I'm thinking of. If you guys could comment, let me know you're here. If you guys were able to capitalize on anything. Good shit. So, right, that's awesome. Good stuff, bro. Good. That's awesome. I'm glad somebody did. These callouts this morning were top tier. They were top notch. All right, they were top notch. Coinbase, Tesla, Snowflake. The only three names you needed to look at. You didn't even need to look at anything else other than Palantir. All right, PLTR. All right, so I may give it a little bit here and relax. Feels like the trading's dwindled a little bit. We'll see what the Fed has to say if they're able to move these markets. I don't even know if they're going to be able to move the markets or not. I might go make some coffee here in a minute. Shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cuss. Even Spiegel. And look, that's why we take profits on Tesla, and when we don't like something, we don't like it. I bet. I told you guys I didn't like that. I needed to short the dip right there, not down here. That's why we take profit. Even though that this is a low volume bounce, I sensed that this was coming. So I'm not going to be the one that says, "Oh my God, why didn't I get out? It gave me the chance to take profit. It was just so small, I didn't want to take it." Bro, it's 12 o'clock. It's 11:30. Like, you got to understand what it is that you're doing. You're trying to get short a move on a market that's already moved, and it's reversed. Understanding that sentiment. So, I understood it. I understood what I did probably isn't the wisest thing in the world, and that if Tesla were to just bounce or get some type of news, I'm screwed. I don't need to be in it here. This is not what we do. All right, so what did I do? I got out of it. With what? A profit. That's still a loss to me. I'm just really good at my losers. So damn good that I make money on my losers. You got to have that mindset. If you're watching something and you don't like the price action, guys, just get the fuck out of it. Just get out. Live to fight another day. All right? And if you have size on, make sure you check every box.
And for your friends and family to help bring people closer together, we have a moderated content platform, which of course is better for our community, but also for advertisers in terms of brand safety. And so I think there's really an opportunity right now to show people how we're different. And so
labor supply, we have seen a slowing trend
Sorry.
for wage growth.
It's loud.
Of course, as
Sorry,
a
guys.
general matter, I prefer to see robust growth of workers' wages.
Workers'
But for
wages.
wage growth to
Workers'
be
balls.
sustainable, it must be consistent with 2% inflation.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Further wage growth
get that
slowing
2%.
is likely to be important for ongoing disinflation, particularly in the labor-intensive services industries. For private services overall, 12-month growth of average hourly earnings was 4.4% in January, down from a peak of 6.1% in March of. More specifically, in leisure and hospitality, earnings growth was 4.4% in January, down from a peak of almost 14% in late 2021. In education and health, earnings rose 3.7% in January versus a peak of almost 7% in late 2021. Some of these sectors did see a pickup in wage growth in January, but overall, the broader trend is one of cooling. I mention these sectors because they exemplify just how labor-intensive the services sector can be. For example, labor costs are roughly 60% of value added in leisure and hospitality, and more than 80% of value added in health and education. An easing of labor cost growth in these and other labor-intensive sectors is likely to be passed on to consumers as lower wages and to help reduce inflationary pressures. Let me now turn to the second factor that I mentioned before. The second factor that is likely to contribute to continued disinflation has to do with how frequently individual prices are adjusted by firms. Research by Federal Reserve Board staff and others has found that the rise in inflation during 21 and 22 mostly reflected firms changing prices very frequently, rather than firms making very large adjustments when they did change prices. In particular, before the pandemic, the median price lasted more than 10 months, but by early 2022, the median price was lasting less than 5 months. Encouragingly, the frequency of price adjustments has declined, and since then, the median price duration is moving up to 7 months. I am looking for a return to pre-pandemic price adjustment patterns in the services industries in particular, as cost pressures ease and as the FOMC's action to support a return to price stability continue to affect consumer and firm behavior. There's some signs
I'm
that
watching to see if
businesses
Tesla
may
holds
be
or
more
doesn't.
wary of the responses by consumers to higher prices and may already be responding by raising prices less frequently. For example,
The Qs are down here
mentions
on the
of
bottom.
consumer price sensitivity have become more common in the Fed's recent Beige Book, which reports
Beige
economic
Book.
conditions across our 12 districts from various market participants.
Beige
The
book.
third factor that is going to favor continued disinflation, in my view, is one that is related to the other two factors that I have been talking about. And that's the stability of inflation expectations. Inflation expectations can fit into wage demands and negotiations, as well as into price-setting decisions. To understand why this matters going forward, let me first look back. Over the past couple of years, some workers have demanded large pay increases to catch up with higher than normal growth in the cost of living, resulting from various pandemic-related shocks. Some of these wage gains, in turn, likely pass through higher prices as part of firms' frequent price adjustments.
Look, it broke again.
If expectations for future inflation had become unanchored or persistently higher, then workers might have continued to demand higher than normal wage increases going forward, and firms might have continued to pass on these costs to consumers. But inflation expectations have stayed reasonably well anchored.
I think you might be
As
able to get the
inflation
long. If you get a
expectations
low
stay
volume
anchored
pullback,
and in
the
tune with
long might set
inflation
itself
slowing
up on
farther in the
Tesla.
future,
I gotta be
employees,
honest.
many of whose wages have recently
Look at
been
snow,
rising
man.
faster than
That
inflation,
sucks, guys.
are less likely
I'm
to
so
continue
frustrated I
demanding
never
very
got my
large
chance
wage
with
and
snow.
salary increases.
I'm so pissed.
Similarly, as
Look at the
businesses expect the
volume.
prices of labor and other inputs to rise more slowly,
That is a
or for some
perfect setup,
inputs
guys.
even
This
to
is what I
fall,
talk about that we want
they
to
will
look
be
for.
less likely to plan to significantly increase
This
their own
goes lower and
prices
lower
throughout
and
the
lower.
year, which in turn helps to reduce inflation. Survey data from the Richmond Fed show a close relationship between the firm's expectations for
So
overall price
frustrated with
inflation
that one, man.
and those firms' own price
I
setting
can't be
plans.
mad. I made money
In
today.
particular, as inflation comes down, firms become less reactive, and inflation expectations play less of a role in firms' price adjustments. Several data sources support the idea that expectations are indeed well anchored. One closely watched source is the Michigan survey, in which expectations for inflation during the next 5 to 10 years have remained fairly flat recently, near levels seen for much of the past decade. And expectations for inflation in the year ahead have come down a fair bit after peaking in 2022. Expected inflation in the New York Fed survey of consumer expectation shows a similar pattern, with both 1-year and 3-year expectations close to the pre-pandemic norms.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I'll be right
Expectations
back.
also appear well anchored in surveys of forecasters
If you guys see
and in
anything,
market-based
just let me know.
measures of
If you guys
future
want to
inflation.
go over any type of
This
lessons
information
or anything,
suggests that firms,
let me
workers,
know. If
and
you guys
investors
see anything with relative strength,
understand
weakness,
that price and wage setting
if
behaviors
you and like
are
if
likely
healthcare
to
starts
return
giving
to
out,
pre-pandemic
banks
norms, which will help us to return the
start
price
pulling
stability
back
that we
something,
enjoyed
we start
before
smelling
the pandemic.
weakness, let me know. So
So,
snow did
I
not
have
break out to a
noted
new
three
high yet.
reasons
We
I
might have another
expect
shot.
for continued progress towards the FOMC's 2% target for inflation, and I believe monetary policy has played a key role in driving these factors. An open question, moving forward, is how spending momentum will evolve this year, which may either help or hinder this disinflationary process. I expect consumer spending to grow more slowly this year than last, which would help with disinflation. Large balances of excess savings accumulated early in the pandemic have supported household spending during the past few years. By now, these excess savings are likely exhausted, at least for the lower half of the income distribution. And we have begun to see signs that some households have come under increased stress, such as rising delinquency rates in credit card and auto loans. Just 2 days ago, the Federal Reserve released its January survey of senior loan officers, or SLOOS, and that survey showed continued tightening of credit card lending standards, the latest in a string of such surveys documenting tighter conditions for a variety of consumer lending. These signs of tight financial conditions point to slower consumer spending. Business spending growth is also likely to be a bit slower this year, since the widely discussed boom in factory construction may level off, albeit at a higher level. Eventually, equipment investment should rise to fill those newly built factories with machines, but the process will likely be gradual. And I closely watch developments in broader financial conditions as well. Some measures of financial conditions have become a bit less restrictive in recent months, but remain relatively tight. Indeed, the FCIG, a measure of financial conditions published by the Fed and other indicators, suggests that overall financial conditions are consistent with continued progress on our inflation mandate. So I am pleased with the disinflationary progress thus far and expect it to continue. I must emphasize, however, that the committee's job is not
Man, if
done
we can get
yet.
215, and if
Consumer
215
spending
can
was
hold, y'all,
surprisingly strong last year.
if it gives it
Gross
to
domestic
us,
product grew at a nearly
we
5%
need
rate in the third quarter, led by
216.
consumption.
We were
And
on
even
the
though
right side of
spending and
this.
output growth moderated some in the fourth quarter, consumption contributed nearly 2 percentage points to fourth quarter GDP growth. So consumers could surprise us again this
I
year,
appreciate you guys joining
and that
us.
could slow progress on inflation.
Welcome if you're new.
Last week's
Hit the like
employment
button.
report was also surprisingly
Subscribe.
strong amidst a broader
Coinbase,
booming trend.
Snow, Tesla.
It
We
is
gave out some
important
nice trades
that
today.
supply and demand
Coinbase,
in both
Snow.
product and labor markets broadly
I think-
continue moving into better balance.
There was one more. I forget what it
I am
was.
also paying close attention
But really,
to
these
some
two.
upside risk to inflation posed by geopolitical developments. Russia's ongoing war
I'm gonna
in
grab something to
Ukraine
drink,
and
like
the
a little Red Bull
widening
and
of the
some water,
conflict in
and
the
I'm gonna be
Middle
right
East
back.
could contribute to higher commodity prices and disrupt global trade, in turn pushing goods inflation.
Get
up
this
in the
man some
US.
Nature Valley
When I worked at the
oats and
World
honey.
Bank,
He's out.
I followed these issues and international supply chains and commodity prices closely, and I certainly will continue to do so now. I will remain focused on the inflation side of our dual mandate until I am confident that inflation is returning durably to our 2% target. I am keenly aware that high inflation vastly complicates business decision-making and, importantly, creates serious hardships for our most vulnerable individuals and households. Having lived in Colombia during periods of high and volatile inflation, I know firsthand how destructive it can be. It is critical that inflation returns to 2%, as that is indeed the pace the committee has deemed to be consistent with price stability. Of course, I am mindful of our employment mandate, and I am closely tracking labor market developments. While historically, we have sometimes seen a trade-off between inflation and employment, as Cici pointed out, the recent experience of disinflation has been sustained without a significant rise in unemployment. I do expect job growth to continue. However, history has shown that labor market conditions can change very quickly, sometimes before we see strong signals in spending data. Thus, I am watching very closely the totality of the data with risks on both sides of the mandate in mind. I am also cognizant of international risks to our employment mandate. For example, a broader slowdown in Europe or China, two of the engines of global growth, could become a drag on the US economy. For now, I see the risks to our dual mandate as roughly balanced. Our policy stance is restrictive, but the target range for the federal funds rate has been steady for some time now, and the most recent summary of economic projections by FOMC participants suggests that the rate is at its peak now if the economy evolves as expected. At some point, the continued cooling of inflation and labor markets may make it appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate. On the other hand, if progress on disinflation for some reason stalls, it may be appropriate to hold the target range steady at its current level for longer to ensure continued progress on our dual mandate. In summary, I am pleased by the progress on inflation and optimistic it will continue. But I will be watching the economic data closely to verify the continuation of this progress. This approach is the surest path to achieving and maintaining both of the FOMC's economic objectives and promoting an economy that benefits all Americans. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Governor Kugler. I think you lived up to Cece's billing. You had a lot of information there on inflation, labor markets. You made your views very clear. So we're honored that you chose Brookings for your first speech, and it was a good one.
Thank you, Don.
So I think let's see if we can dig in a little bit here. You've emphasized that the committee's job is not done, that your eyes are on inflation, and the primary emphasis is, right now anyhow, is hitting that price stability part of the dual mandate. So what would you be looking for? I mean, we've heard Jay Powell and others say they're looking for some more good data. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Could you spell out a little bit more what you would like to see before you decided that it was time to begin easing those interest rates off, that you could be confident that you were getting to the 2%?
So that's a great question, Don. I don't want to speak for the chair, but I will speak for myself.
Right.
And
I remember having to say that all the time.
Absolutely.
Especially with Ben in the audience, I had to say it.
But what we have seen, obviously, as I said, is rapid disinflation, in particular in the second half of last year. And if you look at some of these 6-month and even 3-month measures, we're already hitting the 2%.
I forgot my drink, but what I want to see is regional banks, guys. Sorry.
What else, right?
I don't know if she's a voting Fed member or not. You have to look.
If you look
Keep
at
that in mind.
3 categories of inflation that I mentioned, goods, housing, and services ex-housing, they're very telling. Goods inflation.
We were just talking about this the other night.
Way back at the beginning of 22. Housing inflation, as I said, because of the way that it is measured mostly, is pretty persistent. But we expect it to continue coming down given market rents information that we have and better data on new rents. So that will continue coming down, but that only started in 2023.
January, February 2nd.
Maybe around mid-23.
Look, it's starting to curl up here. Justin, you can see it starting to try to curl up.
Services ex-housing, on the other hand, only started coming
Risk
down
is at its
in the
greatest.
second half of 23.
Easing,
Has
so
been
finish
very
easing.
persistent, very stubborn. And that, as I mentioned, accounts
Alright,
for
let's look at these
50%
regionals.
of the PC index.
I don't care about the fucking
So
flipping
that's
Super
the
Bowl.
element, one of
Alright,
the elements.
banks,
I should say,
regionals. Look
because
at the
there are many
regionals.
other
They're all
elements
down.
that
We
I'll
got to
be
look at
watching.
KRE,
But
gang.
that's one of the elements that I'll be watching to see continued and sustained declines.
And what's in and what is
right?
in?
I will be watching for
Look at the
services
IWM. What I tell you
ex-housing
guys? Did you guys get that
to
double
continue
top
to
there?
shine as
It's a low volume
disinflation.
pullback,
That's
so
the
it
component.
may not break
Of course, there are other components.
192.80. It may not. It might. You might get an increase. It's hard to say.
Explain,
Just keep it on watch.
right? That
KRE.
feeds into services accounting.
Damn, I missed
place.
KRE.
So there are a number of
right.
elements, but that is certainly.
I told
one
you
of the
guys I
elements
wanted to
that
get a
for me is
pop and look
important.
for
And it's not that
some
we
more
haven't made good
downside.
progress. We have. Indeed, we made very rapid progress. It's about seeing that it's sustainable.
What's up, Matt?
And that is very important to all of us.
To
209,
clarify, that
213,
inflation doesn't-
if it
the
gives it to
services
us.
ex-housing inflation by itself
hold
doesn't
on,
need to get down to 2.
sorry,
in order to- but it does need to be low
I was going to
enough
say,
that
Matt, let it go
a
up because the
lower
game
level of
plan with
goods
Boeing,
inflation would,
we got to listen to these questions. He's
would
talking about
average
inflation and
to
stuff.
2,
We
so-
got to see if she's a voting member.
I mean,
But
inflation, we have seen deflation.
this here is the
Goods
track that I
prices,
think we're
right?
on.
I mean, we have seen
Okay,
declining
why is
prices
that?
in many goods categories across the
Look at the
board.
daily chart if
So
you're
that
still
is
here, Matt.
happening already. So
Because
that
I want to
is
see this
level of
50-day
some.
start to curl
So
down, and I
we're
want to
working
see
in
them
the
meet.
direction. That's about a
I want to
quarter
see
of
the
total PCE
50-day
index. And we see some
meet
of the
after the
pressures
incident,
and the
right?
broadening
This
of
is
the
about where you had that
cost
extra
of
gap
living
down,
that
boom, boom,
could
boom.
contribute
So,
some of that
you know, as we
inflation
start
going
going
up.
higher, it just
The
kind
low
of,
levels
it's
of
going to start
water in
pulling that
Panama
50-day
Canal because
down
of
to
El
it.
Niño, right? I
You
mean,
know,
we-
you got,
we
we're in the
know what
100-day right
to
now.
think about all sorts of
So,
issues.
we
That
do got to
has
watch for
maybe
that.
a little bit goods inflation, which means we need to compensate also, as you said, with this other aspect, which before had been very
We do got to
stubborn,
see if she's a voting member or
in
not.
the right direction. And we want to see that continue. I want to see that continue for sure.
So let's turn to the labor market. You mentioned wages.
Strong
and
January
declining,
jobs data. Initial jobless
wage
claims
growth.
rose like a mother
So do
trucker.
you think
They're so
some people have said
goofy,
that
man.
if productivity is 1.5,
I get that they need to see
then
more with the
wages
labor
have
market
to
because
be-
again, we did have
wage
big
growth has to
snowstorms
be
and stuff, so I'm
3.5.
countering in all of that.
So
So
are you
we'll see
waiting
here going
until
forward
wage growth
jobless claims
gets
if they do
down
start to
there?
come
Is
down.
that one of the
Watch
key
the 100-day.
factors, or
Maybe you got to get a
how are
pullback.
you
See, it kind of
judging
held this
whether
level. Look at
lab-
209.
labor
Did
mar-
it
you
make
said
it
labor
support
markets
today?
are
It may have.
nearly in balance, but not
I would
quite in
watch
balance.
if you
What would
if you
be
try to
looking
get up
at
to that
see
200-day.
whether those
See,
labor
it never
markets are
made
in
this here.
balance, and how do wage
Support
wage
209.
growth
It did make
factor into that?
209 support.
Thank you for
The
that
sellers
question.
were at the
I
200-day,
definitely
which is up at
think
213,
demand and
214.
supply for labor coming
But
more
we
into
could be
balance.
on track for like
we
a,
have
you
seen
know, a test of
some
that 50-day,
moderation
fill those
of-
gaps,
of
then you
the
get a
demand
downgrade.
for labor.
Just keep
We
your
have
eyes out for
seen
downgrades. Keep
job
your eye out for
postings
like,
come down
if we
by
get up to
about
200 and you can
25%
see here in the past, you can
And
see we
we're
were watching
seeing
this
a
too,
little bit less
that every day we're like, yo, it keeps trying to get above, rejects, gets above, rejects, gets above, rejects. What happened was Tesla reported, everybody was talking about Tesla. Bank of America downgrades them, bang. That was the move. We were on it this day. At least we called it out. So my track for this, so far, it's putting in lower highs. We got to see what it does here. This is a strong day on, look though, it's on low volume though. The sellers have just stepped away. Look to see where the sellers come back in at. Is it 214? Is it at the 100-day or is it at the 200-day? We're in the 100-day right now. If we start getting between the 100 and 200, it could consolidate. And then do you pop out to the upside or do you pop to the downside on some type of news or something?
Age workers is at pre-pandemic levels or above even. In the case
Okay, I thought they were going to say something about Boeing just because that's how these things happen. So we'll keep you informed, Matt. You know, this is a low volume bounce, so just keep an eye on that. Don't, you know, you don't want to trust it too much. It's not bad, but it's not, you know, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of big, but it's kind of not in a sense. The market's going higher, so naturally Boeing, it does have some relative strength. We'll keep an eye on it, you know, just watch as it gets up to that 214, 215 at 200-day and see how she acts. And just start to take notice when you start to see where the sellers start to come in at. If they come in, they may be waiting for the 50-day like us. All right, so we kind of think, you know, we want to pull that 50-day back down in here. And we'll just take notice of where they come in at, because you can see it's going higher on lower volume. You know, so we'll wait and see where they come in at, man. We're watching Boeing too. We're watching it. I appreciate you stopping by.
We're still to see some impetus in labor force participation. from that side. So that's helping. And
All
again,
right, so
that brings
Coinbase
us
did
more
recapture
into
this level.
balance.
We could look for a 226
Another
long.
aspect, which
If
I
you
would
break
say
120,
usually on
you got room to
average,
122 to
the lenders want you to
124,
pay attention to
and
the
then
trend,
126.
is improvement
I'm
in
really
match
curious. This is a
quality.
low volume
Match
though.
quality
It's low
and
volume.
speed of matches. That's
So
essentially an increase in effective labor force participation, and there is evidence of that.
I'm really
So
happy
that's another additional
with the watch
impetus
list today,
on labor
guys.
force- on
We
the
had a
labor
short,
force
we
side
had a
that
long.
really
They
helps
both
to
worked
bring
out
this
for
into
us.
balance. Now,
I think
as to your
Snowflake's got the
question,
best
we don't
looking
need to wait
setup
for
though. If you
the
guys
trend to
ask
happen.
me,
We've seen it, especially in the
I think
services
Snowflake's
sector,
got
as
the
I
best
mentioned, from 5.2
setup, and I'll go over it
before.
after
All of the
this
data,
after
whether you
she's
use
done.
ECI, whether you use the average hourly earnings, no matter what data you
And
use,
keep
you will see
regionals
that
on
it's
watch.
trend down.
Watch KRE. There's a
Has been
short
happening,
opportunity.
and in some
You could,
sectors, as I
you know,
mentioned, leisure and
maybe have a
hospitality, it
long
came
and
down
then
from
get short the
41%
weak names.
to
And if the
4.4%.
market rolls over, you're in
So
a short. If the
that's
market
happening.
starts to get
It's
some
very real,
strength
and it's making
because the
its way
Fed
through,
starts hitting
right,
at
in
cutting or
terms
just
of
for whatever
filtering
reason,
through
then you
price
could look.
to
You're
lower
already in a
prices.
long. It'll extend
Now,
that long.
where do
So
we need it to be
long,
exactly?
strong stocks, short,
That's
weak
not
names.
so clear, right? I wouldn't pin it to a number. I do want to see that continued trend, but it depends on productivity. It depends on markups. It depends on many other factors. So I would say, roughly, we think it needs to still come down some more, and we're not quite there yet, but it's definitely moving in the right direction.
So I was about to ask you about
Sorry,
productivity.
guys. Let me go grab
Brought
something
it
to drink.
up.
I'll be
We've
right back.
had 2 big quarters of productivity growth. Do you think productivity?
And again, if you're
is
looking
in
for
the
strong
process of
names,
picking up,
guys,
or
like
is that just make up for
Palo
earlier
Alto,
misses?
Fortinet, the
I think
security
in
names are doing really well
2019 or
today.
so, we're still about 1.7
Meta's
or so,
doing really
something
well.
like that. So how are you looking for at productivity?
So the way we usually measure productivity is as productivity
You could look at
per
CrowdStrike.
worker, right? So naturally,
Shit.
as there is some moderation in labor demand, that's gonna pick up. That's one factor that is contributing.
CrowdStrike's
to
up
that,
6%,
and that
guys.
continues. That will continue to happen.
Huge
the other
move.
part
It's
is
all
technical
from
change,
last
which
night's
everybody's talking
Fortinet
about, right?
report.
AI and actual technical change and productivity changes that are here to stay. And I think it's too early to tell, right? We need to see if generative AI is in fact going to be here to stay and to make a difference across the board in many industries.
I agree, for what it's worth. Some of the factors you've cited, so the increase in labor force participation, maybe even the degree of immigration, the unwinding of the COVID supply chain issues, the remarkable performance of the U.S. economy is importantly, as you've emphasized, a result of increases in supply as well as the Fed's damping of demand. Is there a risk that those increases in supply won't continue, would make your job somewhat harder to continue that progress toward inflation? Is that one of the things you'll be watching?
Absolutely. I think your characterization is right. That the situation we're in now is related to both what has happened from our side at the Fed and on the demand side, and the increased restrictive stance of policy, as well as the supply side, right? I mean, we see supply side issues as winding down, as I mentioned in my speech. They have been healing, but I do not think they're fully healed. I think there's still room. There's still room to go.
Yeah,
on the
I'm
supply side,
with you,
both
buddy.
in goods
I'm gonna wait a
and
minute
defensively.
here, looking
I
for
mentioned
for the
extensively
long
where I
where
think
SPY opened.
we can
Okay,
still potentially make some
that would be
increased
nice.
progress
I
in
wouldn't
terms of
mind
the
this
labor
area right
supply
here,
side.
Ziggy.
In terms of
Or
the
this is
good
the
side,
Qs. The
I would
Qs
say
would
there
be
are
at
many
like
measures on supply disruptions and how much
I'm looking for
they have
430 on
been
the on
weighing
the on the Qs.
The Institute for Supply Management, for example, has some
And
measures. They
that looks
show
like a
that
really good area also
delays
at
in
495.98.
deliveries,
Call it
backlogs, all
496 on the
those seem to
SPY.
have
I'm
gone
with you there,
away.
Ziggy.
But on the other hand, if you
We
ask
got your
somebody
500 though,
asking
bro,
about
just
whether they
about.
have full access to
We
work
almost
at
got your
capacity,
5.
they tell you they're still seeing shortages in materials. There is about 20% of companies that still see shortages in materials, in production, in manufacturing.
I'm curious if it starts to hold right there and tries to put in another like lower high or something.
Right, disruptions that are still there that can still continue to work their way through and help us.
So some of the goods disinflation could be, pardon my language, transitory. I said that, you didn't say that, but some of it may not persist, right? I mean, that's something to keep looking at.
She got a mean look at. She's like, no,
As
you
I
did
said,
not say
there
that.
has been a whole lot of goods disinflation since early 2022.
Disinflation.
And
Deflation.
right now
That's not what they want.
we're seeing a reduction in prices of many
They
goods.
want a deflation to an extent,
So let me
but they don't
ask
want
a
it to
little bit about
persist.
where,
That would definitely start to
discuss a
get
little
down
bit
the
about
cut
what you'll
too.
be looking at for when to begin easing off policy. Let's talk a little bit about where the ultimate destination would be. So in the Federal Reserve's quarterly forecast, the median projection by FOMC participants is for interest rates to settle out, nominal interest rates at 2.5%. But there are a lot of people who think that there are upward pressures on those longer-term interest rates. There are increased deficits. They're building supply-side resilience, all kind of things like that. So how are you thinking about, once the path begins, where is it going to portend a bit higher R-star, a bit higher final settling place for interest rates?
So, as you know, there is a lot of uncertainty in measuring the neutral rate of interest. So, deficits coming, persistence of demand, persistence of these dissolution of supply side disruptions, but even technology and population, right? So there is a whole lot of uncertainty. So I don't think anyone is about to find out what our star is today, right? But we do think about these issues, right? I think more important than thinking where exactly we're going to end up is what that path will be, and thinking about the different factors that will be relevant in determining where we need to go next. So, as I said before, I think disinflation is clearly happening, and it's happening at a good pace. It's continuing. We see reasons, as I mentioned, to see that it would continue. I think growth and employment have been resilient. So we see that side of our mandate also as moving so far in the right direction. Now, the job is not done yet. So we will certainly move forward in terms of the federal funds rate, and that path will depend on how we get and how we start seeing our movement towards our target, towards target inflation. So that will be critical. Having said that, I do think, and I am watching closely, because historically we have seen incidents where unemployment rises suddenly without much warning. So we're watching that also closely, and that will also determine our path. But I would say the path is what is most important than the ultimate end goal, which we won't know until we're done with it.
Right. Thank you. Let me ask one more question before we turn to the audience. Financial stability issues. So very prominent in the news today are concerns about commercial real estate exposures at regional banks. Their equity, their share prices are down sharply. Do you see the CRE problems, office buildings and some retail?
Guys, remember, keep an eye on financial conditions.
Stability? How do you judge how well is
That is the market in my eyes. Okay.
Cope with this oncoming?
Remember, we're at the bottom here. We're starting to curl. We're damn near at COVID level lows.
Yeah, let
The
me just
easing that we
generally
had
say
2020,
that
2021.
There's There's significant
Alright.
sources of resilience in terms of financial stability.
just
For
important.
example, balance sheets of households and businesses.
Because what that's
being
telling you,
solid,
right?
the
Risk,
banking
credit,
sector,
leverage, all
despite
right?
the
Financial
events
conditions, and
last
the
March,
black line.
seems to be sound, generally sound.
Once you start getting
but we
positive
continue to
on
monitor
risk, that means
closely.
risk it's riskier. So
I
it's
do
just
pay
like,
a
you
lot
know,
of attention
this is
to
pretty much the
CRE
SPY.
as a
It's pretty
source
much
of
the SPY in
volatility.
reverse.
I think it is something we need to continue to monitor. Valuations appear to be much higher than the actual fundamentals. And this applies in particular for office space. And I think, you know, we have seen changes in return to office policies, in people working from home, all sorts of things that change that need for office space. So there seems to be some issues with valuation, which haven't fully realized because there have been very few transactions in the recent past in those properties. So we don't know exactly, but we're certainly watching very closely that side, as well as non-banking sector institutions as well.
So, but overall, you would say the regional banks, the banking sector itself is well capitalized and liquid. There may be, I mean, have you done a particular analysis of some of these regional banks that have the?
This was important.
I actually do serve in the subcommittee for small and regional banks. And so that's something we pay attention to, right? We pay attention to exposure to commercial real estate. We pay attention to how well capitalized banks are. So we're definitely keeping a close eye on those issues.
Okay, thank you. So let's turn to the audience. Yes, and let's make sure that.
He did not answer the question. She didn't answer it.
Yes, you
They didn't say
presented
yes
and
or no.
discussed a lot of very
She said we're
favorable
watching.
macroeconomic data.
Sorry.
But a person who cares about who the next president
yourself, please.
is well aware of the fact that at a micro level, people don't think the administration is doing a very good job on the economy. So what has to happen for the macro developments to be reflected in micro developments?
So I'm not going to speak for the administration because, as you know, the Federal Reserve is an independent and non-political agency. So I kind of speak for how I see, right, that potential disparity between the macro data and how people are feeling that data in their real lives, right? So I mentioned I care about this. Right? I don't just care about, right, the aggregate numbers and the average numbers. I realize we talk to a lot of people as members of the board. We talk to a lot of people from across the country, from different communities, to hear their stories as well. So I think there's an issue, right? The data that we see is the average. And we do realize there are differences between different groups. For example, as I said, household balance sheets are in pretty good shape. But we're seeing some weakening of household balance sheets for those in the lower half of the distribution. Increased pressures in terms of excess savings disappearing, right, after some of the help that they received during the pandemic. Or the need to start repaying student loans again. Or the very high prices of auto insurance, right? Things that affect like day to day, right? Your bills and how you see things. I think that's where you see some of the disparity. I think also it's important to remember, right? Prices have gone up, the level of prices have gone up, and that's something that people see every day, right? The price of gas, the price of eggs, milk, bread, what you consume every day, every week when you go to the supermarket, when you go to the gas station, right? This is kind of how you view things. So those prices have gone up, but wages have also gone up. And they have gone up by more than prices. So I think people will realize that real wages have gone up at some point. They'll start seeing that the two things are.
I'm really upset that I'm out of Nutri-Grain bars.
That is, I think, in part why maybe sometimes people are not feeling that progress.
Nature Valley, I'm sorry, honey oats.
And they're not seeing the improvement necessarily.
Yes. Introduce yourself, please.
I will, Don, thanks. Rich Miller at Bloomberg. Thank you very much for doing this, appreciate it. The Fed seems to have set a fairly high bar for the first rate cut. Chair Powell has said it will be a highly consequential decision. Governor Waller has says the worst thing, a big mistake would be to cut and then have to reverse, and the FOMC itself says you need greater confidence. Does that suggest that once you clear that bar, you can move with some alacrity to reduce this amount of restriction that we see? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Rich. I think it is something that we're paying attention to. I would say that
Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can get up to 499, baby. Let's go. Let's see if we can get there.
Even from now until March, right? We're going to get 2 new reports on inflation. We're going to get 1 new report on jobs. We're going to get another new report on ACI, so compensation, right? We get a lot of new data even between FOMC meetings. So I would say we cannot say, oh, yeah, once we cut, we'll go gradually, or we'll cut right away. It will depend on many factors. I don't think we can call it out now.
Were you part of the median 75 basis point cut in December?
You know, I've been at the FOMC for the past 4 meetings. So that tells you, right?
Okay. All right. More questions from the audience before I stick my foot in my mouth even more. Louise.
I'm there, right? I mean, I'm in all those meetings.
Look at that 15-minute VWAP. You're getting a bounce right off of it, guys. Look at that. You're about to get VWAP cross.
How are you? So
Let's see. That's a nice bull flag. Can we break out, baby? Get out.
Housing. Are you worried about the possibility, or how would the Fed look at it, that you actually go below target next year? Because with those pieces, with deflation on goods being higher than it is normally, it seems quite possible that you might say that underlying inflation is still not quite at target, but the actual measured inflation is well below. And would that be a communications difficulty for you? How would you look at that?
So, as I said, I think there may be a little bit of a reversal on the good side. We don't actually know, but there's some factors that could create upward pressures on goods inflation. I think the issue is how it averages out, right? And we're thinking, as you mentioned, about what's measured and what's unmeasured. For example, in housing inflation, we definitely think it is lower than what it looks like right now. Because if you even look at these research series that the BLS has put out on new tenant rents index, right, that shows you, plus market rents that we estimate using open sources, show that that's probably lower than it looks like right now. So we're taking account of all of that. We're definitely
They don't want to buy it, looks like.
You know, not only what's measured, but where we actually expect it to be.
I'm just saying, if goods deflation continues at the rate it's been, you could get an inflation number of 1.5 next year, and you might still say we're not done. And I'm just wondering about that kind of difficulty, if that could arise.
We're definitely thinking of that, yeah. But I think the whole issue is that it averages out, and there are still reasons why we may expect upside surprises to inflation, as well as downside surprises on employment. The risks are roughly balanced, so we don't know where it will go.
Another question. Yes, the back of the room.
Thank you. Pedro da Costa from MNI. So to follow up on Rich's question, you mentioned we'll get a lot of data between now and March. Is March a live meeting in your view? And then secondly, why do you think it's taking so long for shelter inflation to ebb, given how long new rental?
Because everybody and their mother's a real estate agent now, and they want to be Ben Malin, and they want to make money. That's why.
Second one.
It's not a demand issue, because I can pull up right around even in my area, maybe in some locations, but I'm telling you, yo, there's a lot of houses for sale.
CPI and PCE is by looking at a sample of renters. They interview people every 6 months. 6 of the sample is interviewed every 6 months. And then they slowly add people to each of those 6 of the samples. So it's very slow moving. That's why they created that other series that I mentioned, the new tenant rent index, to capture only new renters. So that helps to kind of look at actual changes in prices of the same property, holding everything else constant, right? So that's one of the reasons, right? When we look at that new research series that they're creating, when we look at market rents that come from other sources, we see something different. We see a faster decline in housing prices. It's just not coming through the data yet. We think that's already starting to happen more quickly than it shows up. So can you repeat your first question now? So look,
He doesn't remember what it was.
That's the way it goes. We don't make decisions or close the door because we will get new information. We have to react to new conditions. We have to react to information that is coming at us. We're not going to make a decision now for something that is going to be made in 7 weeks from now. Certainly March, May, June, every meeting from now until the end of the year and moving forward will be live. Every meeting is live.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Hi, Bryson with SW4 Insights. I'm curious for your thoughts on the role that wages play in inflation, and is it perhaps time to de-emphasize how much of that is a trigger for any potential concerns about the inflation rate in terms of like the wage price spiral? And should we, because some would argue that, especially between the Great Recession and now, wages were sort of lagging behind, and then we had the pandemic and you saw this acceleration in wage growth. But it seemed that inflation was caused by other factors outside of wages. So do we need to be as concerned about people getting higher wages?
So first, let me say that real wages are up, no matter what measure you use, right? Real wages are increasing at 1%. If you use the ACI, they're increasing at 1.5% if you use the average hourly earnings. So they're going up. That is the reason why I mentioned, right? If people see that, they're going to start demanding lower wages because they can keep up with the cost of living. That's really important. So that will continue to play in until we're more into balance, right? Of course, there are other factors. I would say we have not.
What's
seen
up,
a
Chris?
price
Hold
spiral.
on 1 second.
I would say we have not seen that type of dynamic, and I described that in my speech. I just don't.
It's been okay. What, 3, 4? 4 trades. All 4 of them were green. Nothing crazy.
Both
4 green trades this week. Coinbase, I missed my entry, but I still got the short on that today. That was my trade of the day so far. Coinbase, we said 4, not 4, but come on. We were looking for the break of 120. I got in right here. I got in right here on this bounce back, and we took. You know, you could have got about 100% on this move. I looked at it late, and I was trying to get in here, and she just boop, 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 and was just falling on us.
So thank you, Governor Kugler.
Thank you.
Now we're going to watch to see what the market does.
Feel free to come back anytime.
We're going to watch to see what the market does. Maybe we could take this thing to, we could start taking it along if we can get through 120 from like 120, take profit to 124, get up to 128. 126, I mean. On Coinbase. So,
Live from Studio 2 at
I mean,
Bloomberg
like I said,
headquarters in
remember,
New
Chris,
York.
we were
I'm
talking
Scarlett
about
Foot.
this.
And I'm
This
Alex
possible
Steele, and to
failed
point out,
breakout
this
here,
has been 8 or 9
but
years
that
in the
level's
making.
holding,
We used to
man.
have a
That's
show
a nice
together
tail.
around this time,
So
and now
I
we're
would
doing
be
it again.
watching
Is it 2015 all over
120.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
If we
It was
can
so
not
long.
get to
Remember the name of that
120
show?
and get through
What
it,
did you miss something?
Yeah.
you know,
What'd
I'm
you
going to
miss?
hang
What'd
on the
you miss?
short.
All right, anyway, let's get a check-in on the
Look
markets.
at,
'Cause I got to tell you, equities
this
are
was a
tremendously
break,
boring. So as we count you down to
right?
the close,
It breaks
pretty much ignore the index level, and volume is
120,
also
and then it
terrifically
pulls
light.
back to
Nasdaq 100, kind of the same thing. A little
120
heavier,
on
though,
low
down by
volume
3
yesterday,
tenths of 1%.
and maybe
I did
we
want
get
to
a
point out the
second
2-year in
attack up
particular,
here.
up
We'll
by 6
see.
basis points, seeing the
Or
most
we're going to
buying
put in a
there
reversal.
along the
I'm
curve,
looking for
down by 6 basis
a
points.
test of the
Most across
100-day.
curve. You
That's
had a
way
nice
down at
takedown of the
112,
3-year
111.
auction. We get that 10-year auction today as well. You also got continued
So-
Fed speak about pushing out that cut later and later. Not there yet. Not there yet. That
Nice,
message
sweet,
really
bro.
trying
I
to sink
appreciate
home
it.
here in the Bloomberg
Appreciate
Dollar
you, bro.
Index.
That's what's
Just
up. Yeah,
watch
man,
the
anytime.
200-day moving average.
Let me
We
know
had a
how
nice
things are
run in the
going.
last
Let me know
couple
how you're
days. We're
doing.
pausing here, really close
Let
to
me
that
know how
200
your
day,
trading's
Scarlett.
going, bro.
Well, Alex, you
What are
mentioned
you
Fed
hitting
speak.
today?
It's certainly helping to
Is it leg
soothe
day?
the bond market, while stocks
nah,
have
not
settled
on a
into
Wednesday.
a pretty tight range. Cleveland Fed President
Let me
Loretta
guess,
Mester
shoulders.
said
You're gonna do
policymakers
shoulders.
will likely gain confidence to cut rates later this year. Since there's no economic data on the calendar today, what it means is investors are left searching
I'm
for
waiting to see
direction.
what
They're
you're
counting
doing.
on earnings and Fed commentary to provide
I'm
cues.
going to say shoulders
Meantime,
and back.
regulators are taking aim at hedge funds. The SEC is set to label prop trading firms that regularly trade treasuries as dealers because they're increasingly responsible for liquidity in this massive market. Now, doing so would mean more guardrails that would lead to increased scrutiny and higher compliance
So yeah, if you guys
costs,
want to
all of
watch,
that.
see what happens
As
at
for
Coinbase
company
up here.
news, Boeing is in the spotlight today. The
If you get
fallout
a
from
break
its
of
737
120, we
Max
could see a
mid-air
short
blowout
squeeze.
last month has made
If
it the
there are
worst
people
performer in
short,
the Dow
and
Industrials
we'll look to fill
this
this
year.
gap,
Alex,
and I
down
want to
almost
look to get
20%.
long
What's the
and take
latest
this
on
to
Boeing?
like
The
126.
headlines, right? They just keep on coming. The latest is the NTSP
Right?
saying that
You can watch
Alaska Air
Bitcoin
Boeing
on
Max
top of
9
it.
door plug was missing bolts. I kind of thought we knew that,
That's
but
what I
still, when
thought,
you get
and
these
that's why I
headlines that
said
just
it. He said,
continue,
"Nah, you ain't
that's
hitting
pretty
the
rough
legs in the
going.
middle of
Also,
the
Spirit
week, bro.
Aerosystems
That's
did
why I
have its
said
earnings
that.
call. They didn't provide guidance. Because of that, they get the majority of their revenue from Boeing. And
I
here's
hope your
really
trading's been good,
why
bro.
it matters. This is a fantastic
you know, I
chart. Thank you,
kinda-
Brooke Sutherland, a Bloomberg opinion. The
It seems
blue
like
is operating
I've been
income
missing,
for Boeing, and the white
like,
is
not
operating
missing,
income for
but, like,
commercial airplanes. And
you know,
they
I'm gonna be
just-
honest,
I mean, you gotta squint,
Snowflake
but
and
they
Coin
just got that
are probably
into
the
positive
best setups.
territory.
Really,
About
Snowflake right now
$283
has a
million
beautiful
of
setup
total
to go
operating
long.
income and $41 million
I just
for,
did not get my
commercial
entry on
planes.
Snowflake today,
Now,
so I didn't
unless
take
you
it.
can deliver the planes, then you
I
can't
traded
get the
Coin
money, and
as
then
it
that
fell out of
operating
bed
income gets
because I
harder
thought
and
that
harder
was
to
a
come by.
nice,
That's why
short.
it's
Like
so
right
important.
now, if we
now,
could
this
get some
also
volume,
became an issue in
Snowflake could be
DC
nice.
today.
I
You
want
had
to take
FAA
Snowflake,
Administrator Mike Whitaker
you know, up
testifying to
through
the House
220.
Transportation Committee earlier
I would
today,
like
vowing
the
to hold Boeing
opportunity to
accountable for those quality
maybe get, I
lapses.
don't know if it'll give it to me, but
The events of
216.
January 5th, it really
Not
created
sure if
two
it'll give it
issues
to
for
me,
us.
though.
One, what's wrong with this airplane?
we'll see how it goes. You
but
know,
two,
it's been a quiet
what's
week
going
this
on with
week.
the
I
production,
just got some
at
small
Boeing.
green
And
trades,
there have been
and I'm just packing
issues
them
in the
under my
past.
belt. We got 4
They
of
don't
them.
seem to be getting resolved.
It's like 4 or 5.
So we feel like we
No,
need to
it's-
have
pretty sure
a
it's
heightened
4. I
level
did
of
2
oversight.
yesterday.
Mike Whitaker, the FAA
And
administrator.
let's not
there.
forget
now, let's
about,
get some
'cause I
more
know I'm
perspective
going to.
on
I
this
probably
hearing
already
and
did.
Boeing's issues overall.
What
from
did we
Stan
say
Sorcher.
yesterday?
He
Look
is a
for a
former
low
Boeing
volume
engineer who
pullback
worked
on
at the company
Save
for nearly
on Spirit Airlines. They do report earnings, but we missed it down here, guys. We could have had a huge trade from $6 to $7.30, 20 cents. That would have been a monster trade. So I'm going to try to not forget about this name again because I feel like this thing could start going. Right? I know they have earnings. It's given us a light volume pullback right down here to like 640. I'm sorry, 650, 660. You pull right in here to 660, consolidate, bang, try to break and go up to $7.50, $8.
Company now out with a
Well, what matters is the earnings growth of the companies that are producing the type of returns that we need to keep going higher. And what we've seen so far this year is of the 5 stocks, the Magnificent 5 that have reported. So Apple had a quarter, kind of as expected. Microsoft a little stronger. Amazon great quarter. Meta great quarter. Google disappointing quarter. And you saw that reflected in the stocks. Meta is the one that had the enormous drive up, 24% year to date, I think it is.
You know, Meta's up 32% year to date. Okay.
Yeah.
32% year to date, 5 weeks.
But people had the estimates wrong. They earned more than the market had expected, and now the multiple is about the same. It's a little bit higher than the S&P. If you look at Google,
Watch the
their
cues
multiple
here.
is slightly premium to
If
the
you start to
S&P.
get a hold-
Amazon, that multiple has been coming down for years.
Let's see what the
Because,
SPY.
I mean, it was very, very high. It's still a high multiple,
So-
but they over-earned relative to expectations.
We
And
need
if
to
you can
watch
keep
regional
doing that
banks.
for these companies that have a growth rate
Okay, if the
2.5 to 3
IWM
times that of the
and the
S&P,
regional banks start to
not
give us a
including
bounce, we got to look for a
Yeah,
pullback.
You said the key words.
Or
You
at
said the
least-
key words. If you can keep doing that.
Or at least be able to put on a tail risk trade, right? It's a tail risk trade. There is a tail risk that other banks may come out and say, hey, we have some issues, or they get downgraded. We're looking for the SPY. I'm looking for the SPY to get up to 499. I'm telling you right now, I think we can get up to 499 on this thing. All right? Maybe, depending on what time frame I look at it on, I'm going to... actually, let me make sure, I'm going to say it started there. All right, so, yeah, 498.75, just shy of. All right, again, if you get a bounce on KRE, again, I would look for this. I wanted to get short bounces, and I never did because I was busy doing other things. Right here, I had the chance to get that bounce back, and I never took it. I could already be taking profits on it yesterday. It is what it is, all right? And when I mean get puts, I mean, if we get a bounce back one more time to 47, I would like to take this to 45. If we can get to 47, I'm going to get puts. I will get the 45 puts at maybe a month or two out. At least 2 months out, a month out. The end, January, February, March, April. Something like that. Or you just wait until news hits and then try to play it the day of, like today. There was a downgrade, not Credit Suisse, but I forget which one came out and downgraded New York Bank. And I think they're putting in a new low. They're saying that their loans are junk. New York Community Bank. So they're in a world of hurt. What does this mean? You got to remember, when these market caps get cut in half, what does that mean for all the assets they hold on their balance sheet? You know what I'm saying? How can you be a $4 stock valued at let's just say $100 million, but you have assets in the vault that for $4 or $5 million, or I mean $400 or $500 million, but you're not worth nearly any of the assets you have. So there's a disconnect there. So I'm really curious what happens here for this name. I wanted to do some work today to see if we could see what their 5-year credit default swaps were trading at. And then we could kind of see hey, if there's a lot of risk there, then that's telling us they may need a buyout. And if a buyout is to come, not to say that there is, not to say that they're in trouble, but if a buyout is coming, it'll probably be at $1, $1.50, 80 cents. I don't know. It won't be $3.50. It won't be $4. I know that much. So that's some work I'm going to do a little bit of work on. Sweet. Chris, you have a great day, bro. Stop back in. It's always good to talk to you, bro. I hope all is well. If you need anything, man, hit me up, bro. Appreciate you. So that's that. All right. There's still trouble. We're still seeing these banking issues because rates are still where they're at. So these. Oh, we got what's his name on here. I want to hear him. So
November
if anything
1st,
happens, they're going to be.
It's fair to say from November 1st to now, the market.
This program ends at the end of February, guys. Pretty much around the first week of March. So if the banks need to sell bonds or assets,
it's
to come up
I
with
don't know,
money for
high
depositors
double-digit
for
versus
deposits.
17, 20%.
They're going to be.
whatever,
They could be
versus
selling them at a
little bit more
loss.
than that in the
You know, they've been backstopped with a little bit of money from the Fed because they've been doing a lot.
It's
But
gotten more narrow again. I
we'll
think
see what
that's
happens.
The point.
I want to have a little bit of risk. I want to have
to have concerns about
what's it
being
called?
so
Like,
concentrated, if that's how you think about it.
I want
But
a little
to
bit
Brian's
of
point, I see broadening. I see stocks I own that have had
not
maybe the performance
allocation,
of Meta,
but
have had pretty good performance.
I
Whether
want
it's,
a little bit
VRT
of
or,
exposure. I want
or
some
pick
exposure
others, you know,
to that
pick
tail
them.
risk trade of
Goldman's
regional
had a nice
banks,
run of-
and another
But
bank coming
here's
out
what I'd say about it. I'd say
either
that the
having trouble
opportunity
or
set
or
has
something
changed
going
versus
on.
even a year ago or 2
So,
years
and that
ago.
may not happen
So
until
does
next
Microsoft
earnings.
So
I'm going to be patient, but I'm letting you guys know right now. If we get bounce backs in KRE, you know, you don't have to wait for me. I'm letting you guys know. I want exposure to it.
Products, but also in the cloud, which is going to need much more cloud storage.
Then I could
much
just
more
back it up
computing
with a
power,
long
et
on the
cetera.
market
So
and
it
use
deserves
that
it.
as a hedge.
So I focus on the
Chances are, if the
fundamentals,
banks
and
go
I say,
down, the
do
market's going
fundamentals
down.
support
Why would the market go down?
valuations,
Because there's a
and where
banking
else do
crisis
the
or
fundamentals
an issue in the
are
banking
they
system. The
not
Fed has
supporting
to
it? I stay away from those.
intervene
I go to
again
these
or
that
and
support
or
it.
cut
But I
rates.
also find it in aerospace. I don't find defense broadly. I find it in some financials if I look at the second half. So it's not such a narrow advance, but they're names that we all know. And to Brian's point also, if you're in the benchmark, and most active managers are in a benchmark, you can't ignore those. So to me, that's the fluff if they're not fully committed to the fundamentals of the company, and that's where the caution is. But if I look out a year, 2 years, 5 years, it's going to be the same companies, with the exception of an Apple that's tired, products, are falling off, etc. So
I think part of
that's
the
my
point. I think part of the point too, though, is the
There must be an
outperformance
IPO.
from the
All right, I think there's an
mega-cap
IPO.
services
We'll have
and
to
tech.
look.
You can cherry pick areas from the rest of the market and say, well, look, that stock's up a lot. That's broadening out. I'm not saying that everything has been negative, but the gains are dwarfed by comm services over the last month, which is up 12%.
Without doubt.
Information technology is up 12.5%. Utilities are negative, energy's negative, materials are negative. Healthcare staples, they're up 3% respectively, 3.9 and 3.305 respectively. That's more of what I'm getting at. The question is, what is going to cause the market to really broaden out in a meaningful way? Wolf today, Carrie, says, given the valuation discounts today, many investors are looking for an opportunity to invest in the most cyclical early cycle assets. While such assets may have tactical opportunities to shine, the economy is unlikely to return to early cycle without a proper recession. So they're saying those other stocks are not going to be reliably working until you have a real recession. Others say they're not going to work until you have the first real rate cut, not in anticipation of, but the actual cut.
Well, I think that the broader market works when it recognizes that GDP
I
is
guess not.
in fact growing faster than expected, and that we begin to see through this year better earnings from different sectors such as industrials and healthcare and even banking. And you're beginning to see signs of that. I mean, as we've talked about, some of the stocks in healthcare working, in consumer staples working, and GDP is growing better than expected. Interest rates are not going up, and inflation continues to come
You
down.
do have
So
one
there's
next
no
week,
reason that we shouldn't have
but I guess-
more than just, these magnificent names.
Yeah, I don't know
go
what's
higher.
going on at the
And
NASDAQ.
They should go higher if all of them, if their earnings continue to grow, and there's no reason that their multiples of much of the market won't expand.
Sure, but let's take NVIDIA, okay? Let's take NVIDIA for example, because that seems to be at the center
There are
of the
still
whole
Fed
storm
members
of this,
speaking.
where this conversation has been going.
What's your name
$800
from
price target, I
SVB? You
think,
guys
from Goldman
remember
Sachs
her?
The other day. Now you get Morgan Stanley raising the price
I
target
know
to
her name. I just
$750.
can't think of it.
You had Josh Brown yesterday on the program saying he's been in NVIDIA longer than anybody on the show. Say that he trimmed 20% because he looked at it and this is like people have lost their minds. Those were his words, not mine. Aswath Damodaran, he is the so-called Dean of Valuation, okay, at the NYU Stern School of Business. He owns NVIDIA along with all of the other Mag 7 stocks, okay? He looks at this and says, I mean, this is kind of insane relative to the other Mag 7s. I want you to listen to what he told us and then we'll debate it.
I'm not
You
sure.
bought these stocks at the right time. They were amazing buys at some point in time. At today's prices, I mean, all of the stocks looked overpriced. but I think NVIDIA stands out as particularly overpriced. I mean, just to get a collective sense of what these 7 companies account for in the S&P 500, these 7 stocks alone account for 70% of the overall market cap of the index.
We have a
They account
10-year
for
at 1
11% of the
o'clock,
revenues,
which
but they do account for 27% of the gross
Zig,
profit. So they're
thanks Zig for
very
that, because
profitable,
Ziggy,
very valuable companies.
shout out to Ziggy,
And
because
you
he
can get
ended up
pretty close to the current prices for the
putting
other
that out.
companies.
I'm not
NVIDIA
sure if we'll
is
have
not
much
even
change.
close.
Can't even get close, says the dean of
We'll
valuation.
see
Who
how it
owns
comes
the
in, though.
stock
We could get a
and
surprise.
looks
If we
at
get
the
a
price
surprise, you'll get some
appreciation
volatility.
And is like, this is insane.
Okay, so here's the challenge that we have. The challenge that we have is understanding the intuitive observation of
Okay,
individuals
so what do we got going on here?
surrounding
Look,
something
Apple
that
pulled
appears
back.
to be
So
extreme,
Apple never
that
bounced
appears
again?
to have the exuberance. Josh
All right,
shames
Amgen down,
NVIDIA.
Disney. So
Professor
telecom
believes
is
that the
down.
megacaps
We said
might
that there
have
was
extreme
news concerning
valuation.
that.
There's a
CRM,
move that I made
software
later in the
application. We
show
said
where you could cite the
cybersecurity is,
same type of
you know,
condition. The
doing
problem
pretty well today
collectively
with
all of
Fortinet's
that
earnings.
is that this
Ford pulled back.
dominance of angry algos, as you called them last
Where are we
week,
at
in
here? Where is
quantitative capital, doesn't care about that stuff. And momentum so far in this quarter is having its strongest performance that it has had since the fourth quarter
Li
of
Auto
2020.
is down.
Momentum is
Tesla
up
up.
11%
Toyota up. So this
so
sector's
far
doing
year to
okay.
date. Momentum is dominating the market. And now you could look at that, you could say, okay, we don't care what technicals say, we don't care what momentum says, but momentum is in control of the market right now. And the reason that it is in control of the market is these mega caps have given the momentum players strong fundamentals to work.
It only matters. It only matters too, Brian, I guess, to round back to the top. If you're in the wrong stocks, then it matters. And it matters if these stocks falter and there's no pickup from the laggards. That's why there is commentary, whether it's Barron's or elsewhere, suggesting the foundation of the market starting to crack because some of the Mag 7 stocks are getting peeled away. That's why we talk about Mag 5 in some respects.
Right. So if you kind of go back and look at your process in terms of investing, you buy stocks because of fundamentals, and I think actually you sell stocks because of fundamentals as well. And so Joe's completely right. All of our factor work in terms of the quant stuff that we run, it's momentum. And that always has me a little bit worried on a short-term basis that we could be seeing a peak. That's why we're not going to be surprised if we get some sort of a
If you
correction
guys
here.
could
We also talk about that,
hit the like button for us,
in
that'd be
our report.
sweet.
But
That'd
if
be
you own
awesome
NVIDIA,
if you could do
right,
that
you
for
own
us. That'd
NVIDIA.
be
Yeah,
awesome.
and
When you
Greatly
look at that
appreciate
and
it.
you look at what is a
We're going to look for some
straight-up
stuff for this afternoon. That's what
I
I'm
don't
going
know
to
what
do.
time period we
You
can
guys know
pull
I'm
up
watching
a
Snow.
longer than
I'm watching
intraday
Coinbase.
on NVIDIA, for example.
And I'm kind of just seeing if I can get my pullback to take another long.
I mean, that shows the story.
Yeah,
Arrow,
that kind
and
of
then
trend
it doesn't want to give it to me.
obviously makes me very worried, but at the end
So
of the day,
if you guys
I've owned this stock for
could give us a
5
like,
years.
that's all we ask.
And
Subscribe
when
if you're not
I learned the
subscribed.
business a long
Welcome.
time
If you're
ago
new
from one
and
of
you
my
have
great
questions,
mentors,
please
William O'Neill,
ask.
and you ride your winners.
Ask
That
away if
doesn't
you have
mean that
tickers. You want to go over
sell
charts.
here. I would
You
sell
want to
the
go look
stock
at houses. You
entirely
want
if
to
I saw something
get together and let's go make some money. Let's go buy a home. I don't care. Whatever you guys want to do. But again, all we ask is just hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We get to 1,000 subscribers. I don't have to say it anymore. All right. So Snow, man, this was the top idea on the list. It's got a beautiful setup. It's got a beautiful setup here. I need a pullback. I was short Coinbase, so I never really got in this because it kind of just went away from me. I was looking for a pullback, and I never. It got away from me. It is what it is.
Broadly, I think diversified within that. We were a little bit overweight United Healthcare, and we wanted to add to Gilead, and just because of the balance sheet and the dividend side of things. DoorDash has been a great winner for us, and we took some out of another consumer discretionary stock in our mid-cap universe. Chesapeake, we love our small mid-cap analyst, and he gave us a great name, Oventive, and we rode that for a year and took profits from that and went into Chesapeake. It's just a matter of kind of diversifying and getting now from a longer term
Let's see what Apple does here.
Right now we're underweight large cap energy.
It's already
but we're more
bounced.
neutral
That was a
mid-cap
nice
energy.
trade there
You
from
wanna,
here.
comment
It bounced
too?
all
Let's
the way
do
back to
Snap
the
as well,
50-day.
because we have several
Keep
big
an eye on
movers
your
today
on the
to go through.
IWM. That's the one I'm
Snap
wanting to
is
see
sinking
what
and
happens.
sinking badly.
Is this
today.
it? Are we going to like
35%.
finally,
That's on a revenue miss.
you
light
know,
guidance.
make this 50-day
Ex-Eagle
resistance
was
or
on
what?
in the last hour. Worst day since
So-
July of 22. You bought this on February 1st.
Really,
You
this
still
red
own it
box
today?
here is the
We do.
50-day
So
moving
we're
average.
hampered a little bit by our process because of our low turnover portfolios. Because we're publishing analysts, we have to publish the report and then buy the stock. We rarely buy things mid-month, Scott, so we were teeing this up And we probably should have waited until after the earnings, but again,
You
do our
think?
process.
Probably.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, with much humility, we're wrong. But at the end of the day, we'd like this name longer term.
Look at that
because we
bounce right
believe
into the
in
9 EMA.
communication services sector in terms of
Sorry, I don't
of
mean to
cash content
interrupt
and
Brian Belsky,
consolidation. We
but-
think it's got great content, and we think it's going to be a winner relative to the mega caps.
How do you own it? Equal weight or market cap weight?
No, we're underweight the market.
We
cap
said this
of that
morning,
because
keep
it's
an
in
eye
the
on
SPY
the
index.
RSP. You guys
underweight
want to
the
watch
stock.
the
That's why
equally
we
weighted
own it.
SPY.
You guys see cyber stocks today?
Okay.
Fortinet
It's
really
not
the
making new
catalyst on
highs
the
yet.
earnings there. You know, Stephanie Link.
It's doing a
for you
good
on
job
that,
today.
because
It's trying to
she owns
break
that
out of
stock.
this.
She's talked about it a lot,
This,
but
if listen,
the run-on effect
if the
in some of
equally
these other
weighted
names is
S&P
pretty
starts to
extraordinary
break
today.
out,
CrowdStrike,
that's going to
Palo
give you
Alto,
a little bit
Checkpoint.
more
There's
conviction
Fortinet
in the
today.
long.
It's off its highs
Because
of
if
the day,
this
but you
breaks
get my
out,
point.
you know, it's
If you
going to
show
help the
CrowdStrike
case
and
for
Palo
the
Alto,
for the
that
SPY and the
leads me
Qs
Joe.
to
He
continue
teased it
marching
earlier.
higher.
You sold 1/3
They
of
don't have a
CrowdStrike.
reason not to march higher
because
either.
The stock is up 120% since you bought it last August.
Correct.
August of 23.
Again, this is an intuitive observation from an individual, which is probably going to be wrong.
Don't say that.
Listen, I believe in cybersecurity. I believe in cybersecurity. We have Checkpoint.
I'm gonna
we
wash
have
my
Palo
hands. I'll
Alto
be right
Network
back.
In the strategy, we had Fortinet. We sold out of Fortinet. Congratulations to Stephanie. Up 9%. Q4 billings was really strong. But I am significantly overweight cybersecurity. And I think longer term, that's exactly how you want to be.
Who's been screaming
So
it since the
strategy was buying
summertime?
Checkpoint. It was buying Palo Alto in October. Those were great buys. I was able to personally buy CrowdStrike in August. And I'm just looking at the performance right now and say, okay, let's trim the position a little bit. Let's see if I'm right. Who knows? I hope I'm wrong because I still have 2/3 remaining of the CrowdStrike
Sure, but
position.
the message of the committee of late, Kerry, is whether it's Josh with NVIDIA, 20% off top, Joe with taking some off the top of CrowdStrike, of Stephanie Link selling out of Meta completely, missing the 20+%, but saying, you know what, I made a lot, I don't even care. That's the message of the committee lately, is actually doing some trimming off the top of these massive winners.
Well, we haven't trimmed any of our big winners, these big tech names. We've added
Meta
to technology.
included.
We have
Meta
not.
included.
We have not. And because of the move in these stocks, weights that were high have gotten higher, and it's something that we have to consider. I think it's fine to always sell some of a stock where you've made money. Right? No one should have a problem with a profit. And everyone who complains about paying taxes, they're paying taxes on profit. They still have profit. It's what you do with the money. If people just sit on the sidelines, that's different. If they're putting it into other names, that helps the rest of the market. That's part of the bullish case for the S&P overall. But let's not forget that when we talk about this being different from other times in history, it is because the size of these stocks, their sales is so much greater, their profits so much greater. Do you realize that Apple earns the same amount of money as the entire pharmaceutical industry with less sales? You know, it has $385 billion versus $585, same profits for the whole industry.
Okay. How about this? Hang on. Hang on. Because like clockwork, Marko Kolanovic at JP Morgan has dropped a new note as we are on the air. And it's perfect segue from what Kerry's talking about, that suggesting that, well, unlike other times in history, this isn't ridiculous. He suggests otherwise. Quote, market concentration continues to flash a warning sign as we are near the highs of the dot-com era. Stocks at highs effectively means that stocks are not pricing in any chance of recession, and a low VIX echoes the strong sentiment.
I want you guys to
the
understand.
current period is in some ways worse than the dot-com bubble. That's
right.
what he says. Steve Weiss?
No.
You wanna
The dot-com bubble.
I think
stocks.
Yeah, I do. I think it's ridiculous. Dot-com era, which I recall very, very well because I probably allocated a few.
Stocks were trading at 100 to 200 times, and they didn't make money. Exactly.
They were
exactly
purely up on air. So you can't compare the two. That's a ridiculous comparison.
I say the same thing. I hate the comparison. I hate it. Look, we do have some divergence.
Let me tell you what he says, because he's specific in what he's suggesting. He says, even as we didn't achieve as high a forward PE as we saw in March of 2000, when viewed from the perspective of an earnings yield spread of the top 10 versus the rest of the index.
There is more to come. It's just going to take a little while.
In addition, the spread between cap weight and EPS
I
weight
feel
is
like these
worse than in the
gaps
dot-com
will get
era.
filled.
And the sector composition
Okay,
was
they
better
will
then,
get filled.
with
This
only
will be
4
your second
sectors
buying
represented in the
opportunity,
top 10
but it
versus
could
6
take up to a
sectors
year.
in 2000.
It could take you up to a
So what do
year or
you- what
2
do you
years.
say?
Remember the gap for
I'm
400
saying
took
the
2
same
years,
thing.
guys.
It's a ridiculous comparison. You can
I'll
cherry-pick
never
data
forget that
points,
gap
but if you
because
look
I
at the
wanted to buy and
fundamentals
stop there,
of the
and that was it.
dot-com era,
It
they
gapped
just
up,
didn't
and I
compare
did
to
note
the
it at
fundamentals
400.
now. You had companies, by
stopped.
the way, like Cisco that were selling at 100 times earnings.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
a GDP grower. So I don't agree with that, number one. Number two, what I'd also say about that
I'm
is
going to
that
make a
in
couple phone calls
recession,
real quick.
what
I'll
I
be here if
wanna
you guys
own
want to
are
ask me any
fortress balance sheets,
questions.
cash
If you
flow
could, hit the like button,
machines,
subscribe
and
if you haven't already done
companies
so. I
that
appreciate you guys
aren't
being here.
impacted by
If you guys have
recession.
ideas,
That's a perfect
anything,
example.
throw it
You
out in
go into
chat. You guys
recession,
want
where do you
to,
think the ad dollars
I don't
gonna
know, go look
They're
at some
gonna
homes in
continue to go from
Miami or
Snap to a
Montana
Meta,
or
to a Google,
Indiana
to an Amazon.
and
So
put some
these
money
are
to work and go
perfectly
buy a
positioned
home
for
and
that. I
sell
think
it
we make too much of it.
for
If you
more.
want to talk
I don't
about
know.
overvaluation,
You know,
go back to
let's get it
cyber.
popping.
I
Let's
mean,
go.
those stocks are
But I'm going to make a phone call.
ridiculously
Until you guys have
valued
questions or
despite the
something,
opportunity set.
I'll throw up the
I'm not
SPY or
pro
whatever you
buy,
guys
just
want to
gonna
look
go
at. You tell me.
I think it's human nature to look at the significant rally that we have had since the end of October and say, okay, this needs to cool off a little bit. And what you have in front of us is white hot momentum. And no one knows how long the white hot momentum can continue. I understand the concern that individuals have that we're pulling forward too much performance to the front of the year. That's the Ed Yardeni thesis, that you pull too much forward. So with all that in context, it's okay to look at equities right now and say, okay, I'm going to trim a little, but that doesn't mean you're at an inflection point. All it means is the momentum ultimately will cool. No one knows when, though.
It's only human
but
nature.
it's fine. But
Exactly. I agree with Joe
comments,
T
Scott,
there.
if I
Joe
can.
Terranova, he's
It's
saying we
fine,
don't
but you
know
take a
when the
look at
pullback's going to
pressure.
happen,
He
pretty
still
much.
owns NVIDIA. And why does he own NVIDIA? Because he believes ultimately the fundamentals will catch up to the valuation. So you're faced with a choice when you own these stocks. There's never anything wrong with taking a profit. But do I sell and pay taxes, or do I ride out the momentary, perhaps, overvaluation? That's what I look at. In 2 years, if I sold, I'd be unhappy that I sold.
Don't worry
So I
about
stick with the winner.
taxes.
All right, well, we got
The
other
government
winners
will
to
take
talk
a
about, too,
little.
because we have many
The market
stocks.
can take it
the
all.
moves still to get to. Fresh highs today for Uber, Chipotle, Palantir, ownership of all of them on this very desk today. We'll trade them next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
It feels like Roblox is getting ready to... It's at an inflection point right here. Either it's going to break out or it's going to break down. And I feel like the downside's the more likely scenario. Nope. Nope. What's she doing? You can see it's getting volatile right there. Is she going to break down or up? Again, this could be a failed breakout. Nah, you got some volume there. It might break out to the upside. Yep, there she goes. If Tesla can get over 187, guys, I'm going to look at Tesla at a long over 187. If it starts to break out through 187, and I want to see that pullback back into 187 to reclaim it as support, not resistance, let it hold and see if we can try to get along here. Again, I'm not, I'm neutral on it. I think that today's pullback was a little lower in volume. And if we start making progress to the upside, you could start to see a few people get nervous and start to take profits. I mean, we could see this thing back at 192, 194. Or I should say 195. We could. It's in an uptrend. It's going to the top right of the screen.
This run has been extraordinary.
Let's
It's up 15.5%.
see.
It's up near 60% in 6 months.
Or this is it. Or if we see an increase in volume to the downside. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Set.com.
Big movers still to hit today, including Uber. The stock right there, it's reversed. Actually, it's positive now. It was negative after the top and bottom beats. So, Weiss, you bought more of this stock. Speaking with momentum, this run has been extraordinary. Year to date, it's up 15.5%. It's up near 60% in 6 months.
Yeah, so look, we talk about momentum and share price, but we don't often talk about momentum and fundamentals. So the momentum and fundamentals continues to improve. I bought some actually right after the opening, then starts to rally, then it dipped again to the opening level, so I bought a little more then. So it's a pretty decent sized position. There's scarcity value here. The company's extraordinarily well run. I mean, you would never have thought the company would be what it is today versus the IPO, where it's purely moving people around. So I continue to like it, and I continue to think that it's going to perform. They talk about Japan, they talk about Asia. Those are virtually untapped markets. So the growth remains there. I'm staying with this one and adding to the winner.
I love the way that Weiss put that, momentum and fundamentals, because it is short-sighted to only look at the momentum in a multiple and the momentum in the stock price. And you can apply, to Meta when you talk about momentum and fundamentals, and NVIDIA. At some point, you have to wonder if the momentum sort of starts to outpace the fundamentals in some respects. You own Uber as well, and you're holding on to it.
No, that's fair to make that assessment, but I agree with Steve. There's momentum and fundamentals, and it's been obvious that this company has seen an acceleration in the strong fundamental momentum over the past year. This is a company that's going to ultimately increase its buyback. This is a company that's had its first annual operating profit. This is a company that's improved its balance sheet and has positioned itself remarkably well. Here we are, 71.17. I think the company
Let's browse.
goes well above $80.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah. All right. You know what? I gotta play that because I gotta make some phone calls real quick. Oh, wait, give me 10 minutes. Give me like 15 minutes ish.
We bought it late.
We better get alive in this bitch.
We bought it at the beginning of a month, I think August 1 last year, after after the stock was really getting hit. So we really like the name in terms of diversifying. Remember, it's an industrial name, and we like the growth that it actually brings to industrial stocks, especially given the fact that we see more earnings growth on the domestic side of industrial, so that's why we really like it.
Joe, Chipotle and Palantir, both your stocks, both hitting new 52-week highs today, and both up quite nicely. There's almost 9% for Chipotle. Palantir surged huge yesterday. You weren't on, obviously, but here we go.
So, Steve brought this up, and you talk about companies that have strong technical momentum and companies that have strong fundamental momentum. And Chipotle has that. This company is clearly the definition of quality in terms of servicing the consumer. Palantir, I will candidly say this, I would never have bought this stock individually. And this is why I believe a rules-based approach is the right approach in the marketplace. The strategy identified, the profitability, the birth of profitability that appeared, and the strategy was then subsequently rewarded with ridiculous momentum post-earnings. Obviously, we're benefiting from that over the last several days, but it's a credit, I believe, to having that discipline and having a rules-based process when you're looking at markets.
All right, good stuff. Let's get the headlines now with Bertha Coombs. Hey, Bertha.
Hey,
Damn,
how are you?
look at HD.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has agreed to testify.
Good
at a
thing I never got my
congressional
fill.
hearing to answer questions about why he didn't notify top officials of his hospitalization. Austin returned to the Pentagon last week and apologized for failing to properly notify the White House and top Pentagon staff of his cancer and treatment. That hearing will be held at the end of the month. The EPA announcing new, stronger air quality standards today. The standards lower the levels of soot emitted by 25%, which officials say will save lives, preventing up to 4,500 premature deaths and 290,000 lost workdays. States will need to meet those new standards by 2032. And NASA's Axiom Mission 3 crew is heading back home to Earth today after being delayed for weather. The crew's Dragon capsule undocked from the ISS this morning after spending 18 days there conducting experiments, and it's set to splash down off the coast of Florida Friday morning. Scott, back over to you.
Bertha, thanks so much. That's Bertha Coombs. All right, coming up, we have another move to tell you about. Brian Belsky buying more of a stock that seemingly goes up every day. And so does the price targets. All right, we'll do it next.
Black-owned businesses secured a little over $2 billion in venture capital in 2022. That's a lot of money, but it represents less than 1% of the more than $200 billion pool of venture capital. Many agree this means there's more opportunity to invest in founders of color. Celebrating Black heritage, I'm Sharon Epperson.
That looks like a failed break there, guys. Possibly a failed break.
All right, we're back. We'll get to Brian Belsky's move in just a moment. We do have another one. Carrie, we didn't get to yours in the A block, so let's do it here. You bought Paycom?
Did.
Fresh buy.
Yes,
Why?
absolutely.
Okay, why?
It's a technology company. It's in the HR world. They serve small and mid-sized companies. The economy is growing. People are still adding jobs. We think that this is a sector that is going to continue to grow. They also are a stock that had a little mishap. It's down 40%. It has a great long-term record. It's selling for the lowest PE since it IPO'd. And so we see a lot of potential to it.
That's it?
Wasn't that good? I did it fast. And I want to say hi to Steve. We miss Steve. I miss you, Steve.
All right, cool. Nice shout out, too. Thank you. Brian Belsky, you bought more Eli Lilly. That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Price target up to $850 at Truist today. Like I said, the stock has been a juggernaut. It's up almost, feels like every day it goes up. And so does the optimism.
Yeah, we have some good news surrounding us here today. No, we've owned Lilly for a number of years, Scott, and what we've done the last couple of years in particular is unwound a lot of our other pharma stocks and put it into Lilly, being more concentrated. And then through that, obviously, we got lucky with respect to the weight loss drug side of things, and we've known the company for a long time, owed to our friends in Indianapolis. But at the end of the day, healthcare is such an important sector. Remember, last year a lot of people were bullish on the sector, and given the fact that it's much more diversified, I think you have to have that kind of holding in pharma, devices, and some of biotech. But Lilly's been a long-term holding. We love it. Now it's the largest stock in the S&P 500 healthcare.
It is up almost 6%. Healthcare.
Yeah.
That being. Do we think this is like, if you're going to, okay, let's say you just refuse to buy tech, Weiss. If you refuse to buy comp services at this point, you don't want to buy tech, what about healthcare? Is this the natural place to go and look now, or what?
Yeah, healthcare is kind of interesting. I just started buying, for example, which I apologize for not mentioning to you guys, Leidos. Leidos report earnings next week. It's defense, but they also have about 20% of the business come from healthcare. So it's a technology company that is in primarily aerospace, airports, flight towers, metal detectors at the TSA lines. But the healthcare business is growing nicely. So I think you've got to find healthcare where there is that growth. Right now, costs are running away. You have had some nice hits, like in the hospitals, for example, HCA. So you got to be very, very selective. As you know, I got rid of my UNH, and I got rid of my Humana. UNH might be a mistake in the long term, but healthcare can't continue to underperform as it has. It's just too big a part of the GDP.
Kara, you're betting that his UNH sale's a mistake, right? Because you own that stock?
Yeah. I think that it's traded around news, and some of the hospital companies have had trouble. Humana, we've heard bad news. This is a great company that has a lot of, I think, momentum, talking about in its whole HMO side of the business, Optum. We think it still has big cash flow. It's a dividend payer. It's a leader in its field, and we think that it will continue to show better numbers than the street is now thinking about. And it's healthcare, and healthcare should outperform this year.
Joe T.
Healthcare benefits from working off the COVID comps, and that's exactly what's now going to unfold over the coming quarters. It's a place of opportunity for sure. In the instance of Eli Lilly, there's more to go in this stock. The analyst community, while they are upgrading by 6 holds, 2 sells, the stock price today is $7.24. Price target of all the analysts, $7.23. They think it goes nowhere.
Okay. Coming up, we up from the desk ahead of its results in overtime tonight. First, though, Mike Santoli has his midday word, and he'll be Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us now with his midday word. I'm glad you're here to continue the conversation, which Mr. Belsky says of the two top-heavy market, overhyped, overblown, overstated, and has historical data to back up his argument, too.
I agree. There's first of all, there's no textbook, historically rigorous way to say this is how markets that show these divergences resolve. In other words, it's not like this is always how it happens before a peak or something like that. You've had these periods where, it's basically gone on for a little while. It's just been noise. I also keep pointing out today is another day when you have like 150 new 52-week highs on the New York Stock Exchange against like 40 new lows. So it's not 6 stocks versus nothing. The other interesting part, though, of this market right here is that the way the market plays defense actually feeds the highest momentum names. Right? If you go back almost a year ago, the way we had the divergences really start to take hold was the Silicon Valley Bank crisis. Okay? Everyone braced for financial conditions tightening up. Banks crashed. Small caps had some trouble. And the market just migrated toward quality. And this is what it is. The top-heavy market is really a preference for quality. So if you're complaining about it, it's saying, what's wrong with this market? People only want to buy the best companies with the clearest earnings growth paths. You know what I mean? So there's something perverse about that. That being said, everything gets overdone eventually.
I mean, look,
That's the
Kalanovic,
thing.
I'm not sure if you were listening at that moment, but Marco Kalanovic, new note, says this is all worse than the dot-com era. How do you respond to that?
I mean, you have to tell me what you're measuring. Is it just growth over value? Is it large cap versus small cap? It's certainly not absolute valuation. In terms of being distorted. Showed that yesterday. It's definitely not the general frothiness of the market. 1999, I keep pointing out, you had almost 500 IPOs. The average first day pop was 90%. We can't find an IPO here, and the ones we get don't do well. Yeah. So, I mean, you could talk to me about why the market is valued for perhaps subpar returns going ahead. The market's overplayed its hand in some of the biggest momentum names, something like that. But I don't know if you can draw it back to, guess what? The market is going to be cut in half in 2 years and be dead money for a decade, which is what was happening in 2000.
I'll read you what he said. He said the spread between cap weight and EPS weight is worse than in the dot-com era. And the sector composition was better then, with only 4 sectors represented in the top 10 versus 6 sectors in 2000. We come to a similar conclusion on stocks via cross-asset risk premia.
Yeah. I'm not going to deny that in every sector, people want to buy the most expensive, high-quality stuff. That is what's going on. I just don't know if it really knits back to, we're as far over our skis as back then.
Doesn't that mean it's a healthy market, though, if you want to buy the quality names?
It's healthy in a sense. I mean, at least it's anchored in something. I would agree with that. Now, again, you can overplay it. The Nifty 50 in the early 70s was buying the best companies, and you could never pay too much for them. That didn't work out well.
I like how you put it earlier, though. This group is so unique in that, and I'm trying to think of other examples where you've been able to play offense and defense with the same exact small group of stocks. That
it's very
feels
true.
Extraordinary to me.
I also find there's something else that seems very different, which is there were always stocks in the market, whether it was Chipotle or Lululemon, or they had just these afterburner secular growth forces behind them, and they just went and went and went, and they killed shorts the whole way up. But they just weren't the biggest stocks in the market. That's the problem. The biggest ones in the market are acting like the story stocks that just had a huge runway ahead of them. So, I don't know. It can get unstable at some point. I'm not going to deny that. I've always thought this market, this rally had 50-50 or a little over 5,000 written all over the destination, and then you might have to have a reset.
Yeah, well, we're going to continue to watch the S&P 500, which is marching towards S&P 5,000. Yeah. Coming up, we'll give you the setup for more key earnings coming our way.
Well protected.
Key earnings on deck, including Disney and overtime tonight. Brian Belsky, you own that stock, which has been on the move lately, heading into the number. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but what do you think?
Well, we're finally up on Disney. We were a little early on it, but no, we think I think the earnings are going to be pretty good. I would be surprised not. And plus, I think there's some momentum there in terms of feeling better about the stock, meaning in terms of just reputational risk kind of going away, and Iger's doing the right thing in terms of content. And you get Deadpool coming out. Everyone should be excited about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you back the chart out more, you'll see what I'm talking about, the fact that it has been up.
Yeah.
Bob Iger's on 4 o'clock today exclusively on this network, by the way. O'Reilly, Carrie, that's today as well in overtime.
Yeah, so O'Reilly has been a great stock. I think it's at a 12-month high here and continues to chug along. People are driving more. Price of gas has been cooperative. The new car sales have gone up. That means people have been selling new cars into the used car market, which had a shortage, and that helps with parts and servicing that O'Reilly provides. So it's been a great stock. We've trimmed it a couple times, but we still own a good position.
Okay, and Joe, quick on Expedia tomorrow. New 52-week high today, sorry.
52-week high. I'm a little concerned that they're engaging in a spending war with Airbnb. If you watch the AFC and NFC championships, you saw the commercials for Vrbo. Before the Super Bowl, you're going to see more of them. I don't want them spending that much money on marketing.
All right, we'll do final trades next.
All right, so what I'm trying to do right now is come up with an idea to possibly put something on. I'm probably going to, yeah, what's up, Peace? How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. I hope everything is well with you. And anyone else that's on here, I hope everything's going well. If you guys are struggling, let us know. What's going on? You know, I built this. I'm trying to build this to be able to help you guys and be able to give you guys some ideas. You know, Peace, I like to do swing trading too, and that's what I'm trying to figure out now. The reason I am not doing a swing trade at the moment, which is what I'm getting into, which I'd like to try to put on, is to have like exposure to the upside, and then if the markets do pull back, I can have exposure to the downside. So I'm contemplating how do I want to play this. Because the thing is I feel like, and it doesn't, you know, I can be wrong. You know, I'm not blind to us just going higher and higher or something happening. Like, all it takes, guys, is another bank or just anything. So I want to at least, like, I want to have a hedge on just in case that long ends up not working out overnight. We come in with a gap down and and I'm already in a short, so I want that hedge to lose money ultimately. I don't have to lose all of it, but how do I position myself to capitalize on the upside and then to capitalize on the downside? So I'm trying to do that right now. I'm trying to figure out how do I want to play this. I really like Snow. I think Snow has a really nice setup and it has further to go, I feel like. All right, it's sitting here holding this area. It's consolidating right now. So does this mean we may get another opportunity at like 215, 214 and a half? I feel like this was a nice breakout on increase in volume. You had a somewhat of a mild low volume pullback, and a lot of this is actually probably that tail where it broke and then they bought the dip again. Do we get the 9 EMA to get our opportunity one more time at the 212.25 area with that 9 EMA tomorrow? Unless we come in with a gap up and then it pulls back to it, right? If you come in with a gap up, this 9 EMA is going to pop itself up, and you come in with the gap up, and then maybe it pulls itself back down to it. Or does it gap up and it meets it up here somewhere? I don't know. I do still feel like, it does have a little bit of divergence, a little bit. It feels like the buyers are exhausted, so, I feel like we could get into that gap. Here's the thing, you can't just really go by that because in a bull market, things are going to remain oversold. They're going to remain oversold. The RSI is going to be high. You're just going to get, you're going to have these divergences, and then you'll just get that breakout again, and it'll just stay up there. And you're like, oh, what's going on? It's been a while since we've been in a bull market. So you got to remember through each cycle, bull market, bear market, how do you play them? What are the indicators telling you, You know, things like that. Yes, we have divergence, but again, if we're going to just continue to the upside, things are going to remain oversold. In order for them to be undersold, like for that momentum to slow down, would be like either a long consolidation or a pullback. But if we get that pullback in a meaningful way to pull the RSI and MACD down, then there's got to be a reason why. And if that's not going to happen, then that means we're just going to continue to just climb low volume, climb higher, right? You know, we don't really have a reason just yet. You know, we have glimpses and signs of things, but we had the jobless claims tomorrow. We'll see what that brings. I'm trying to figure out how do I position myself for like a 2-3 day move into the end of the week. I'm thinking, obviously, if I get options, they'll probably be for next week, because I don't want to, I want it to be able to work for me at least next week, at least. I also want to find something that has momentum as well. So, I'm going to see what I can do to play that. I want to look at Bitcoin to see where Bitcoin's at. I would like to see if, I would love the opportunity to get Snowflake again back down here at like 216, 215 if we could. Ultimately I would like 212. If we could get 212, that would be awesome. I'm not sure if it's going to give it to me. But maybe it gives us 216. Right? You got a little bull flag there. Look at this 15-minute chart here. That's a bull flag breakdown. It just retested the uptrend. Do we start to see a little bit of downside? What are the Qs doing? What are the Qs doing? So, the volume is still there on the Qs. You do got a little bit of volume ahead of you at 432, 432.50, 432.45, where the volume is stepping in on the Qs here. It's not greater than the buy side volume. Again, tech is leading. All right, as of right now, tech is leading. As you can see here, you got a little bit of volume up here, but it's buy time, I guess. So let me figure out how I'm going to position myself. I'll let you guys know. If you guys could hit the like button for us, we urge you to. It helps us out a lot, right? It helps someone else find us that would like to be here, ask questions, learn how to do this, or at least help someone figure out what it is that they're doing wrong. I haven't made any crazy trades this week. All 4 trades have been green, but to me, they're like, I'm just getting I'm getting what I can take, right? Coinbase fell out of bed on me. I got in a little late. I was able to get some nice profit on that. Tesla, I took a little short on that. And we were coming in the day kind of long Tesla, but I missed the pullback. All right, I missed the pullback on Tesla. So, look, we are above that low. This is what we want to see. We want to see this level start to hold on Tesla. You're walking it up now. All right, you're holding this little area, I look at this as like a cup, right? And then it goes back to visit the inside of it. This area right here is what I'm talking about. Right here, right? It goes in, it holds that area. All right, and what did it do? It put in a really nice tail with some nice volume there. Volume, as far as the past, it's not incredible, but it's there. The thing with Tesla is I know how she acts. All right, I know how she acts. Like, she'll set up, she'll walk these levels up, you'll get all bulled up. You'll say, all right, bet, let's put on a swing trade. Bang, she gaps down. So I'm just not blind to that because I know how she is. I feel like you tested 182. So here it goes. It's trying to climb. There goes the Qs. You want to see volume on this upside, though. You need to see volume on the upside. It's bouncing off of VWAP. The Qs are bouncing off VWAP, and that's on a 5-minute chart. Let's look at a 5-minute chart of Tesla. This sector isn't hot right now. This is not where you want to see. And look, there it goes, pulling back. What's up, Ty? How you doing today, buddy? Nvidia grabbed the 200. Damn right, bro. Keep riding it up. And that's the thing, too, right? If you see something just going higher, don't fight it. Go with it. Go with the flow. Go with the flow, right? Go with the flow. That's how you stay profitable. Even if you just start getting little wins under your belt. By the end of the week, those little wins, they add up. You know, guys, you guys got to realize I'm a bit of a perfectionist. And it's kind of a flaw I have in mind. My best flaw, or my greatest attribute, my best attribute, I feel, is putting myself in the right place at the right time, right? The right sector at the right time. I'm damn good at that. Now, I get a little bit, I try to be a little too perfect on my trading, but that's how I've taught myself, right? It helps me still make money when I'm wrong at the end of the day, right? And this is how you're able to grow your account and be consistently profitable. You know, I also need to get my other computer up here. I need to start watching more things, being able to see more setups at one point in time instead of watching one or two things to the overall index. So that's something I could work on to capture some of these moves. But again, like Coinbase, this was a really nice set. And again, I was talking about the long on it. And look, we're getting it. We took the short in the morning and we took it off and we said, you know what? We don't like the volume. We don't like how it's acting. It's probably not going to give us follow through if the overall markets are going higher. What did we do? We took our profits. Really nice profit. You could have got over 100. You could have at least got 100%. Again, depending on, you know, what contract you bought, you could have got over, a little under, right at 100%. If not more, if you were here in the morning and we said 120, if 120 does not start to hold and it rejected it pre-market, you could have got this thing right off the bell, right off that 9 EMA, bang, bang. You could have got 200%, right? If not more. I got in it a little late. So I would look for a pullback on Coinbase to try to give you another shot at 120. And then we'll finally see, hey, is 120 going to officially hold? If it does, then I want to be long to try to get to like 128, 126 at least. All right, that's a nice $6 move. It'll pay you pretty nice. We have nothing stopping us. We don't have much to stop us there. But yeah, good call on NVIDIA, man. You've been, dude, just like we were doing with JP Morgan, Ty's been just, you know, NVIDIA's been an ATM machine for Ty. He's been trading this thing to the upside for 2 weeks now, I think. You know, at least since, you know, he's been here, and that's awesome. Looking for the long on NVIDIA, grabbing up to 275 calls this morning. Awesome, dude. Grabbing at 678 is stock price. Nice. Good stuff, bro. And that's what it is, right? Don't fight the trend. And that's it. You know, I didn't really look at semis today, and I should have. And I figured, I said in the morning, I said, I don't know if AMD is going to give you much, right? If you want to play semiconductors, you got to look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the mother of the sector, right? That is the final boss, which is NVIDIA. And if you want to play semiconductors, you got to look to NVIDIA, because if they're going to go higher, NVIDIA is going to go twice as high. They got an upgrade from Morgan Stanley this morning as well. I think it was like 750, 700 or so. Morgan Stanley reiterated an upgrade. You are seeing a little bit of volume up there, a little bit of take profits, but I still wouldn't fight the trend at all. You know, I feel like this thing's trying to go to 800, 1200 a stock, or I mean 8 to 1200. You know, maybe that's a really nice fill. Look, yesterday it filled the gap. And it's kind of just consolidating up here right now. So we'll see what's to come here. You know, that's really what I got, guys and gals. I want to go see what Bitcoin's doing, because I feel like maybe I need to give them a little more time. Wait, what's Snow doing really quickly? Again, I personally feel like Snow has a really nice pattern, and the whole point about Snow is to me, if we break out of this consolidation, we have nothing stopping us to 240. We have nothing stopping us there, at least getting into the gap at 227. So I will be continuing to watch Snowflake. We start to hold here at like 217. Close, open, close. You know, again, hopefully it can give us a pullback. I was short coin, so that's why I wasn't able to get this in the morning. It had already, it was really me. I was picky, and it just kept going and going and going and going, and I just couldn't get in and pay up. Again, because you got to understand, guys, When I did try to enter this and got the signal, the options were 103 to like 110, and literally one tick, they went from 103 to 110 to 125, or 120 to 130. Like it just ripped, right? So I was like, I can't do it. I can't pay up $30 a contract when just 2 seconds ago, because that's like, even if I buy 3 contracts, 3, 6, 9, that's $100 right there that I'm paying up, that I'm not making which, if I buy 10 contracts, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's a piece off, So I do like this name though. I do feel like we could start to get, if we can just break out, man, if we can get above that, get into that 220, make it support, guys. It hasn't done it yet. So you got to remember, until 220 is broken, it is resistance. It is resistance until it isn't. And this is a little area that it's consolidating at. You can see here, yesterday it opened up. This is your range. Right now, this is your range. You can play this until it breaks out of either side, whether it's to the downside or to the upside. And you break out, this gray box here is the gap fill. That's a big gap. That gap goes from 222 to 227. And that's, and that's not even where I think it's going to stop. I think Snowflake has an absolute shot at getting up to 235, 240, in my opinion. If I've done my work, right. Yeah, right here. See, we're in the range right now. That's a big range. That's 240. So it's like 221. So yeah, that's what I'm doing now, guys. I want to figure out what it is I'm going to do, where I'm going to make my money. We're starting to get a little bit of movement in the markets, which is good. And the thing is I kind of thought we would today. I thought today would be one of those days where we got a little bit of volume and started to like pick a direction. 10 years just came in. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Come on. Oh my gosh, it's not going to play.
A table with all these 10-year treasuries on it. Investors pretty much cleaned it up, and what was left, that goes to the primary dealers, the toll keepers of our debt. Well, they only took down 13%, the smallest percentage since
4.9 versus 4.2.
121 billion of supply, Brian, with 30-year bonds.
And I already have the 10-year up here.
That you want to pay close attention because
not that that's going to move.
Long-dated treasury options, if they go well, you could really see the fact that currently the high yield for
let's go look at TLT. Look at Bitcoin trying to rise.
Away from that is demand from the auction.
So just like Coinbase.
A-, we'll take it. Not
I
bad.
was going to say
Santelli, thank you. Let's go back to
Let's
Robert
see if
Kaplan, who I
Coinbase can
see
start
sort
to
of
break
nodding his
out.
head. Robert, we got a lot of debt. There's debt, student loan debts, credit card debts, mortgage debts.
So
but
give me a
guess
few
what?
minutes.
So do
I'll
all
let
the
you
other
guys know
countries.
what it
China's
is
a
I do
rolling
or don't
disaster.
do. I may wait
Is
till
the United
tomorrow,
States, I mean, with
the
everything else
afternoon.
going on,
I'll let you guys
I think
know.
we're the best house in the neighborhood.
I do have a couple things that I need to work on real quick.
The issue is we've got $9 trillion of treasuries to sell this year.
That's a lot.
I'm very happy that this $42 billion auction went well, and I think it's a good sign. I think the issue for the Treasury is with this amount of debt to sell, and by the way, it's only heading north in the future, there's people want to be in the dollar versus other countries. We are the best house in the neighborhood. The issue is, do they want to go out 10 and 30 years? And so I think this 10-year auction day was a good test. But my worry for the years ahead with Treasury supply.
See, I think this is a major resistance level for Bitcoin.
Like they were for
I do. I think this is a major resistance that I think we need to get we could see a pullback on Bitcoin.
I think that's where the Treasury
that could help Coinbase a little bit, or a lot of it.
Appetite is out there for duration. The reason this is a big deal, a lot's been focused on the Fed and when will they cut, how much will they cut. But the economy is surprisingly resilient last year and this year. And I think the biggest reason why is we're running historic deficits. We are spending 7.5%, 8% of GDP on deficit spending. Inflation Reduction Act, Infrastructure Act, and interest expense is heading toward $1 trillion, not this year, but next year. And so,
Dude,
that's why
we
we're
have
gonna be a
not
lot more
made
focused
this
in the months
support
and
yet.
years ahead on these
You have not
treasury
made 30,000
auctions,
support,
because
guys.
we're now
Watch
at
out.
over 100% debt to GDP.
And you know what you have here?
And we're,
You have sellers sitting here.
testing our ability to pay this debt.
Sell.
And by the way, of that
Sell.
$8 trillion, only about $4 is
We'll
COVID
see.
related. The other $4 trillion is just deficit spending. 5 million jobs.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, guys, but I think this chart screams
Very much. Appreciate it.
if we can't break out in time, I feel like we're going to get a pullback. You gotta make 30,000 support, guys. I feel like you do.
Firm is launching Pershing Square USA, a closed-end fund that will be listed on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker PSUS. There'll be no minimum investment, and it will be available to investors whose net worth typically does not allow them to invest in hedge funds. The fund, though, will charge a 2% fee every year after the first year. Bill, you know we're going to call you and ask you to come on last call tonight. All right, let's switch gears to sports and maybe the shot heard round the media world. Disney's ESPN, along with Fox and Warner Brothers, are teaming up to launch a joint sports streaming platform later on this year. It's not helping the stocks today, but regardless, the idea is that this new streamer will run with their cable networks and with ESPN+. Now, each company will own a third of the service, but the revenue share will probably vary depending on the size of the investment. It is set to launch later on this fall. Let's talk more about it. It's a big deal. Bring in senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston, along with CNBC.com media reporter Alex Sherman. And Julia, I know you got a big interview coming up later on today with Bob Iger. You've had some time to dig in. How big of a deal might this be?
I think this might be a very big deal. It certainly speaks to the pressure that all these media companies are under. But I have to say, you have the promo up there for Bob Iger. So, yes, I'm going to be talking about this with Disney CEO Bob Iger in our exclusive interview at 4 p.m.
Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm not sure, buddy. I don't know. At this rate, you know, it would take a little bit. Maybe it doesn't. You know, every day NVIDIA's come. Sorry, I didn't see your comment. It's hard to say. You know, it already hit our target of 650, and it's already at 700. So, look at this thing. It's just parabolic. You know, I couldn't tell you that. I wish I could. You know, because it's hard to say, does this thing consolidate? You have earnings coming up. So you may not, you know, does it do it on earnings? You have earnings the 21st. So we'll see. Just know that there are earnings, Ty, coming up.
Was involved. Good or bad? One good, one bad, depending on your perspective. I spoke with a person who was involved with the launch of this product. He said this is going to be a monster, that it's going to be a catalyst that sort of destroys the cable bundle as we know it, and it will generate a lot of interest. It will be, you know, about half the price or in that ballpark of, I think YouTube TV charges like $73 a month now. So if this thing is, you know, $40 or $45 a month, significantly cheaper, will draw a big audience that way, will appeal, as Julia said, to some people who have gotten rid of cable, but maybe we'll come back to the fold now that they can.
No, I feel, buddy. I'm with you.
Or the other
I'm with
side
you.
of this is
I don't like to do it
the
either,
reason that
because
all of
it's
these
a
people have
flip
cut
of a
cable
coin.
over the past 10 years is that
You know,
they don't
maybe
need
do what
sports. They've learned
you
to live
think
without
they're
it.
not
So
going
how
to
many
do.
people is this really appealing to? Well, it's appealing
Or
to
maybe
some
do the
people
opposite
that
of what
may
you think they're going to do. You know,
cancel
I
cable to
don't
get
know.
this thing, but it
Maybe
is
play
not
it both
a full
ways.
sports offering.
Capitalize
It
on the
doesn't
side that it
include
doesn't
NBC
go,
Universal
or if you don't
content,
think it's going to
and it
move
doesn't
at all,
include Paramount Global
could
content.
always,
That's
you know,
CBS and NBC.
try to middle it, go out
Sports.
2 to 3, 4 standard deviations.
Correct. And so
You know, you just don't want to get caught in a surprise where then it's just like where it poops the bed or screams crazy high, which I don't think. Screaming higher is probably the unlikely case. Like, not that it can't go higher, but like, I feel like there's more downside than there is upside, right? It could go up 100. It could also go down $1.50, 200, and fill that gap. There is still that gap down there that we all need to be aware of. Something could happen. Something will show its face sometime here in the future. And I want to know. I'm almost certain that gap's going to get filled.
To consider here, something that Morgan Stanley mentions in its note today, is that this might complicate the relationship that the media.
Yeah, what's this all about? I guess they're trying to do something with sports that it already sucks, man. Like, they all want your information.
Charter and Disney And we could see this.
I'm not sure if you guys seen this or know what it's about.
Of Charter or even our own parent company, Comcast, to want to have more flexibility in terms of what types of channels they're licensing, or also whether they have the ability to create their own types of bundles. So that might put pressure on those relationships as well.
I knew it. I should have just taken the long.
So let's talk about what cable
Dude,
news
I didn't
executives
expect
are
this,
thinking about
guys.
discussing today. This is now a sports bundle. Well, the cable bundle has more or less been kept alive by live sports and live news, which have been in large part inaccessible.
I was hoping for like a real
They are
pullback to
accessible, you have to pay
120.
Quite a bit for them. Now we have a skinny sports bundle. Is the next step perhaps a skinny news bundle? Will we see something where Fox News comes together with MSNBC and CNN, and they offer something where it's like, look, sports consumers, news consumers.
Julia's laughing. That would be, Fox alongside MSNBC.
Or maybe we could even get broader and say some of the print news organizations bundle with the broadcast news organizations for a new.
Well, they're going to have to do
news
something.
bundle.
And I will just say that the market, get your comment a second, Julia. The market is saying it doesn't like it. Fox Corp down 6% today. Warner Brothers Discovery down 3.5%. By the way, Charter and Comcast, our parent company, they're down as well, Julia.
Well, that's because we don't have all the details yet. We know that they're working in this joint venture, but I think the key issue here is going to be the cost and what that does in terms of more cord cutting. I think I would just have to point out here that what's really interesting is you're going to have all of the sports networks, but there are also going to be two just regular networks included in this bundle. That's ABC and that's Fox. Also, you get TBS. So if you turn on ABC or Fox or TBS in the middle of the day, you might see a rerun of a sitcom, or you might see news. And so what you're getting here is more than just sports. You're also getting some news bundled into that. So I think you might sort of check the box for people who want live news, and then are also going to get some general entertainment as well. So I think it is meaningful that you're getting the regular linear feed of some of these mainstream networks that are not just 100% focused on sports.
Big story, and like you said, Julia, there's still a lot we need to learn. Market doesn't like it yet. We'll see. Alex, Julia, thank you both very much. Appreciate it. All right, by the way, don't miss a first on CNBC interview with Paramount CEO Bob Bakish. That is Friday around 10 a.m. Eastern on Squawk on the Street. But first, we're going to hear from NBC's Mike Tirico next hour on Power Lunch. Mike joining CNBC. I love it. 2:30 p.m. Eastern. All right, we're not done on this show. Don't turn the dial or whatever they call it now. Coming up, forget the Magnificent Seven or the Super Six or the Fab Five or whatever you want to call it. Your next guest is here to make the case for the AI 9. We're going to lay out some of the names, who they are, and why you might want to invest. Plus, the CEO of Liberty Energy is here with reaction to the White House hit on American LNG, and if he thinks the American oil production numbers are actually as good as they say they are.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
CraftsandWill.com.
It is time for Tech Check, and today let's check on Alibaba, the massive China-based company, lower after whiffing on its sales numbers. But the bigger question people are asking is, despite the losses, are most China stocks simply uninvestable now? Deirdre Bosa digging into that thesis for today's Tech Check. Dee.
Brian, that really is the question that has been plaguing not just Alibaba, but the Chinese markets as a whole for years now. And I want to go back to 2020 because really there was this inflection point for both Alibaba and Chinese stocks. So we're going to show you Alibaba and the Hang Seng. Since December of 2020, that is when the Chinese government launched an antitrust investigation into Alibaba and its affiliate Ant Financial, now known as Ant Group, and started this years-long decline. It was kind of this wild card that told investors that Beijing could and would crack down on some of its biggest companies, no matter how successful they were. And so Alibaba now is kind of seen as a proxy for Chinese stocks that are largely seen as uninvestable. The company has tried to do everything to win back investor confidence. It put Jack Ma out of the spotlight. It has restructured the entire company. It tried to spin off its cloud division and list it. That didn't work. Even yesterday, Brian, announcing a $25 billion buyback. That is positive for investors, yet the stock is down today, and that really just glosses over the fundamental problems, one of them being that the field has completely changed in China for an Alibaba and some of the other tech giants, allowing sort of a new class of tech giants to rise, like a Pinduoduo, like a Shein, even a Huawei, which has been around a long time, but gets help from the government. And so that's key here for investors. Is Alibaba, any of these stocks, investable? What is it going to take for the government to look at another company and say, you know what, you've grown too big. We're going to crack down. We're going to launch an investigation into you. And that's the fear for a lot of them.
That's exactly what I was saying. I got a couple of things I'm going to do, guys. I'll probably end the stream right now. I could always just leave this up for you guys if you guys want and need. But I was thinking about just doing something later on. I was thinking about doing like a lesson, not like a lesson, but like a little boot camp, kind of, on some of these names, just on day trading in particular, for anybody that may or may not need it, and understanding, how do you pick some of these strong names? Like, how do you know, or it's not that but like, how do I go about trying to put myself in the right sector? And, how do you have the, it's not how do you have it, but having the, how do I say this? Having the, what would it be? Having the, how to not have FOMO. Like, just let it go. If you don't get your entry and you can't pay up because you don't think it's going to go high enough and worth it, for me, it is what it is. The juice has got to be worth the squeeze. Because if you chase stuff higher, especially, and you're not noticing like everything that your indicators and the daily chart and just everything is telling you, you're going to find yourself on the wrong side of a trade, and it's going to eat you up. It'll eat you up. Awesome, T. Awesome, bro. Yeah, so I'm going to do that this afternoon. We'll probably make that, like, I don't know if you're on the West Coast, East Coast, Central, but maybe like 7:30, 8 o'clock. That should fit for about both. Understanding price action, right? Why we got out of coin, but we weren't fully set on the short, but we knew if we got the short, we had the potential to take it down to 110 from to the 100-day moving average. And we identified the reversal taking place. So we were able to get in that trade, get out with solid profits, and look at it now. All right, I was kind of off doing other things, and that's why I'm not long this. And you can't foresee something like this happening. It's not like it has some crazy volume. But we did say if we get above 120 and hold it, we wrote it down here in the morning. We said look for 126. We'll look for 124, 126, and then you get up into like the 130 area. 120 hold long to 124.50, 126, 128. Anything under 120 short, we're looking for 110, 1050, 112 area. So it looks like, it's picked its direction. It was holding. It's just, so I'm going to explain, how did we identify that we needed to exit that trade and lock in our profits? I'll talk about it. I still want to go long. I still think she needs to pull back a bit. This is the target. 126 would be the target for Coinbase. It just doesn't have anything to stop it now. I wasn't able to get long because I was either outside doing something else, looking at something else. It is what it is. So it's no big deal. It's no big deal. We keep fighting and moving on to another day. Opportunity is going to open itself up. It's coming. And this is just the start of it today. We have more earnings, right? Earnings plays, okay? There's opportunity everywhere. And, when the markets are trading sideways, there's always something that we could find. There's always a sector, because if the money is not in these markets, that means it went somewhere else. And we got to go find where that is. So I love you guys. I appreciate y'all. Ty, like I said, it'll probably be I'll set it up here at 4 o'clock or so. But we'll do it at 7:30-ish. And that'll be Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah, Wiz, you have a good one. Yeah, that's fine too. 8 o'clock's cool too, Eastern Standard Time. So, I'll set it up at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and I'll make it for 8:15. I got to go make a couple phone calls. I got to try and do something. I just feel I just have a couple things that I want to do. So, Baba is still under VWAP. You may have some room down on Baba to, it may try to come back down, but I would wait on that to let it show you that it wants to pull back. 15-minute volume is pretty telling. And the fact that it's under this area here at 75. So, it may start to try to pop its head up. But if Baba gets back to 76 and can't get above it, and you're just seeing it just sit there and it just falls. Gets up, falls, gets up, falls. I might think about that again. I don't really have any other ideas other than Snow or Coinbase. Coinbase is already gone. You're going to have to pay up for that and feel comfortable and understand that one little pullback could screw you up. Because if it pulls back, it's coming back down to either 120, that 120 area. So, just be patient. If you guys didn't get into anything, just, look around, find setups, and wait until tomorrow or the afternoon and see if the indexes give you something. So, you guys have a good rest of y'all's day. It was always good to see you guys, and I'll see you guys tonight for sure. Here you go. You got a failed breakdown on Snowflake. Again, this is your range, Snowflake. All right, the top end of the range is going to be 220. You have resistance up there. And then 217 is support. I personally want to see if she will give me 216. I want 216, 215. I want, what is that? Today's Wednesday. I want Mondays. I want this area. All right. I want to be held to that support, resistance. We haven't done that yet. So be careful. Make sure that you have the volume on these breakouts. Like you can see that this breakout is probably going to get taken back. So that's that. That's what I got. Those are the things I'm watching. Oh, also, I haven't looked at it, which I forgot. Netflix. What is she doing? All right, so Netflix is back up. That's a failed breakdown. All right, you have a range here along from 564. Top end of the range is 570. So you got a little bit of room there. It's recovered. Netflix has recovered. I think it has to pull back though, personally. I would need a 560 test to go long Netflix, which we could keep an eye on that for the future. It just went through 560 and never looked back. So those are the few that I have that I'm looking for. Eastern Standard Time. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time works fine. That's fine because it'll give me time to get it ready, get it loaded up, and stuff like that. Other than that, don't fight the trend, guys, and don't think that you have to be in a trade. Make sure it's got a setup. Make sure it's got like high volume, bigger volume than it did the past 2 to 3 days. To give you that, institutional, like that the buyers or sellers, whatever it is that you're doing, shorting or going long, make sure it's giving you the volume that you need, whether it's a technical catalyst, news, earnings, whatever. Because you don't want to be going long on a low volume breakout only for it to just rant like something that come across the wire, and then that stock's pulling back and you're like, shit, you can't get out fast enough. So just the basic things, guys. Again, that's all I have. The afternoon, maybe look at the indexes. Let's see. Let me see real quick, and then I'll get up off of here. I would look. See, we're at highs now. I would look for the S&P. I told you guys that I was looking for 499. So that circle there is where I was looking for the SPY to get to. It's starting to hold. Here's you're trying to hold high a day right now. 499 is my target to the upside. 499 is the upside target if it does hold. If it holds 498, I think you got another $1 or so. If you touch 500, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if you touch 500. And all that is a measured move, right? The move starts from here, and it did go up here. So, and the move started where? Right here or right there is where. So it really started here. So maybe you do get the 500, just shy of. All right, that's my target. 499.10, 499.25 ish. That's my target. So there's the hold. See what happens in the afternoon, and look at the volume starting to come in up here. All right, take notice of that. That's got, yeah, it's an ugly tail. So let's see. All right, guys, have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Have a good one, y'all.